CJ Faison. From the channel CJ Faison, records this video uploaded on September 15th, 2022, as he and Chris Beard drive their van onto Burnt Bridge. The vehicle behind him, known as the motivated van, is where they intend to stay for all night. Their van onto Burnt Bridge. They park on a haunted bridge often shown on his channel, known as the motivated van. A recurring site in the Burnt Bridge is where they intend to stay for each time they visit Burnt Bridge. They park on a haunted bridge often shown on his channel, known as the motivated van. This night takes where they intend to stay for each time they visit Burnt Bridge. Something strange. Local stories say old rituals once opened something here, leaving the woods marked by a dark, uneasy presence. The first signs come through the electronics. A device in CJ's pocket turns on by itself, making a metallic sound before he even reaches for it. The area already feels like it is reacting.
Very clear. How is that? I don't know. Jeez. How did that turn on in my back pocket? Come on. There's no way. That's weird. Can you see that? Yeah, what was that? This is getting creepy. This is getting really, really creepy.
Then distant gunshots break the silence. Two sharp echoes come from the nearby brush.
He's down there right now. He is getting ready to do this. He's method. Bro, that's a gunshot, bro. That's two. Now I got a hey, car coming. Okay, so as you all can see, I've repositioned the camera just a little bit. We heard gunshots. We sat here for like 10 or 15 minutes. Nothing else heard. So if there's any spirits here on this bridge, can you let my friend Chris know what your name is first?
I said it's me.
That's Chris, way down there. The light on the right side of the bridge.
Leave.
I just heard leave. What year did you pass away and why are you here?
Trouble. Regret. You shouldn't be here.
Can you tell me your name?
It was them.
Can you go touch my friend?
I feel like someone just touched me. I thought CJ or someone was over here. That was weird. Pay attention.
Okay, pay attention to what though? What would make you upset? What if I said the word burn or fire? Does that upset you?
Stop what you're doing.
The session grows more intense when a spirit box is used. It's static, forming a warning tone that seems to tell them to stop. They eventually go back to the van to rest, but the situation moves from distant to physical.
Oh, wait, dude. The van was just swaying side to side, dude.
We should go out there and look for it.
I'm not going out there, dude.
Is the van still rocking?
Feel it. There's no way it's that windy right now. Dude, that's not a good idea, bro.
You're not going there?
No. Dude, you should not be going out there. Why didn't you close the door?
I ain't forcing them to do anything you don't want to do. I don't know why the camera just got blurry, but it did.
Anything?
No. Did we just like imagine that happening or something?
There's no way. I felt like I was gonna fly out of my seat.
The van starts rocking side to side, even though there is no wind in the area. The whole vehicle shakes hard, as if something unseen is pushing it. CJ steps out alone onto the bridge, trying to provoke a response. Almost at once, a loud impact strikes the van, a heavy hit against the window, followed by a shadow appearing on the glass.
Oh! Me! What was that?
Okay.
What did you see or what did you hear? What happened?
I went and stood on the bridge. I swear on my life, Chris, I held my hands like this. I said, if there's anything good or evil here, I want to invite you to come here.
What is that?
I don't know.
Oh, it's not the van.
I'm getting to my fucking floor is what I'm doing. There's gotta be somebody, right?
You wanna go out there and look? Cause I don't.
No, I'm fucking laying in the floor. I'm not getting the fuck up until the fucking morning, Chris.
There's somebody out there, bro. I literally just Looked like there was like a figure standing in the middle of the door.
Fucking A. Dude, it banged on the fucking window.
They hurry back inside and lock the doors. The sense of something outside remains strong. At one point, a figure-like shape is seen near the door. Unable to confirm what it was, they decide not to wait until morning and leave immediately. Situations like this often fall between real danger and misinterpretation, where fear shapes the experience and small details become larger. But when events happen back to back, it leaves one simple question. Was it only stress and coincidence, or was something truly there watching them? This camping encounter unfolds on November 28, 2024, as Moxley and Ming from Moxley Paranormal World climb the dark slopes of Pendle Hill.
Right, so we're heading up to our camp spot now, up into Pendle Hill for the night. Look how rocky it's getting now.
The ascent is difficult as the terrain grows more rocky, and they keep moving upward with the intention of camping there overnight. The ground beneath them is connected to the 1612 witch trials, where 10 people were accused of murder by witchcraft and later executed by hanging. The climb is draining, and on the way up, they find a strange abandoned trailer with animals inside, sitting in the middle of the wilderness. Its presence feels out of place, almost like a silent warning connected to the location's past.
What the hell?
What the hell?
It's a van.
There's a van in front of us.
I was so nervous then walking up to this. Oh! What is in that? Oh, that's a bit odd.
Yeah.
A trailer with an animal in it. That is very, very unusual.
Leaving that in the middle of nowhere.
I know, yeah.
The hill behind them shows how far they have already come, but the discovery leaves an uneasy feeling as they continue. When the moon slips out of view, a dark silhouette appears along the trail. It stays for a brief moment, watching before fading back into the trees around them. The figure seems to move fast, shifting from the path into the woods, then appearing again just as suddenly as it disappeared.
Look at it. It was over this side first, and it was like it moved fast through on the path behind us, and then it was in the woods. There it is again. So we were literally just finished setting everything up, just sat down to have a quick drink, and then just behind me, at the wall, it was like chick, 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 like something moved past. Ming, keep your torch there. Yeah. There's something moved down there then.
Right.
It was like a shadowy figure.
Right, okay.
Hello? I swear, I just seen something move down here. And it's like the silhouette of a person. Is there someone here? Is there someone back there? I know I'm not losing my mind. A silhouette of a person stood here when I looked over.
Right.
And then as soon as you put the torch over, there's nobody here.
Right.
That caught us off guard, that.
Yeah.
That really caught us off guard.
The noise, is it?
They check the area, but find nothing. Even though the presence feels close and difficult to deny, the atmosphere starts changing as they continue trying to communicate.
Fred,
We need you to help us.
we need you to help us.
Wow.
What would you like help with? You the people that were wrongfully accused of witchcraft.
It sounds like we're surrounded. The way things are happening.
I said, we heard that earlier on. And then I seen that shadowy figure over there.
Yeah, that was down there, wasn't it?
Yeah. You said, we need you to help us. Who needs help?
Understanding.
I do have to say the silence out here it's very eerie. Not too long ago, while sat over there, you were hearing the birds chirping away, flying around.
That's what we were looking in the trees for before when we heard them
Yeah.
noises.
police.
We're not police in the area. We're just here to communicate if we can, and you're willing to do so.
Right, we can keep hearing walking. Oh, what sounds like walking.
Right, that sounds like walk. What? What did I say?
Mistrust. That'd
wonder-
fit in here with the story of Pendle Hill.
Yeah.
Because she wrongly accused an entire family.
Right.
Mistrust.
The silence around them becomes more disturbing. Earlier natural sounds, including birds, are gone, replaced by an unnatural stillness. Occasional noises keep echoing through the dark, hard to place and impossible to confirm by sight. Words coming through the device suggest mistrust, matching the historical events tied to the location. The spirit box grows more intense, producing a clearer response that includes a plea for help, followed by the name Alice Nutter, one of the people executed during the witch trials. As the night gets deeper, distant laughter rises from near a stream, adding to the tension. Back at the tent.
Right, so I literally just sat back at the tent, just talking. And that was laughing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And we heard coming from this way.
Nothing down there, because that's where the stream is.
You hear it? Hello!
The laughter returns from the same direction. Even though nothing can be seen near the water, the area remains empty, but the sound is clear. Soon after, the feeling of movement begins surrounding the campsite. Footsteps, cold and unseen, circle the tents as the air becomes heavier. The feeling grows overwhelming, and Moxley gets a strong instinct to leave the mountain immediately. Moments like this can feel real even without clear proof, especially in a place filled with history and isolation. But when the sounds, movements, and responses all connect, it leaves one simple question. Was this only the mind reacting to the setting, or was something else truly there with them? The account comes from Man Dog Wild, an outdoor bushcraft channel focused on solo wilderness camping and deep forest exploration. On April 12, 2020, the creator traveled to a remote woodland in the United Kingdom to spend the night by himself. Before he had even finished building his shelter, he shared a local story tied to that exact stretch of land. Two hunters had reportedly seen a tall, dark figure standing partly hidden in the brush. What made the story linger was not only what they saw, it was what followed. Both men reportedly suffered sudden, intense headaches at the exact moment the figure appeared, just before it disappeared completely. No proof, no confirmation, but enough to shape the mood. He stayed anyway.
So I guess it would have been round about now, dusk, that our hero would have encountered, would have had that encounter. Dusk, dawn, are probably the creepiest times when out here in the wilderness. You know, things just look different. They do look different than during the day. I remember walking a trail once. I was walking it throughout the day. Coming back at night, the trail looked completely different. It had me thinking, is this the right way? It's just gotten really windy all of a sudden. We're going to be in for a bit of a breezy night.
Later that night, something changed. Several lights appeared in the sky above him, moving together in a tight group. They were too far away to record clearly on camera, but visible enough to stand out against the darkness. His first thought was satellite, specifically Starlink, which seemed like a reasonable explanation at the time.
I checked the Starlink tracker this morning, and according to that, it wasn't Starlink last night. And I've seen Starlink before, long line, lots of lights. This wasn't like that. This was a very much shorter line, maybe 6, 7 lights close together.
By the next morning, that explanation no longer worked. He opened a satellite tracking tool to check what had passed overhead during that period. Nothing lined up. No scheduled movement matched what he had seen, and the compact grouping of the lights did not resemble the long, evenly spaced pattern Starlink usually creates. The answer he had accepted no longer fit. The rest of the night had been uneventful wind, forest noise, And isolation. Nothing came near, and nothing moved on the ground. But the focus of the experience had quietly shifted upward, because what he saw in the sky was the part that resisted a simple answer. Not proven, not explained. Just something witnessed that did not match what it was supposed to be. The Starlink theory was the most logical place to start, yet it still failed. Something was up there that night, and the tracker showed nothing. What do you think those lights were, and would you have stayed there after hearing the hunter's story? Ghost theory are two adventurers and paranormal enthusiasts traveling across the UK in search of places known for strange activity, trying to separate truth from legend. The video was uploaded on April 12, 2026. Despite what the name may suggest, these two do not create scares for the camera. Their style focuses more on real exploration and historical background than reacting to every shadow, noise, or moving shape. In this video, however, they decided to camp in what many call the most haunted forest in the UK, and what they encountered had nothing to do with the paranormal.
We've just arrived here in this beautiful forest, and obviously being a day, it's not so bad, but we're going to be exploring this forest to try and get to all the most haunted areas.
Epping Forest has stood here for thousands of years, once serving as a royal hunting ground for kings and nobles. This forest wasn't just a wilderness, it was dangerous. Outlaws used these woods as cover, disappearing into the trees after robberies along nearby roads.
There have been so many places for people to hide.
I mean, it still is currently 600 acres, but during Dick Turpin's time, this would have been more like 20,000.
That's bigger than it is now.
Epping Forest has been around for thousands of years. During medieval times, it served as a royal hunting ground for kings and nobles. It was never simply a peaceful section of woodland. Outlaws, highwaymen, and smugglers all used the trees for cover, disappearing into the forest after robberies on nearby roads. Night arrived quickly. Soon, the two were walking along the forest trail in darkness, searching for a place to set up their tent and stay for the night.
Just heard what sounds like a bottle.
Does it sound like rustling?
I mean, here is
Yeah.
very, very campsite-y.
It's so silent here. Do you know, they say just everything dies here. Like, the sound dies, things don't live. And it is just silent. It's been so noisy.
Right.
That is bizarre, isn't it?
We got the campsite set up as quick as possible so that we could begin investigating straight away. This is a time lapse, but not actually that quick.
After camp was ready, they moved through the trees to check whether anything unusual was happening. They spent quite a while doing this. Nothing stood out. They returned to the tent to settle down, and that was when the atmosphere changed.
Red light was still on. Was it? Come on. Is it recording? Yeah. I'm going to turn my light on because... Wow. That is...
Footsteps were heard just outside the tent. They stepped out to check. Nothing could be seen. Whatever made the sound was either gone or no longer nearby, or that was what they thought. They turned on an infrared thermometer to scan the tree line for heat signatures. What showed up on the device was enough to make them both run.
Is that heat signatures in the water?
I don't know. It's just the log, isn't it?
Look. Easy.
Where is that?
That's just across, literally straight across where the lights were coming from.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's enough for me to...
Yeah.
That is absolutely more than fucking enough for me to know.
That's someone. That's someone there.
Hello?
The shape of a man was visible behind a tree across from them, partly hidden and watching. They immediately connected him to the footsteps they had heard circling the tent earlier. The history of the forest made his presence feel far more threatening than it might have felt somewhere else. They grabbed their gear and left without hesitation. The possibility that the man followed their movement all the way toward the forest edge made the situation worse. Places like this carry real danger, and the threat is not always the kind legends warn about. A man hiding in the dark and watching two people at their tent is difficult to dismiss as curiosity. The forest has a long history of people using it to remain unseen, and that context makes the sighting even more unsettling. Do you think he was only a stranger passing through, or was there something more deliberate in how he watched them? This disturbing camping encounter comes from the channel Grizzly Gaz, where Gaz regularly films wild camping trips, fun camping journeys, backpacking adventures, and remote explorations. During his travels, he often shares the local history and folklore tied to the places he visits with his audience. Gaz is an experienced outdoorsman with a deep love for nature and camping, and he frequently brings his dog Fendi with him on these outings. On March 8th, 2026, Gaz headed out for another wild camping trip high on the remote moors, a place long connected to ancient pagan history and old folklore. The area was far from civilization and removed from the normal rhythm of daily life.
Look at it. Glorious, isn't it? Oh my word. Where are you off? We're going up this way. Come on. Yeah, alright, you're struggling, aren't you already, kid? Look at it. It's called the Sphinx. Or I could just be making all this up. You never know, do you? Look at her. Loving life, aren't you, mate? Go on. Here we go, look. The staple of every wild camper's diet. Whoop. Nummy nums. It was like a grey colour before, but well, it still looks grey.
Once darkness fully settled over the forest, Gaz got inside his tent to rest. Just as the night grew quiet, something suddenly caught his attention.
Can you hear that? What is that? Hear that? Look, 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 look. It's probably a train in distance. People still out walking dogs and that.
At first, he heard a faint sound that seemed like wind chimes carrying through the trees. Curious, Gaz looked outside and saw two people walking up the hill with a dog. Thinking the sound had come from them, he dismissed it and went back into his tent, believing they were only passing through without noticing his campsite.
The hippies come to get me. Why is there loads of people wandering about on moors? What time is it? I don't know where my phone is. Where's my phone? They just stood outside my tent talking.
Coaching mentally, I think it's one of the mentally you just need a little bit more subject.
What the fuck? Mate, it's nearly 10:30 at night.
But only a few minutes later, he heard something outside the tent again, this time much closer. The sound appeared to be right near the camp. Soon after, he began hearing movement outside the tent, followed by multiple voices speaking just beyond the fabric. Gaz stayed completely still and listened closely, but he could not make out the words. The voices sounded low and strange, yet they were extremely close, What unsettled him even more was realizing this was the second time someone had come near his tent, almost as though they were circling the campsite, feeling uncomfortable. Gaz decided not to confront them and remained silent inside. After some time, the voices faded and the forest became quiet again. Eventually, he fell asleep.
It's 20 to 4 in the morning, and I can hear that. Well, I've been hearing like screams. It's really weird. I don't know if it's some sort of bird or if it's actually someone screaming. It's far away, like. Oh, I'm too tired for this, man. Well, as long as it don't get closer, I'll be alright. Well, it's 4:15 now, and I can't get back to sleep. Oh, look how cold it is.
Later, Gaz explained that he also heard distant screaming during the night. Although the screams were never caught on camera, faint clacking sounds could be heard outside the tent. The people he had seen earlier were first spotted higher on the hill, yet somehow they kept coming back closer to the campsite. At times, seeming to move around his tent, this created an uncomfortable question. Why would anyone keep approaching a lone campsite in the middle of the night? One possibility is that their intentions were unclear, though that cannot be confirmed. Given the location, the situation felt suspicious. The area was remote and far from civilization, and reaching that spot was not something most people would do casually, especially near midnight. Just knowing strangers might be lingering around your tent in that kind of isolation is enough to make anyone uneasy. What made this camping encounter even more disturbing were the screams Gaz claimed to hear, sounds that were never captured in the recording. Whether those noises were connected to the people he saw or something completely separate remains unknown. In the end, Gaz left the area unharmed, but the intentions of whoever or whatever was out there that night remain a mystery. If you suddenly heard voices moving around your tent late at night, what would you do? The next disturbing footage comes from a van called Dignity, a UK-based van life channel following Steve and Liz as they travel full-time. Their videos cover daily van life, campervan upgrades, and the rewarding but difficult reality of living on the road in a self-built van. Most of their trips are peaceful and scenic, but on this journey, a normal drive suddenly became an unexpected camping encounter. The video was uploaded on July 2nd, 2025. While driving between filming spots for their 3-month van life anniversary video, Steve and Liz left the A1 near Team Valley and headed toward Lobley Hill. As they reached a large roundabout and began climbing a steep hill, they came across a group of young men riding electric bikes in the road. One rider pulled a wheelie near the van, forcing Steve to slow down while going uphill in low gear. Worried by how close the rider was getting, Steve briefly honked the horn to ask for space.
Got to the traffic lights, that's when they sort of looked like they were going to turn off to the right, and then basically began following us. And no word of a lie, they were hunting us down. So they were chasing.
Moments later, the riders sped up and began following the van. As the chase continued, several of them slowed near the roadside to grab stones and small rocks. They started throwing them at the moving van while continuing to chase the vehicle.
They're stopping. It's easy to look back and now and realise what they were doing. And then they were starting off and tearing up towards us. What I realise now that they were doing is they were grabbing rock stones from the side of the road and throwing them at the van. After it all finished, we realised they were throwing anything that they could find.
Yeah.
And eventually they got to the side window, threw a rock. As we have already explained, it shattered the window. It was pretty terrifying at the time, I'm not going to lie.
Eventually, one rider reached the side of the van and threw a larger rock straight at the side window. The impact shattered the glass, cracking the entire pane while Steve kept driving to get away from the situation.
I was also on the phone to the police, who were trying to ask me where our location was. So we're constantly moving, so we couldn't give them a solid location. Plus, I'm trying to ask Stevie where we are.
Liz called the police while Steve focused on steering through busy afternoon traffic, trying to put distance between them and the riders. After damaging the van, the group suddenly ended the chase and disappeared from the area. After the incident, Steve and Liz drove to a safer place where they could stop and speak with police. Officers arrived soon afterward and gathered details about what had happened. Liz gave them screenshots and footage she had recorded during the chase to help with the investigation. Because the case became an active police matter, the couple explained that the full footage could not be released publicly. In the meantime, They temporarily covered the broken window with tape, plastic sheeting, and a board while waiting for a replacement. The experience shows that life on the road can sometimes bring unexpected danger. If something like this happened during your own camping encounter on the road, what would you do?
I think they're trying the doors.
Anybody in? Hello? We found a little shrine. The tent. I heard some screaming going, "Help! Help!"
This camping encounter comes from the YouTube channel Paranormal Discovery, where Lomar records his outdoor journeys, including overnight trips into remote and haunted forests, along with visits to abandoned places. On October 23, 2025, Lomar started another solo outing, traveling deep into Freetown State Forest, a location long tied to stories of satanic rituals, unexplained disappearances, and unusual phenomena. What began as a basic overnight camping trip gradually became a deeply disturbing camping encounter inside one of the region's most mysterious forests.
Right now I'm actually in the Freetown State Forest again, and instead of actually going to the Assonet Ledge, I'm actually going to be going to a completely different area. What the hell was that? Yo, something's being like thrown. Anyways, it's more of the people and the lunatics within the Bridgewater Triangle that I've actually encountered than the bears or the Bigfoots or the Pukwudgies and the cryptids. Like, the people are actually weird in these forests. So yeah, we're gonna take a drive. Yeah, my point exactly. I don't know what's happening right now, but I'm gonna get going.
When he arrived near the forest entrance, Lomar saw two men standing nearby. They looked suspicious, but he tried not to give them too much attention. Still, one thought stayed with him. He hoped he would not cross paths with anyone dangerous out there. On an earlier visit to this same forest, he had run into a disturbed person who eventually chased him through the woods, turning that trip into a terrifying escape. With that memory fresh, he drove farther toward the campsite he had chosen and started hiking deeper into the forest with his gear on his back. After reaching the spot he had picked for the night, Lomar pitched his tent in the quiet woods, surrounded by shadows. At first, the forest felt peaceful, but then the silence suddenly broke.
There we go. At least I got a little bit more leverage. It'll be at least a little bit of protection for me at least. Check the weather, seemed to be good, but it kind of rained the first 2 days that I got here. So at least if I have this and it's up, if it rains, then we can be underneath it and the video can technically be on. Yeah, I've never... What? Hello? Thought I actually heard something like in there. I'm like tripping out right now. Okay.
A chilling noise moved through the trees, sounding like a distant crying voice that felt strained and almost human. The sound was close enough to send a cold shiver through him. He froze and listened as the eerie noise slowly disappeared back into the darkness. Not long after, more strange and unexplained sounds began carrying through the woods. The uneasy feeling around him became stronger. Trying to convince himself the noise was wildlife, he kept preparing his campsite, setting up a small table for dinner and placing his spirit talker nearby.
Run now.
This was getting sketch. I'm eating
I
noodles.
am Desdemona. I do not understand.
I was gonna say, I'm eating noodles in the Bridgewater Triangle right now. I feel very vulnerable. All right.
The noise was him.
Okay. I'm getting a little confused here.
Thank you for listening. I'll throw something.
Guys, what the f is that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, someone's down that path. Is someone getting murdered right now? Oh my god, I think someone's actually getting murdered. I'm like genuinely curious right now. I hope someone's not actually getting murdered. That sounded like someone in help.
The crying sound returned for a moment, followed by a series of violent knocks echoing through the forest, as though something or someone was hitting wood with full force. It did not sound like any animal noise Lomar had heard before. While he tried to figure out where the knocking was coming from, a low, painful moan rose from the darkness. The voice sounded male, raw with agony, echoing in a tortured tone that sent another chill through him. For a moment, Lomar wondered whether someone truly needed help. But just as suddenly as the sounds had appeared, they faded again. He stood still, listening closely, his heart racing while he tried to understand who or what might be somewhere in that forest that night. The earlier message from the spirit talker suddenly felt more important. It had said the name Desdemona, a word linked with tragic death, along with an urgent warning. Lomar began wondering if the message had not been random. Although unsettled, he tried to stay composed and continued camping.
I don't want to rush down there right now, just in case that's like a trap. But I will go and check that out. Like, if someone needs help, then I'm gonna go down there. Okay, there's hooting and whooping. I'm like so curious now, like what if there's someone in need of help? If they're just like luring me in. Who's down there? I just saw someone. Okay, that's a real fucking person. Who's there? I'm armed. I'm carrying. Who are you? I'm armed and I'm not playing around. If you attack me, I'm gonna attack you back in self-defense. No fucking way. What is going on?
But the uncertainty of sharing the woods with something unknown brought on a wave of fear. His heartbeat grew faster with every passing moment. Soon, the strange noises came back again, this time as a mixture of moaning voices and whooping sounds carrying between the trees. Worried that someone might really be in danger, he moved toward the direction of the sounds. That was when he saw something shifting between the trees in the distance. It looked like a dark shadow moving through the forest. Although the camera did not capture it, Lomar was certain he had seen a figure. As he moved closer, a loud impact slammed into a nearby tree, making it shake violently. His anxiety spiked. Every instinct told him he was being watched.
Now I'm tripping, like what if that wasn't a person? But that was definitely something. Whoa! 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 Oh! Who's there? I'm not waiting. I'm not waiting. I'm not waiting. I'm like nervous. I'm really nervous right now. Hello? Oh. Okay. I'm gonna pack up. Something's here.
While scanning the area where he had felt the presence earlier, sudden agonizing screams burst from the same direction. They sounded like clear human voices, mostly male. Echoing just beyond the reach of his flashlight, panic rushed through him, and he ran back to his campsite. He quickly decided to leave the forest and return to his van. But the voices kept going, echoing somewhere outside his tent. Lomar gave up on the plan to keep exploring. packed his gear, and left the forest behind. He did not stay to find out who or what had been out there. Trusting his instincts, he escaped the woods unharmed, though the memory of the camping encounter stayed with him. The forest itself carries a dark reputation, filled with stories of hauntings and disturbing legends. When strange voices echo through a dark forest and no clear source can be found, the safest choice may simply be to leave. But if you were alone in the woods and heard someone screaming in the distance, would you try to help? Or would you walk away before the situation became something far worse? A video posted on the YouTube channel Indiana Jones Van Life UK shows how fast a peaceful night on the road can become a disturbing camping encounter. The footage reveals what can happen when sleeping inside a van turns dangerous. Hoping to see his son the next day, the traveler drove his small camper across the country. Since every official campsite nearby was already full, he had little choice except to quietly park along a street for the night. After finding his first 2 parking options blocked, he eventually chose a third spot. It was a dark, quiet area close to the beach. Knowing that staying overnight in an unfamiliar place can sometimes be risky, he carefully covered the windows, switched off the lights, and got into bed, hoping to stay unnoticed for a short while. At first, everything stayed completely still, but soon, the uneasy reality of sleeping alone in a dark, unfamiliar location began to sink in.
I think they're trying the doors. Try locking it again, and that's worse. I can hear the van going, yeah.
Campers are often targeted because thieves assume there may be valuable gear or cash inside.
I think they're gone. Let's go and have a look, shall we? Yeah, look, see? Look, see? Nobody is around. I want to get back into bed. I don't want anybody to know I'm here.
He briefly pointed a light through the window, but the person outside had already vanished into the dark. Hoping the stranger had left, he went back to bed and stayed as silent as possible, so no one would know he was inside the van. Only a few minutes later, things became much worse.
I think they're back. Right, that's it. I'm moving spots.
The whole vehicle suddenly started shaking as someone began pushing and rocking the rear of the van. Realizing the person had returned and was making a stronger attempt to get inside, he decided staying there was no longer safe. He quickly drove away from the spot and eventually found a safer place in the woods where he could spend the rest of the night. Thankfully, he got away unharmed, and the next day he was able to enjoy a calm visit to the zoo with his son. Still, the mystery was never solved. He never found out who had tried to break into his van in the dark. Encounters like this show how quickly a quiet trip can become a frightening camping encounter when someone is traveling alone. Sometimes leaving immediately is the safest decision. If you heard someone testing the locks of your van in the middle of the night, what would you do? The next unexpected footage comes from Allison Sharp, van life and travel creator known for documenting road trips, national parks, and surprising wildlife moments. On June 18th, 2022, near Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming, a normal drive quietly became a memorable camping encounter in the wilderness.
And it was literally just like shut down with all the signs saying road closed, road closed. You're not going to get through that thing. And the cool thing is when we drove up, we saw 2 bison just chilling as a bonus for driving all that way up there. And I did notice that somebody was in the guard booth, or I'm not sure what they call it. So I walked up just to find out a little bit more information.
The travelers reached the closed east entrance of Yellowstone after coming from Cody, Wyoming. Along the road, they start seeing closure signs, barriers, and several vehicles already pulled over along the shoulder. Although entry to the park is limited, the scenery remains impressive. Forested mountains rise above the roadway, while rushing rivers cut through the valley beneath them. As the family keeps driving slowly, they notice more cars stopped ahead. The parked vehicles make it seem like something unusual may be happening nearby, creating quiet suspense as they approach the area. While moving forward cautiously, they stay aware that wildlife, especially bears, is common throughout this region.
Right before we got to the Yellowstone entrance, we noticed a few cars on the side of the road, so we looked ahead and we noticed something that was moving. And so I couldn't tell what it was at first, but it was a bear and a baby bear.
Soon, the family sees a mother bear with her cub near the roadside. They carefully pull over and get their camera ready to capture the moment while keeping a respectful distance.
Oh, the little bear is standing up.
suddenly, the mother bear charges toward movement in the nearby brush. She catches prey and begins feeding as the cub remains close beside her. After watching the intense encounter, the family eventually continues driving back toward Cody. Even though Yellowstone's entrance was closed that day, the unexpected sight of a bear and her cub in the wild becomes one of the most unforgettable moments of their trip. Traveling through areas with large wildlife can change fast, and a sudden camping encounter can happen at any time. If you saw a mother bear and her cub beside the road, what would you do? The next unsettling footage comes from Outdoor Outlaws UK, a UK-based outdoor channel focused on wilderness camping and survival challenges. It is April 6th, 2026. In England's Peak District, the group makes camp near a reservoir, with conditions already turning against them. Rain begins early, and their shelters are quickly put together. Water is filtered directly from the reservoir, showing how exposed and self-reliant their setup is. The surroundings are open, but far from forgiving.
Been through some creepy woods.
Hearing noises as well.
We're in the middle of nowhere as well. Nearest road's miles away. What the f, man?
Little hobbit over there.
Wow. Anybody in? Hello? God, yeah. Any hobbits in there?
Oh, that's crazy.
Ah, what the hell? We found a little shrine.
So are people write their little messages to
An old burial site is eventually discovered. Worn gravestones and weathered details suggest it has been abandoned for many years. The place itself does not create any direct danger, but it shifts the overall mood. The setting changes from something purely natural into something connected to history.
That's a bowl, mate.
What the hell is going on? They'll cross on the roof. It's a fucking lovely engineered roof, that. Someone's took the time to build this.
Yeah. I'm another 25-minute walk that was. Cross the bridge, get to the burial ground. Ooh. Some more ruins there. Looks massive. Look at this, man. Little tree, walkway. Spooky. Just got to this burial ground. And our camp's just around the corner from this. Look at that metal one there.
All that. Probably the people that lived at the hall.
Yeah.
Servants and butlers and things like that.
Please respect this burial ground.
They probably owned the hall, didn't they, where we're sleeping?
Samuel Grimshaw.
They keep moving through nearby ruins before heading back toward camp. As darkness deepens, navigation becomes slower and more careful. Their decision to return is calm, not panicked, but it shows they are aware of the conditions around them. This moment is shaped completely by the location. Nothing specific happens, yet the environment slowly builds pressure through rain, rough ground, and isolation, with history layered over it all. Each factor alone is manageable, but together they change how the place feels. In locations like this, it is not only about what you see, but where you are and how long you stay there. Sometimes, nothing obvious has to happen for a place to feel wrong, especially when the surroundings and history begin overlapping in subtle ways. So the question becomes simple. Was this just a quiet night in a remote area, or was the location itself creating that tension? This footage comes from Exploring with Angelo, uploaded on August 8, 2025. This time, Angelo decides to do something he normally avoids. He passes beyond the safer edge of the hill, moving deeper into the unknown parts of Happy Valley.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new adventure in an old place. This is probably going to be the last time we're back at Happy Valley. If you guys know this place, you know how freaking scary it gets here at night. I've actually managed to make it with some daylight. So basically, what we're going to do for now, at least, I'm very curious because we almost never get the daylight. First of all, when we're here, I've never really been past that point where we always end up turning. So we're going to go further down. Maybe I'll find another spot that's workable to camp out at tonight.
Returning to a place known for becoming intense after dark, he arrives while there is still daylight, planning to go farther than usual into an area he has never fully checked, hoping to find a better place to camp. He is looking for answers about a hostile presence said to exist in these woods, but the environment already seems ready for him. When he reaches the point where he usually turns around, he chooses to keep going into unfamiliar terrain.
Well, we made it as far as here. This is where we usually turn into. I think it makes more sense to just keep going in there and investigate, see what the heck is there. Well, not really investigate, but explore it. That was like a whistle or something. What the hell? But it sounded like, it literally sounded almost like a referee whistle. Strange. Okay, now I'm hearing people. I don't know if there's hikers right now. Normally where I park, if there is somebody hiking, you would see other cars there, but there's none. It doesn't matter. Let's keep going. I swear I keep hearing like people down there, but I don't see anybody.
Soon after, a sharp, unnatural whistle cuts through the quiet. The sound feels intentional, out of place, and hard to explain. Moments later, he starts hearing what sounds like people somewhere far off. Even though there are no vehicles or signs of other hikers nearby, the area seems empty, but the sounds continue. Even after checking around him, he finds no one. The isolation becomes more obvious as the strange noises continue without any visible source. Then, a sudden scream rings through the forest, clearly human, calling for help before fading into the distance.
We're gonna continue on this crazy freaking Okay, that was a person. That was 100% a person. They just screamed. Hello? I also just realized my microphone settings were off. So I might sound a little wonky, but sorry guys. I don't see anyone. Who the hell keeps calling out? That was weird because it sounds literally like it was back where we just came from. Okay. Strange. Let's get up there and see if we see anything, I guess.
The sound is unmistakable, yet no person is visible. He tries to find where it came from, but the forest gives nothing back. The environment starts to feel misleading, as if something is making sounds to pull him farther inside. Searching for clarity, he turns on a spirit box. The static produces broken responses, including a reference to a long presence and a direct warning. The information suggests a link to the past, matching the history of the area.
I think we will keep moving towards our usual... The f*** was that? The heck? Like I legit like felt it like from behind kinda. I mean I didn't have my back on it, I don't think. Let's run a spirit box for a second. I'm gonna use a device that you can communicate with me through. You can pick words if you want to. You know, I do believe that people who've passed on tend to go back to, you know, certain places that they used to go when they were alive. Like I was recently talking about this with a nurse at the hospital that my grandmother's staying at, and he basically said the same thing. Like one of the hospitals that he worked at.
I've been here 300 years.
300 years, so that would be 2000, so 1700s? That does make sense, actually. This is a pioneer area. Can you tell us how you died? Wouldn't mind maybe speaking to Kirk.
Get out.
Why did it say it like that?
As he keeps moving forward, the atmosphere shifts again, growing heavier and more hostile. A sudden pressure builds around his head, becoming stronger the farther he goes. The feeling seems physical, like something is actively pressing against him. At the same time, a loud impact sounds directly behind him, close enough to suggest something unseen is tracking his movements. The tension rises fast, making it harder to continue. The feeling becomes overpowering, as if an invisible barrier is stopping him from going any deeper.
I don't know why the vibe switches from heavy and anxious back that way. I don't even know how to describe it. Like dangerous. Like it feels, like I kid you not, it feels like there's almost like a barrier. Like something is stopping me or trying to stop me. That I heard something. But yeah, something feels like it's trying to stop me from going further. Is there something here? That was back at the camp. Sounded like. I feel weird over here too. Kind of what I'm feeling right now is like a weird like pressure on my head, specifically my right ear right now. I don't know what that is. It almost feels like as if something's squeezing on my skull. Every time I get to this point, I literally just want to turn back. Like, that spot's already scary enough. What's doing that? Alright, screw it, let's go back. Oh! What was that? Something just like stomped right behind me. That was creepy. Creepy and loud. The fuck?
Every step forward makes the discomfort worse, both physically and mentally. Eventually, he chooses to turn back, deciding to leave the area instead of pushing farther into the unknown. Back at camp, the experience does not completely end. Shapes seem to move along the tree line, and distant sounds continue through the night. Even while resting, the feeling of being watched remains.
What was that noise? I definitely heard something.
By 4:00 Angelo decides to leave the area entirely, putting distance between himself and whatever may have been present in Happy Valley. Sometimes the mind can fill in the blanks when you are alone in a place like this, especially when sounds and pressure build over time. But when the reactions feel physical and consistent, it leaves one simple thought. Was this only fear taking control, or was something actually trying to stop him from going farther? This footage comes from Dan Doe's Retro, a UK-based YouTube channel centered on immersive camping and paranormal exploration. On October 3rd, 2024, the crew went to Witchwood Forest in the United Kingdom for an overnight investigation.
But it sounds like the rain's coming back. We might go back into the tents. So if you want to make yourself known before we get back in the tents, this is your last chance.
In fact, we might not even be around much longer because the fire's dying down with normal firewood. If you can, make a noise. I mean, the most notorious entity of this place is either the demon, which I don't know much history about, or Amy. Amy, if you're around, we would love to speak to you. You can make a noise for us.
Anything at all, good or bad, let us know either way. But we are going to get back in this tent.
Great. Comes the rain again.
Let the fire die out, try to dry off.
Took 5 minutes as well.
Yeah. Very disappointing.
Oh, this is a bit of a bust.
Yeah.
Shame, I was expecting so much more.
You got 1 minute. Like, I'm going to walk over to the REM pod and start turning things off in a minute.
Rain's going down.
Yeah. Strange, right? Hold on.
Please tell me you heard that as well.
I did. Hello? So, what was that?
As the night continued, the environment began taking control. Rain moved in steadily. The temperature dropped, and the fire that had grounded the campsite started fading out. The light became unreliable, and the forest around them felt noticeably darker as visibility shrank. They stayed where they were, but the mood had changed. Earlier that night, they had made real attempts to communicate, asking questions into the dark, running equipment, and feeling as if something might actually answer.
Is that you? Are you near the REM pod or the music box?
Bro, no, listen to me. That sounded like a laugh.
Yeah, well, I thought.
It sounded like someone sniggering.
Do you like it that we're stuck in the rain?
I swear to God, the audio has to have picked that up. Has to have. It literally sounded.
Play it back.
Thought I saw a shadow up there then on that, on that, the line of the hill. It's like it was laughing. Something was laughing at us because of the rain.
Then the silence broke. It began faintly, the kind of sound that could have been missed if they had not already been listening closely. A noise drifted in from somewhere deeper among the trees, almost like a quiet snicker. Not rain, not wind. Something that did not seem to belong to the environment. They stopped mid-conversation and listened. It was clear enough to notice, but not clear enough to identify, and the energy shifted immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that? What was that? Like a scream. Oh. What? Is that a light coming up there? Where? Over there? Is that like a light? Is that somebody stood there? Am I seeing things? No, bro. No, I think you're seeing things. Yeah. I heard that. Yeah. Could be an animal. But it's hard to identify things because of the rain. Yeah. I'm going to start packing some of the paranormal stuff up just because I don't want to get it wet. Yeah. Now.
As the first signs of daylight approached, the session came to an end. The rain had not stopped. Visibility remained poor, and the equipment never produced anything consistent. The sounds never became anything definitive. The fire was left behind. The gear was packed, and the site fell quiet again. The forest gave them almost nothing for hours, then produced 2 unexplained sounds right before the end. Weather may be one way to explain what they heard, but it does not fully close the door. Do you think those sounds had a natural cause? Or were they the kind of thing that still does not make sense, no matter how long you think about it? The final account of the night comes from Moxley's Paranormal World, a UK-based solo paranormal investigation channel focused on overnight camping in remote, natural places. On April 15th, 2026, the investigators set up camp beside a rural lake in a parkland area of the United Kingdom. The site was ready. The fire had burned down, and everything around him had gone completely still. The only sounds came from the water in the open fields nearby. Nothing moved, and nothing looked visibly wrong, but the place felt heavy. Local claims and rumors connected directly to that lake made even the silence feel like it was holding something back.
With what sound like, and this the only way I can describe it, was a bunch of teenagers shouting and screaming. I've had a look at the back, there's nobody there. I've not been over the other side yet. Look at that.
He stayed there and listened. Then the lake changed. Splashing began out on the water, not scattered or random, but patterned enough to draw his attention. Something was happening in one specific direction, and it stood out clearly against everything else.
Abandoned. What's abandoned? Were you abandoned out here in the lake? It said there's a creature out here.
Energy.
Energy.
Unity.
Unity. Energy. Unity.
Wow.
Wow. So, who is this creature?
My body lies close by.
Oh, your body lies close by. Is that what people are mistaking you for? Thinking you're a creature, but you're not a creature.
I remember how I died.
Okay.
Help me, please.
Wow, okay, right. This is why I do enjoy the Spirit Talker.
Visitor.
Because, I don't know, some stuff just seems very much relevant to where you come to. Do you tell me your name?
Wait and see.
Wait and see. You're going to come out the water? You're going to show yourself to me? Are you buried?
Soon after, his spirit app started producing responses at an unusual speed. Words came through rapidly, breaking apart and overlapping without pause. Then the tone shifted. The responses moved toward warnings.
Can you make a noise? Can you shout? Let me hear your voice.
Please move forward.
Right, so I'm literally looking. I'll show you where I'm looking. So I'm looking here. Please move forward. You want me to walk down here towards the planks?
Acceptance.
Acceptance. Oh my goodness.
Please go left.
I almost fell in there then. Please go left.
Watch out for evil.
What was that? Watch out for evil. Is there something evil out here?
References to harm and something described as a threatening presence. He sat with it, trying to understand whether any of it connected to the sounds coming from the water.
Here for about an hour and a half. What's going on what? It's going on 1:30 in the morning. And I was half asleep, doing in that bit of a phase where you're half asleep, half not asleep. Yeah, it's sort of in the middle. And I thought I heard footsteps outside, so I sort of just lay here. And then, straight past the tent, it sounded like somebody walked past. No noise, no nothing. So I've jumped up, didn't even pull the camera, just jumped up, got the torch, unzipped the tent, looking out. There's nobody there.
Later, while resting inside the tent, footsteps passed right outside. Close, immediate, and impossible to ignore. He checked. Nothing was there, no movement, no figure, no explanation. Only the sound, then silence.
Is someone screaming? Somebody's screaming. I was just getting out of the tent. I heard some screaming going, "Help! Help!"
Then came the clearest moment of the night. A voice cut through sharp and urgent, followed by a whistle. It did not fade into the background. It felt direct and real, the kind of sound that forces a response. He left the campsite and walked toward the water to find its source. The sound had come from a clear direction. But when he arrived, there was nothing. No person, no movement, just darkness and open water. After that, the environment changed again. Mist began forming across the lake's surface, subtle, but enough to add another layer to a night that had already built too much tension. Every time something pointed him in one direction, the trail went cold as soon as he got there. The voice, especially, is the hardest part to dismiss. Do you think someone was really out on that lake? Or does everything that happened that night point to something else entirely?
I think she's a little more confident going down.
That is something. I don't know what it is. That is not a person though, because it's in threes.
It's got to be an owl that's in the trees.
Holy frick! Holy frick!
The first video of the night comes from Bella Clark, a US-based outdoor adventure creator known for realistic solo hiking, winter camping attempts, and off-grid exploration. On December 22nd, 2025 in rural Virginia.
Very bumpy road. More private property. Ooh, big bird. Oh, there's a bald eagle. You're definitely not gonna be able to see it on the camera, but I promise there was one. Big puddle. Oh, I don't know if you can see that, but there is a Confederate flag on that tree. Feels so safe here. Okay, the person on the app that I don't trust already was lying. I've not seen a single campsite, so, you know, there's that. But look for the silver lining. Freaking crossing, and this one's like frozen over, kind of. I'm gonna have to do all of this again when I turn around, by the way. Oh, God. Okay, and a huge mud puddle up here, of course. If I knew for a fact that there were campsites up ahead, you know, but just the fact that I don't know where I'm going and I don't know if there are any campsites, it's just like, what if I'm doing this for literally no reason? Well, would you believe it? Another little creek crossing. This road keeps going for a while though, so I'm hoping it just turns in to dispersed camping areas. Another creek crossing, by the way. So, let's knock this out real quick.
She reaches a trailhead later than expected and starts looking for a primitive campsite before dark, only to realize there may be nowhere ahead to stop or safely turn around. Using an off-road navigation app, she follows tight snow-covered back roads bordered by private property signs. Creek crossings, mud, and rocky ground slow her down, raising doubts about vehicle safety and whether any campsite can be reached.
Oh my God. Well, that did not sound good, did it? There's a really big rock in the stream that I did not see. And I don't see anything leaking or dangling. Okay. I'm getting a little frustrated, I'm not gonna lie. That was not fun. I think this is my sign to turn around.
Tension increases when her vehicle hits a hidden rock during a crossing, scraping underneath. After checking and seeing no obvious damage, the moment shows how quickly winter weather and unfamiliar terrain can become risky.
That was quite humbling, I'm not gonna lie. Change of plans. No camping tonight, unfortunately. I just can't find anywhere. If anybody knows any primitive campsites, please let me know, because I don't know why these aren't more accessible.
Repeated failed attempts to find a campsite combined with fading daylight turned frustration into caution, pushing her to cancel the overnight plan.
Come on, gotcha. Good job. Man, that sun's starting to go down and it is getting cold. Wow, it's so pretty though. You got it. Oh, good job. Oh, good job. Okay, this was the first part. I had to carry her up, but I think she's a little more confident going down. You know, she could easily just fall right down there, and that wouldn't be good. Let's jump down right here. Just right here. It's right here. Yeah. Wow, good job. Look at you. Wow.
The hike becomes the real challenge as she moves through steep rocky sections while carrying her small dog with snow ice and loose stones, creating constant slip hazards.
Quiet. It's getting dark. It's a little spooky. Better get back to the car. We have about 1.7 miles left. And Brixie's booty, and it's just not holding, and they keep, that one specifically just keep falling off. We have less than a mile. It's kind of getting dark, but I'm hoping I won't have to stop and get my headlamp out. Booty's officially off. Then we're gonna have to bust out the headlamp here. Okay, that's much, much better. My God.
As darkness arrives, she finishes the final 1.7 miles by headlamp, while isolation and falling temperatures intensify the experience. Back at the car, she warms up and reflects on the trip, stressing the importance of confirming campsite access before winter travel. The experience shows how, depending on apps, seasonal access limits, and private land can quickly change plans. And in a silent forest with no signal and movement in the distance, the question remains, would you stay or leave without looking back? The next terrifying video comes from Wanderlust Diana, an unfiltered nomadic lifestyle creator documenting solo car living across the United States. On December 12th, 2025, near Las Vegas, Nevada, she parks by herself at a scenic spot and starts setting up her SUV for the night without realizing that someone nearby is watching every move.
This guy just came up to me. He's over there. I think this is his regular spot. So he's asking me, like, if I wanted any illegal substance like crystals and stuff like that. So I'm like, no, man, I do this kind of stuff. And yeah, so he was here talking. So he heard, so I said, yeah, I'm from Jamaica. And I was like, I don't do any of that stuff, you know, illegal substance.
While preparing her sleeping space, the peaceful routine breaks when a man in a white car starts circling the area, repeatedly stopping to ask questions. Diana quickly realizes his focus is on her, not the location. What begins as casual interest becomes disturbing as he keeps coming back and staying close. To discourage him, she explains that she is a vlogger and that her vehicle has cameras and tracking devices. The man says he will back off, but he does not leave, instead watching from a distance.
I am loaded with equipment, like tracking device. He's like, never mind, and he left. But he's still hanging around far away, so be careful, guys. Be careful of these people. I didn't want to put him on the spot like that, but he was on my camera the whole time. And I was warning him. I said, dude, I am a blogger. I am wired. So, you know, I gave him a fair warning. And then he's like, yeah, I got it. But then he was still lurking down there in the background watching me. I am going to leave and head over and drive about 30 or 40 minutes away to Cracker Barrel. I'm going to have to find a new spot.
Understanding the situation could escalate and that she may still be under observation, Diana chooses to leave, immediately driving more than an hour to a Cracker Barrel parking lot. Later, she reflects that another person may have been involved, confirming that leaving was safest. This situation shows that a place that seems safe can suddenly become dangerous, especially for someone traveling alone. When a person keeps watching you instead of leaving, it becomes a warning sign. So the real question is, how long would you wait before trusting your instincts and deciding to leave? He wakes up in the middle of the night, steps outside his tent, and discovers something that was not there before. What follows is far more disturbing than he expected. On February 19, 2026, the YouTube channel Exploring with Brad uploaded a video recorded in the forests near Monocliffs and Orangeville, Ontario, Canada. In the footage, he heads alone into a quiet stretch of woods to stay overnight. The area carries an unusual reputation, and locals have spoken for years about a mysterious legend called the Blue Man.
Our own teepee, our own fort. This forest has always given me nightmares as a little kid because of the story about the Blue Man.
He had heard those stories, even as a child, setting the stage for what could become an unsettling camping encounter. Before dark, he moves deeper into the woods looking for a place to set up camp. As he walks through the area, he finds large animal tracks in the snow, but cannot identify what made them.
It's hard to say at this point. Okay, so that's just a person or a snowmobile or sled or something like that. I'm the only car parked here today. Usually I always go to this place with Angelo just because of how scary it is. That's for darn sure. Alright, I'm gonna actually take a look. Yeah, so park boundary, you can't go down that way. Let's go down here. I actually wanted to build my fort down here today and see what we got. Betty was freaking out. She's like, you better be careful. She knows this place too. She's just like, doesn't want me here. There's that, but that's not. Need something that's kind of big. That's an overhang there.
A short time later, he discovers another strange set of tracks arranged in groups of 3, clearly unlike normal human footprints.
We'll see. We'll do a little bit of exploring. Let's go down here for a little ways. They've cleared us a path, it looks like it. Okay, that's a person, I think. It's going down that way. I don't know what people are doing down here. Tracks. Yeah, those are fresh. I don't know if somebody else is here or what's going on, guys. I know people live out here. Like, there are houses that are nearby this thing. Over here, it looks like there could be a lot of firewood and stuff. I don't know. Literally, I could use a lot of different spots I'm seeing right now, but I'm kind of just wanting to investigate for now. The last time we were here, me and Angelo, we set up a tent down here. All these fresh tracks must have been made earlier today. Just people playing and farting around. Sign here. Okay, that's a break. I don't know.
All of the tracks look fresh, suggesting they had been made earlier that same day. Then he suddenly hears an odd sound in the trees, like something moving fast nearby.
What the hell was that? This sounds like some sort of animal. Like a bird or something of some kind. It sounds creepy though. Came out this way. I messaged a few friends of where I was going today and they were saying just because of how dangerous this place can be, especially at night, so. And it's quiet. I don't know what this is. Look, it's like 3s. That is something. I don't know what it is. That is not a person though, because it's in 3s. I brought my coyote mace just in case, but it's highly unlikely we're gonna bump into one of them, so. The worst part about animals like that though is that they're freaking nocturnal. So they can see you, like they don't need the light. So if they take your light away, being alone here though has to be terrifying, especially with the story that I'm about to tell you guys. Like, it is eerie.
The woods go quiet again, but more tracks appear in the snow, still impossible to identify. Being alone there feels uncomfortable, especially with the story he is about to tell.
You know what I mean? That's what scares me. Out in places like this is like, I really don't know what's out here.
Being alone there feels uncomfortable, especially with the story he is about to tell. Even while preparing his shelter, he keeps hearing movement around him, and he admits that staying alone in this forest feels uneasy, especially with the old legends tied to the location. Later that night, he sits by the fire and retells the local legend of the Blue Man, a strange figure said to have appeared in these woods long ago. According to the story, people who followed strange lights or whispers in the forest sometimes vanished.
So this is about the phenomena that happens in these woods, okay guys?
I forgot to even mention it to you guys. So this is called the Blue Man. So it started as a local legend, nothing more than a whispered tale in the small town of Mono. They called him the Blue Man. The story goes that in the late 1800s, a traveling showman came to the town. He was an odd-looking man, his skin a pale, unnatural blue, and his eyes, well, they were darker than night itself. He carried with him a strange shimmering lantern, which he claimed was a gift from a distant land. He promised to show wonders the townsfolk had never seen, strange illusions that would make their hearts race and their minds reel.
After he finishes the story, the woods become extremely still again. He suddenly stops believing he hears someone walking somewhere in the nearby darkness. Not long afterward, he falls asleep. But something unsettling happens around 3:42 in the morning. He wakes suddenly after hearing a noise outside his tent, as though something is moving right next to it.
Sorry, I thought I heard walking. Back down that way, I heard like...
When he looks outside, he finds small wooden objects placed near the tent, shaped like strange little eggs.
What is this? Okay, so I just woke up. It's about 3.
The discovery unsettles him, and he decides he cannot remain there any longer, turning this camping encounter into something much more serious. As he starts leaving the area, he hears something else, a person yelling for help somewhere in the forest.
What was that? I can't stay here. There's something out there. We better go. I better go. I can't stay here. That was creepy. Alright, I'm gonna pack my things and we're gonna go. Alright, so we're gonna get out of here. First I might do and explore the other side. We haven't checked it out yet, so...
Worried, he follows the sound toward nearby cliffs. Along the way, he discovers a hat on the ground, making him think someone may actually be in danger.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on. I could hear somebody screaming help. Sounded like some guy. Let's go. Let's go check it out. Oh man.
Then, the situation becomes even stranger when he finds a pair of handcuffs lying on the ground.
Yo, it's a hat. Oh man. Oh man. Dude, I'm gonna help you. Just hold on. I just found his hat.
Adding another layer to the mystery of this camping encounter. As he gets closer to the cliffs, he suddenly sees or hears something that badly frightens him. Whatever it is makes him panic and run away from the area immediately.
Oh, freak! Holy freak! Holy freak! Holy freak! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, freak! What the? Oh man! What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Oh, freak sakes! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Oh, freak sakes! What was that? Oh man! If it comes after me, I don't know if I can run anymore. Too much. Too much. Oh, somebody handcuff him? Looked like he was able to get out though. I feel bad. I can't stay here though. I can't do it. Okay. Let's go, Brad. Let's go back.
Even without a clear answer, the night leaves him with one disturbing thought. Maybe the old stories about this forest are not only stories after all. Sometimes a camping encounter gives no clear explanation, but if you heard a voice calling for help in the dark, would you follow it or leave before it was too late? The next disturbing video comes from Expedite Travels, a North American van life and expediting channel that records solo trips, freight runs, and real moments from the road. It is October 9th, 2020 at South Memphis RV Park in Ark Trail, Mississippi, United States. The vlogger begins walking a trail near a lake, passing benches and a pavilion along the way. The place is open, quiet, and noticeably empty. He takes in the calm surroundings, noting that the trail is monitored, but still accessible at all hours. As he keeps walking, the peaceful setting builds a steady mood, one that feels relaxed, but slightly wrong because no one else is around at all.
Alright guys, I just had something freaky ass crap happen to me, and I am not lying. This is not a joke. I know I messed around before about the Bigfoot thing. I was walking and I seen, I don't even know how to explain it, man. It was like a red, it almost looked like somebody wearing like a red jacket, or you know what I mean, like a jacket, like it was far off in the distance.
Then the environment changes almost immediately. The woods drop into an unnatural silence. Birdsong fades and the normal background noise disappears, replaced by faint rustling that cannot be clearly located.
It was something, I missed something, maybe it was a tag or something on a tree, or somebody put some kind of marker or something up, and I couldn't see nothing. It was gone when I came back. It's like dead quiet here. That's not good. Usually there's like flies around me, but usually there's birds chirping close by. It's like...
He goes back to check the same spot, but whatever he believes he saw is gone, turning the moment into a subtle but growing camping encounter. Not long after, more movement is heard behind him. Small shifts in the brush and uneven sounds keep him alert. Birds return briefly at moments, but their inconsistency only adds to the uncertainty.
Like a loud, almost like whistle or screech or something. It was freaking weird, man. I don't know, like the hair on the back of my neck is standing up, like somebody, I feel like somebody's watching me. It's dead quiet in here now. And it was when I first came in, you could hear birds, and this is near the exit. It's about, I don't know. So there's...
The forest then becomes completely silent again, with almost no natural sound left. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched whistle or screech cuts through the quiet. The sound carries across the trail, making it feel as if something is nearby. With limited visibility and no clear explanation, the moment becomes the peak of the encounter. What starts as a calm walk along a quiet trail quickly becomes something far more unsettling. Even though no clear source is ever found, the sequence of events leaves behind a strong sense of unease. A camping encounter does not always reveal itself clearly, but when the forest suddenly falls silent and something calls from the distance, would you trust what you heard, or pretend it was nothing and keep walking? The footage comes from Rick and his van, a UK-based van life and camping channel centered on basic overnight park-ups, rural stops, and road trips, often visiting places linked to local history and haunted reputations. It is January 14th, 2024, in Hartley, Motta, Hampshire, England, United Kingdom. Rick reaches Hartley Motta, a place known for its past and its reputation as one of Hampshire's most haunted villages, creating the setup for a quiet but uneasy camping encounter. He explains that most of the original village and manor house are gone, leaving St. Leonard's Church as the main structure still standing. Local accounts mention hidden cellar remains, underground tunnels, ghostly coach sightings, and even claims of music coming from the church at night.
I mean, it's pitch black. I'll show you. Right, look that up. Remember what happened the last gate that we had? Okay, it looks slightly different at night. You see those?
After darkness arrives, Rick steps out of the van and walks around St. Leonard's Church with a torch. The churchyard feels different after dark, with stained glass windows glowing dimly and gravestones disappearing into shadow. He moves cautiously, listening for anything unusual. But most of the tension comes from the isolation, the poor visibility, and the history attached to the place.
Shit. Sorry. I mean to swear then. It's got to be an owl that's in the trees. It's got to be an owl that's in the trees. There you go.
A sudden loud sound cuts through the silence, startling him. He thinks it may have been an owl, but the source is never seen. As he walks back toward the van, rustling noises follow him through the trees, becoming louder as he moves. When he points his torch into the dark, 3 small points of light shine back at him. He considers that they might be animal eyes, but he never confirms it.
I make some dinner in the van. Hang on. I've got a slight issue. I was going to make some dinner in the back of the van, and then there was a guy pulled up in a Defender and said to me that I can't stay here. When I asked why, His words to me were, "This is the fishing club's car park and you can't stay here tonight, mate, can you go? I'm going to be gone first thing." And he refused to let me stay and said that I'll be blocked in. Well, there we go. The bloody light's fallen down. So, change of plan. I'm going to have to try and find somewhere else to sleep. So currently, driving down through the... I'm going to have to try and find somewhere else to park up and get me dinner. So, I'll be back with you momentarily, as they say. Because I mean, it's like 10 o'clock at night. Do you know what I mean? You let me stay there, but alright, I guess, you know, if it's your land, it's your land, then you don't want me staying there, that's fine.
The most direct moment of the night happens unexpectedly, just as Rick is getting ready to settle in. A man arrives and tells him he cannot stay, explaining that the location is a fishing club car park and that he could risk being blocked in. Rick chooses to leave and keeps driving through the countryside late at night, looking for another place to park. The night at Hartley Maudie does not provide any clear paranormal proof, but the location creates a strong feeling of unease. The darkness around the church, the unexplained sounds, and the distant lights in the trees all add to the tense atmosphere. Still, the most disruptive moment comes not from the site itself, but from having to leave unexpectedly. After moving on, Rick finds a quieter and more suitable place to stay. Sometimes it is the atmosphere, the sounds, and the unknown that make an experience feel real. If you were there that night, would you stay longer or leave before things got worse? In early December, Luke from the Outdoor Gear Review climbs to the summit of a wind-exposed mountain for a solo overnight camp. What feels calm at lower elevation becomes unforgiving, higher powerful gusts, falling temperatures, and a storm expected after dark. With daylight fading, he builds a minimal shelter knowing the weather will test it. On the summit, wind moves through the forest. Luke pitches a hybrid half-lean-to tarp, setting it to block the gusts and preparing it to change once rain begins. He explains his 70-liter backpack, how compact gear and careful space management let him carry more than people might expect. Before nightfall, he clears the ground with a makeshift forest rake, scraping away leaves to reduce exposure to ticks and spiders. As darkness settles in, he cooks dinner, eating reindeer stew, while sharing stories, one about an odd complaint email, another about an abandoned campsite mystery in New Hampshire, where gear remained behind, but no person was found.
The other day, I received an email from a viewer asking me if I had seen this channel, and I don't remember the name of it. I wouldn't even mention it if I did, it's so stupid. But the YouTube channel is all about like this person going camping or something. Every single trip ends with the tent catching on fire and everything inside of it being destroyed, and he acts like it was an accident sort of thing. That is like low-level content. It's pretty wild what people will do for money. Not that there's anything wrong with it outside of it just being wasteful. Possibly stupid, but years ago, YouTube used to be a wasteland. Anything went. I don't know if that's the case anymore, I don't think so. But people would do all sorts of weird stuff, like eat out of their cat's litter box, if you know what I'm saying. Seriously. I'm pretty sure that's been put a stop to, for good reason. Unfortunately, the winds are beginning to pick back up again, so I will not be feeding this fire anymore. I certainly don't want a hot ember to fly off into the woods, start a fire and whatnot. The ground underneath is wet, but everything on top is very dry, so we better be careful, especially when there's a known fire burning out there. Speaking of which, I took a look. I can't see anything burning, but I definitely saw the smoke earlier. That smoke created one of the most beautiful sunsets I have ever seen. Absolutely incredible.
Around 9:30 p.m., the storm arrives. Rain falls steadily, wind rises, and the forest becomes quiet under the weather. Morning comes wrapped in fog. The shelter held. Everything stayed dry. While packing, Luke notices movement. A forest mouse has chewed into his food bag, drawn by a small mistake from the night before. Nothing dramatic goes wrong, but the trip shows how small oversights matter. In wind, rain, and isolation, even food scent can become an invitation. If the storm had lasted longer, or if the shelter had failed, what would have mattered more, the gear or the decisions made before dark? Late August 2024. This footage comes from Kenny of All Trades, a YouTube channel about solo camping, RV living, and quiet outdoor weekends. Kenny returns to Pillsbury State Forest in central Minnesota, over 25,000 acres of public land, with his dog, Toby. A few weeks earlier, Toby suddenly stopped on a forest road, frightened by something unseen. Tonight, Kenny chooses to return anyway. The sun is going down, and the woods feel different this time.
I spent a couple of hours this afternoon inside the camper working on the video, turned the air conditioner on, nice and cool. But Toby and I are going to go out for a little walk now. Hopefully we can find some firewood. That's the plan anyways. I did bring a leash with, just in case if we come across anybody on horseback out here. You can see a number of horse tracks. This forest has a lot of rolling hills. If you can get up on top of the hill, then the wind is keeping all of the mosquitoes away. The hard problem is when you get down into the dips, the bugs get thick.
After work, Kenny picks up supplies and fire starters, knowing he is getting a late start. By the time he arrives in the forest, darkness is settling in. He makes camp on higher ground, once an open viewpoint now grown over. Instead of a view, he finds garbage, including a Walgreens receipt suggesting someone had been there not long before. Later, Kenny and Toby walk and follow a tight trail. It leads to a squatter camp, blankets, a shovel, and scattered belongings left behind. A bottle with an August 2024 expiration date catches attention. Kenny explains that because the forest sits close to town, people sometimes live here through summer after losing housing.
There wasn't much I could do at the time. I picked up as much as I could. I went back out there a few months ago, found that the whole thing is closed off to the public now. It's so sad. I came across a trail that's got to be relatively new. It wasn't here a couple of years ago. Figured we'd go figure out where it goes.
The place feels heavy and abandoned. Kenny decides not to go farther. That night he cooks beef stew over the fire, falling into routine. The forest remains quiet. Before leaving the next day, Kenny returns to the place where Toby once refused to continue. It is trashed again. Some view this as the reality of public land near towns. Others focus on how Toby reacted long before anything could be seen. Either way, the signs suggest something ongoing, not forgotten. Weeks earlier, Toby would not walk this trail. This time the reason was obvious. The forest had not changed. What people left behind had.
Oh, hell no.
Wait, no. That's weird. That's weird.
What was that?
We're gonna be back at 'em bright and early, trying to get out of here before the sun comes up.
What the f is that?
Jimena Flaca is a live streamer and digital creator, best known for her presence on Kick, where she shares real-life content showing parts of her daily routine, social moments, and interactive broadcasts instead of focusing only on gaming. She has built an audience of tens of thousands on the platform, and her streams often feature real-world outings with direct interaction from viewers. On one particular day after finishing her boxing workout, Jimena stopped at a Jamba Juice with a friend for a short break. But when they returned to the car, something immediately felt off. The windshield wipers had been lifted, and the mirrors showed obvious signs of being touched. That was when the moment started to feel unsettling, as they quickly realized it did not seem accidental or random.
It's cold outside. I'm freaking freezing up in here. Oh my god. Guys, what would be the cold version?
It's colder than Yeti snacks.
What the f is that? That makes no sense. Why is your things up?
It's colder than Yeti snacks.
What the f is that?
No, wait, I'm gonna drive off.
That's a way for you.
That's a way for sex trafficking.
That's a way for you to
get out the car and fix that and someone stabbed me under the car.
Oh, hell no.
Wait, no. That's weird. That's weird. Nah, that's weird as fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna drive with those
things.
Oh my god, they put up my mirrors too. Wait. That's scary. It's because I can't drive without. I don't know if someone's gonna follow my car.
I'm watching. Look, and the
what's this? No, why would they only do that so you get out the car and fix it?
Between the parked vehicles, a shadow is visible. At the same moment she begins driving away, a man suddenly rises into view.
Oh, hell no. Wait, no. That's weird.
Viewers watching the live stream at the time felt something was wrong, but neither they nor the two girls noticed him right then. Only after the clip spread online did people begin pointing out the figure hidden between the cars. Some believe this may have been part of a tactic meant to create a distraction. By tampering with a vehicle, someone could try to lure a person outside and catch them unprepared. You might wonder why nothing happened while both girls were getting into the car, and the answer could be simple. One person alone is much easier to target than two together. If only one of them had stepped out to handle it, the outcome might have been very different. Moments like this can change without warning when something minor becomes serious before you even understand it. They decided to leave immediately, but it still raises the question, if they had stepped out for just a moment, would everything have stayed exactly the same? The footage comes from American Renegade, a US-based van life and nomadic living channel that shares real unscripted moments from the road, from everyday routines to unexpected encounters in remote areas. It is February 23rd, 2016 in the southwestern United States. At a distant parking spot, Alton is parked in a quiet, isolated place he often uses settling in for a calm evening. Inside the van, everything feels ordinary. He sits in his usual seat eating soup and responding to comments. The area is still and peaceful, with no sign that anything strange is about to happen.
That place where I normally park, and they seemed to get out. I think it was two people, but they got out of the car. I couldn't see all that. Like I said, they were parked, right on the other side of the van here. And then all of a sudden, I feel the van move, just a tiny little rock. So I figured, okay, well, he got out and maybe stumbled into the van or, something. So then it happened again. The van kind of rocked a little bit. And then all of a sudden, it rocked.
Making it feel like another normal night rather than a camping encounter. Then suddenly, the van moves slightly, just a small shift, and then it happens again, rocking a little more. Looking toward the rear of the van, Alton sees something unsettling.
Grab this bad boy here because I didn't, at the time, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know if somebody was trying to, or whatever. So yeah, I thought I was going to have to start cracking some heads,
A dark figure appears near the rear storage box where he keeps an expensive generator. The idea that someone may be messing with the van quickly makes the moment feel serious. For a second, he thinks about leaving, but instead remains inside, keeping the headlights pointed toward the area while watching carefully, ready to drive if necessary.
And then I happened to look out the window and the car was gone. I was like, oh, well, okay. So I pulled back in the way I was and I backed into the same spot.
Then, almost as quickly as it began, the car leaves and the tension eases as the people nearby move away. When he checks behind the van, Alton finds what caused the motion. Someone had simply sat on the rear storage box, leaving a small dent that made the van rock. What initially seemed like a possible threat turns out to be harmless, but not without lasting effect. The sudden movement, the shadowy figure, and the uncertainty create a brief but intense camping encounter that stays with him after it ends. Sometimes a camping encounter only feels dangerous because of what your mind imagines. But when something moves in the dark, would you really stay calm or assume the worst right away? In early January during winter in Canada, YouTuber Mo Sargi went with his friend Chris to camp off-grid beside a frozen lake. The video was created for the Mo Sargi YouTube channel, which focuses on outdoor camping RV travel and looking for unexplained encounters in remote places. Surrounded by snow trees and ice, their RV stood alone with no roads, no homes, and no visible signs of people. As daylight disappeared, the quiet around the lake began to feel heavier than expected.
Look at this. Nothing but lakes and like little islands surrounding us. Man, it's so quiet out here. Right now, we're just out here in the Canadian wilderness and where people have actually sighted Bigfoot himself. So I'm hoping we get lucky today. I really want to be able to see Bigfoot.
Yo, I could swear, bro, no clickbait. I could swear I saw something moving on that hill over there. Way out there. I'm zoomed in right now with my zoom cam, but I swear to God, I thought I saw something way out there. What the? Huh? That was a weird noise.
I heard something in the bush there.
Dude, I actually saw something over there. on that piece of land, which we can't get to because there's a lake between us. Yeah, guys, we're hearing some weird noises coming from that side over there now too. So I just flew the drone and I didn't see a single animal, not a moose, not a bear, not a crocodile, nothing. All right, the real adventure begins. We're gonna leave the RV behind and we're gonna go off into the forest and hopefully see if there are any signs of Bigfoot. There are prints here. I did walk through here earlier, but not all of these are mine. I don't know whose these are. Oh, they go towards the trail. I wonder if somebody else was like Bigfoot hunting out here. But these stop. Oh, look, whoever showed up here, stopped here and then turned around and went back down that way. Yeah, I'm on the ice right now. We're making our way to the other side of the lake right now. We didn't have to walk across water, so I think this might actually be like a little island. There are some strange rocks over there, actually. But also, caves could mean Bigfoot. What if Bigfoot lives in a cave? Oh, shh, shh, shh. That was a growl coming from our side.
Yeah, it sounded like over here.
Chris off camera was saying that he's seen something that looked like a shack over there, which I can't see it, but we're gonna probably go and explore. But then we hear some loud echoing growl. It is echo. If Bigfoot growls, we're gonna hear it.
Yes. Did you move?
No.
I heard something.
Yeah, that's where it came from. That's why I'm aiming my camera that way. I'm officially scared because I don't know what the hell that was. For the record, we just found a big crack in the ice. I don't know how concerning this is, but yeah, we gotta be careful. I thought I heard a crack. Like, I'm not even joking. I thought I heard a crack. Why does this part here look darker than the other parts? Is it shallower? Or is it weaker ice? What the fuck was that? You heard that, right? Could that have been the ice? But it sounded like it came from here and then over there at the same time. Those are footprints, dude. Oh, look!
Is that a bear print?
No, that's a Bigfoot print. Oh, dude, these are actual Bigfoot prints. There's more here. Let's see if we can like kind of clean this one out. I can't make out this one, that one, this one.
This one almost has like toes.
Yeah.
See? Almost like a hand.
But it looks like
thumb, finger, 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 finger.
I don't know. Could be maybe part of a foot, right? Like that's a big...
The trip started peacefully. The frozen lake spread out in every direction, interrupted only by distant islands and snow pushed by the wind. As Mo and Chris walked across the ice, loud cracks sounded beneath them, followed by deep, unfamiliar noises rolling along the shoreline. While exploring farther away from the RV, they found large marks frozen into the ice. The shapes were uneven and partly covered, hard to identify, but bigger than their own footprints.
Oh, it feels good to be off the ice. Oh yeah, we got the log in here. It's burning still. What is that? Is that blood?
Oh, salt.
Oh, that's salt. Yeah, I broke my salt shaker. That's right. I thought that was...
I've never heard that before.
Did we just hear that correct? Like, that was a
god-awful scream of...
I'm going back down to the lake, dude. Come back down to the lake. Oh my god, there actually might be something here. You good? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my light just so I can see a little bit better. This camera sees better with the light off. What the f is that? Oh my god, what was that? There's something here, dude. There's something actually here.
As night moved in, the atmosphere shifted. From the forest came a low howl, followed by sharp knocking sounds, striking the trees in sequence. The sounds traveled across the lake, then suddenly stopped, leaving only silence.
I can't believe that was, like, not you. Okay, so, sitting on my bed, I feel the RV shaking a lot. And my god, it's probably just Chris moving. But he's saying it wasn't him. And it's not windy out. And the fire's out, dude. What the? I don't see anything that would, like, there's no wind. What the hell could have caused that? Yeah, like, we're the only ones here. You sure you didn't move?
100%. I swear to God.
And there's nothing out here. Dude, what if Bigfoot was shaking our car? Guys, there's no way.
Later that night, while men were inside the RV, the vehicle suddenly shook. They felt it at the same moment. There was no wind, no passing traffic, and no visible movement outside. Whatever caused it had no clear answer. Some viewers offered natural explanations, pointing to ice shifting under pressure or animals moving through the area. Frozen lakes can create loud and disturbing sounds, especially at night. Others believed the sounds seemed deliberate. They focused on the timing of the knocks, the direction of the howls, and the moment the RV moved, suggesting something knew they were there. It could have been the ice, it could have been animals moving through the forest, or it could have been something that never needed to appear, only be heard. What do you think was out there that night? Late in autumn, Sam from the YouTube channel Camping with Sam Bananas reaches Woodlawn Cemetery in Toledo, Ohio. His channel centers on camping and calm outdoor exploration. Established in 1876, Woodlawn is among the city's oldest cemeteries, containing more than 65,000 graves. Locals believe it is haunted. Tonight, Sam intends to sleep there anyway.
As for the paranormal activity reported in this cemetery, there are countless sightings of a woman in white. Most accounts say that she wanders near the gates. Other accounts have said that she wanders throughout the gravestones. Still other accounts say that she spends time here at the Gunkel Memorial.
Currently under renovation, this memorial is a testament to the Gunkel family. John Gunkel was a mentor to many civic leaders in the Toledo area. He also helped establish the charitable organization known as the Old Newsboys Goodfellow Association.
Legend has it that she lost her daughter in a gruesome fashion and wanders the cemetery looking for her. Now, as far as I can tell, there really isn't a good way to camp near the gates. That's where most of the sightings of this ghostly woman have been reported. So I'm gonna plant myself right over there next to the Gunkel Museum, directly in the spot where there have been some reports that she wanders the cemetery. Now, I am aware that some people may have a bit of a disagreement with camping out in the cemetery, and I understand why you would feel that way. I have a little bit of a different perspective. I would say that if you're someone who believes that there's an afterlife and that there is some sort of a presence here from those that have passed on, don't you think they'd like some company? I think if I was buried in one of these sites and someone came to spend the night and spend time with me, I'd probably be kind of happy about it.
Sam starts by walking through Woodlawn Cemetery, explaining that it serves not only as a burial site, but also as a park used for walking, biking, and scenic drives. Under its quiet surface sits more than 100 years of history. He visits the Spitzer family mausoleum, discussing their importance as successful bankers who helped influence Toledo's financial world.
I'm aware that members of the Titke family are buried in this cemetery. However, so far, this is the only grave where I can find them at. Titke's was, by all accounts, quite an epic grocery store and kind of just a spectacle of a department store. Now, the very, very early days of the Titke store actually started in 1894. But in terms of the modern shop and what it would become, that happened around 1910. That is when they moved on to Summit Street downtown. Their business was on the corner of Summit Street and the northeast corner of Adams, where it would stay for the next 6 decades. While their core business was food, they leased the upper floors of the building to sell furniture, housewares, clothing, and shoes. The brothers Titke also added a bakery, a deli, and restaurants. The concept was ahead of its time, a forerunner of what would be deemed one-stop shopping. Titke's closed for good in 1972. According to the information that I can find, this is the burial site of John, who is one of the heirs of the original family.
Nearby, Sam crosses a closed bridge over Silver Lake, carefully moving past barriers meant to stop vehicles from entering. As he continues deeper into the cemetery, Sam locates the grave of John Titke, an heir to the Titke family business which once ran a large and innovative department-style grocery store in Toledo. As darkness nears, Sam brings up the cemetery's most famous legend, the Lady in White. Stories say she moves near the gates and around the Gunkel Memorial searching for her missing child. Sam decides to place his tent near that exact location. After nightfall, he speaks quietly, aware that security vehicles are patrolling the grounds. He cooks a simple meal while distant headlights pass through and deer move through nearby leaves, keeping the tension constant.
I am super whooped. I'm ready to hit the hay here. Anything crazy happens, I'll definitely let you know. Otherwise, we're going to be back at 'em bright and early, trying to get out of here before the sun comes up. Good night, everybody.
Just a little bit later in the day than I wanted to get up, but I think we'll be okay.
I'd like to have things be as fair as possible. There is an exit of the cemetery right here, right by where I was, and you can exit through this park, and I can get to the road out this way. But I think maybe it's a good idea to try to see if we can leave the same way we came in.
Later, Sam goes out to explore with a headlamp. The mausoleums feel heavy and oppressive in the dark, and he describes a strong sensation of being watched. Even with the fear, he finds nothing unusual. As freezing temperatures arrive, Sam packs before sunrise and silently leaves the cemetery on an electric bike. No obvious paranormal event happens. The isolation, darkness, unfamiliar noises, and fear of being found may explain why the night feels so unsettling. If nothing shows itself, but the fear feels real, does that mean the experience was harmless or something else entirely? The video is from Nick C., a solo wilderness adventure creator known for winter camping, bushcraft, and immersive survival-style trips through remote mountain terrain. On January 15th, 2026, Nick is camping alone in a secluded winter mountain setting. As night settles, Nick sits quietly listening to familiar forest sounds when an unfamiliar noise suddenly comes from the nearby trees.
What is that? I kept hearing it though, did some research. Turns out it's from the, I forget what it's called, frost booms, or I don't know. It's from like freezing of water within the trees. Some birds make the creepiest sounds in the world. Foxes make scary noise. There's all these things that make the creepiest noises. The amount of times I left a campsite because I heard something terrifying, year or so, especially making these videos, I've gotten so much better with that. Can't even count. Really not a lot for sounds that'll bother me. I've heard mountain lions. Dark, I'll just sit there and listen to the forest. When you hear those, when you're not scared at night and you hear the same thing, some of them otherwise might have scared you, you're like, oh, that's normal, right? So yeah, I've gotten a lot better with it. But what I just heard, I don't know, guys. Holy did it scare me. So actually what happened is not the last clip where I was showing my gear, but after the one before that, after I'd shown you guys with a spot, I heard this sound. Or
it is close, clear, and immediately unsettling. Unsure what caused it, he pulls back to his vehicle. When he returns, the sound comes from the tree line again, louder and clearly not normal wildlife.
In a sec, I literally hear, I'm like, I'm done. I grabbed my stuff and I literally sprinted. When people say the hair on the back of your neck stands up, I am out of here. What the heck is that? Yeah, no.
After waiting in the car, it happens once more, this time seeming even closer. The repeated noise triggers a strong fear response, and Nick decides the risk is too high. He abandons the campsite, runs back to his vehicle, and later replays the audio. The sound is clear but hard to identify, leaving him shaken and unwilling to return that night. The incident shows how unfamiliar sounds can overpower experience during solo winter camping. And when the source remains unknown, the question remains, at what point does caution become the only safe decision? The next unsettling video comes from Roaming and Raymond, Motorhome Adventures, a UK-based solo van life channel that records real unscripted trips around Britain. On June 25th, 2024, in Brading on the Isle of Wight, bad weather leaves the creator alone inside her motorhome as mist and rain move in.
Because I've got to do that thing online tomorrow, even though it's meant to be raining tomorrow, and it is already getting misty. Gorgeous view that though, isn't it? So, don't know what to do now. I mean, I came back to Brodick because it was meant to be chucking down, and I've just used the last of my milk as well, so I need to go to the shop, which means I want to be as far away from this end of the island. You know, I've got places I want to go back to that I really liked, and I want to go to new places as well. Just going to walk Wolfie for now go and walk to the co-op and get myself some milk. I could stay here till tomorrow because at least I can get editing done and get videos uploaded. See if it does piss down or not. I mean, I'm meant to be meeting Stephen and going to the botanical place because you have to sit outside on the beach a bit, which ain't very good if it's chucking down with rain. Well, we've been well and truly rained off now. So that's the end of today. And I've got an issue again. This is where I've got to get Carl to do the welding. When I get back, I'm just going to have to shove a towel in there for now. But it'll stop me bloody carpet getting wet and rotting and getting mushrooms growing on it. While I'm rained off, as Stephen calls it, van jail. At least I can get editing done, can't I, Wolfie? Which ain't very exciting for you, is it? Anyway, I thought I'd do an update. So I've done now. I left on the Sunday.
Unaware that the quiet night ahead will bring more than poor conditions. Late at night, she takes her dog through streets that feel strangely empty with the darkness and silence creating unease.
When I took the dog out, because I didn't take him till 11:30, and then because it's like the middle of the week, there was nobody around. And I'm not a fan of the dark anyway, but at least there's street lights here. But yeah, otherwise I've been alright. Last night, coming in, I kept getting a big massive puddle down there in that ridge. And it's been that bad. That and that are absolutely sopping wet. Gotta try and get them dry. I ended up having to move last night. I mean, not very far, but because where I was open to the elements, and 45-mile-an-hour winds all night, and it was blowing on that side of the van. And I think that was just making it, forcing the rain in to wherever the tiny gap is. That was about 12:30 last night. I ended up moving because I just thought I'm going to run out of tea towels to try and dry.
Overnight, heavy rain begins leaking into the van, leaving puddles inside as strong wind pushes more water in. As towels start running out, she moves the van to find shelter, only to find the seatbelt stem loosening in her hand.
So I've got a towel shoved down there for the leak what started yesterday. I've got a towel shoved down there. I'm trying to keep me and the dog dry. I went to put my seatbelt on and the whole stem just came off in my hand. Well, it's not the bolt, it's the nut. Had completely come off and I hadn't realised. So as I went to put the seatbelt on, the stalk bit with the clip thing on the end was in my hand. These have been that low, they're going below 12, and then it's done so the compressor fridge cuts out so it doesn't jam.
With batteries dropping and the fridge shutting down, the van becomes cold, turning the night into one problem after another. The night shows how quickly small issues, weather isolation, and minor mechanical failures can build into serious pressure when traveling alone. And when quiet roads, darkness, and hidden problems pile up, how easily can a calm night become something far more unsettling? The next unsettling video comes from The Muscovite, a travel and lifestyle channel following solo road trips and remote camping throughout Russia. On October 8, 2025, the trip brings her to a wooded area in Karelia where isolated bungalows sit silently near a lake without sign that the quiet will last all night. The camper checks the small house she is supposed to use. The room is tight with a low entrance and a narrow window facing the forest. Inside, the light as broken spiders line the walls, and the bed and furniture are worn. Towels have been stuffed into holes in the walls to make the space usable, while the forest outside remains still. The poor state of the bungalow and the isolation create unease. Then a sudden unexplained noise comes from inside.
What was that?
She stops unsure where it came from as the woods outside stay silent. Later, she looks through another house and finds it in worse shape, suggesting the place has been neglected for years. Through the night, occasional sounds come from around the campsite, repeatedly pulling her attention back toward the forest. Though disturbed, seeing houses and parked cars across the road keeps her from panicking. By morning, she reflects that while the first bungalow was unlivable, switching to another structure made the night manageable. The night in Karelia shows how isolation, silence, and unfamiliar places can heighten uncertainty even without a clear threat. And when a place gives no answers, the question remains, how do you know when discomfort is harmless and when it is a warning, you should not ignore. Stephanie is not someone who uses social media to seek attention. She uploads only from time to time, sharing her trip's everyday life and simple moments. But this clip stands out as one of the most uneasy, mostly because of how unpredictable it became. She was in Gatlinburg riding an alpine coaster and enjoying the ride when she suddenly saw something right in front of her. And the worst part was that she had no way to stop. She could not control the cart's speed or bring it to a halt. It felt like she was being pulled straight into the situation with no control at all. She decided to remain completely silent, trying not to disturb the bears, and that alone is terrifying. Slowly moving towards something that could be dangerous, knowing it could turn at any second, is not something anyone would want to experience. Fortunately, the bears did not react and eventually moved back into the woods, but the moment itself is difficult to forget. It raises questions about how situations like this are handled. What would you do if you were in that position? Under the Weather is a channel focused on outdoor exploration. The creator James likes hiking, wild camping, and trekking through Scotland, often recording his journeys to show what being alone in nature feels like. In this video uploaded on March 12th, 2024, something happened that truly unsettled him, and the situation gradually became strange. He had planned a hike to locate the 5,000-year-old Macar stones in Stirlingshire, Scotland.
Welcome back. On our way to find some 5,000-year-old standing stones many moons ago. I've tried to find this place a few times, and I got lost every single time. So let's hope cross the river, then take a right and a right again. And we'll see how we get on. Onward, Christian soldier.
He started the trip surrounded by scenery that made the effort feel worth it, but he was not certain about the route to the site. Eventually, he was able to find the stones. After the long hike, he chose to make camp for the night. He looked around the area and found a small clearing among trees near the stones, which appeared to be a good spot.
Look at that. This a perfect space for a tent, isn't it? Where am I going to have my fire, though? Yeah, I think I'm just going to set up right here with the fire here as well. Yeah, sounds like a plan.
As night came closer, he started a fire and sat beside it relaxing while everything still seemed calm and quiet. Then, without any warning, the silence was broken. A helicopter started flying low and circling over his campsite.
This will do it. Can you hear the helicopter? It's been flying over quite a bit, and I just hope that they aren't looking for someone and I've got a fire going and I get rescued, if you know what I mean. Looks like the fat is starting to come out the chicken, which is setting the fire alight. Helicopter is still there. It's a bit ominous if you ask me. Please go away. There it is. You see him flying over ahead.
It moved slowly, searching the forest below, which made the moment feel unusual. It might have been drawn by the fire or possibly looking for someone nearby. Although confused, he did not leave and stayed beside the fire as normal. Soon after, something even more unsettling happened.
Should have brought more water. There is water around about, obviously, but I don't know. It's quite treacherous. You saw what the ground is like. I think I'm going to have the chicken wings without the mashed potato. What the hell is that? Hello? Hope it's not one of those nights. I got a plate.
He heard a strange sound nearby coming from the darkness beyond the trees. The noise was unclear, but it was enough to make him alert. He called out but got no answer. For a moment, he thought about leaving, but realized walking through the forest at night could be more dangerous, so he stayed at the campsite depending on the firelight. Later, he entered his tent and tried to sleep. During the night, he woke again after hearing more noises just outside.
Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Shit. I used to have laughing there. Or something. Hello? Hello? I think that's a road in the distance, maybe. Yeah, it can't be. Right. Well, I can't hear anything, so let's turn this off. Right. Good night.
Although something could be heard, it was not clearly recorded. Eventually, the noises stopped and he was able to fall asleep again. The next morning, he woke up and made breakfast, trying to settle down before leaving.
How's the spot? One thing I didn't really check last night was tree fall. I mean, look at that, but the wind's not being as bad as it has been in recent weeks. Oh. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. I'm going to finish up here and then start packing up and make it. What the hell? What the hell is it? Oh. Tangled in the trees. The fuck is that? That is a fucking pentagram.
While sitting there, he noticed something disturbing above him. A strange symbol had been placed in the area and it had not been there the night before. Realizing this, he packed up and left right away. The symbol's presence, together with the earlier events, makes the situation hard to explain, especially with how everything happened overnight. What do you think was really happening around him? Kenny is a Minnesota-based creator who often shares outdoor videos traveling through the wilderness in his camper van and recording his experiences. His videos are usually peaceful and enjoyable, giving viewers a relaxing look at life outdoors. However, there are times when things do not happen as planned. In this video, something occurred that left him feeling a little uneasy. He drove his camper into the forest for a quiet camping trip with his dog.
I first found this spot probably 10 years ago, and that summer there was a car up here for a couple of months straight. I think it probably broke down, or so sometimes the people that come out here, they're not out here to camp, they're looking for a place to stay. It doesn't look like there's going to be anybody here. Well, there's some trash.
He chose a spot, set up camp, made a fire, and began cooking. Everything felt simple and peaceful, just a quiet moment in the woods with his dog. At first, nothing seemed unusual. After spending some time relaxing, he decided to take a walk, and that was when the situation started to feel different.
Come on, Toby. I figured we could check out the lake across the road. What is it? I got no clue what he sees, but something up the road has got his attention. What's going on, Toby? He always sticks by my side. I have no idea what he sees up there, but maybe we won't go that way. We'll go back. Come on, Toby. Yeah, he don't like it over there. Okay, we're not going that way. I have no clue what's got him freaked out. I'm not going to go over there with the bike either. Not after that. No, he wants to go right back to the camper. That was weird. Want to get up in your chair? Weird. I've never had him act like that before. You go down? I've smelled bear before. I know it sounds weird, but you can smell bear when they're in the area. I have no idea why he freaked out like that. Weird.
His dog suddenly stopped and would not move forward. This kind of reaction is often a sign that something is wrong. Dogs can notice things long before people can, and there was a real possibility something was ahead, maybe a bear or another animal. Understanding this, Kenny decided not to continue and instead went back toward the camper. To stay cautious, he sent up a drone to check the area, but the thick trees limited visibility and any nearby animal may have left because of the noise. The moment ended without anything happening, but it showed how important it can be to trust a dog's instincts. The sudden shift in behavior suggests something may have been nearby even if it was never seen. What do you think the dog sensed out there? On November 20th, 2025, the YouTube channel The Adventurer, known for authentic camping and survival videos, records a night inside a remote forest locals call Anchor. A small group makes camp beside a river, expecting a peaceful stay. As darkness moves and the forest's mood begins to feel strange and tense.
Ini sih kita, nanti kena api pula kan. Capek ya, masih baru lagi waktunya, masih lama lagi ya. Gas kan, kayak mau hujan nih. Iya, takutnya malam hujan nih Pak Ben. Iya. Tapi Pak Ben, waktu kami camping sini dulu Pak Ben, ini kan pernah nih bekas kami kemana nih? Iya. Memang angker juga tempat ini Bang. Bukan kayak lagi, rasaku iya nih Pak Ben. Iya. Awalnya lain Pak Ben. Auranya beda sama tempat lain. Iya. Dan sekarang kita akan mendirikan tenda. Ini ya kita taruh. Iya, iya. Pinggir sungai ini ya. Iya. Oke. Ini udah terbuka ya? Iya.
After getting settled near the river, the group relaxes around the campfire. The conversation shifts to local warnings about this forest feeling different from other camping spots. Even though everything looks normal, old stories change the atmosphere, causing everyone to grow more alert as night gets closer. The camp keeps following its routine, but focus remains on the darkness around them.
Apa tuh? Apa itu? Wih, tunggu, Bang. Oh, burung malam. Sahabat di Adventure, katanya di sini kita dapat informasi tadi. Katanya daerah ini agak rawan, kita harus hati-hati. Pak Ben udah menghilang dia. Itu dia. Oh itu, Pak Ben. Hati-hati Bang Ben. Apa tuh dah? Wih. Oh, Pak Ben. Pak Ben. Alah Pak Ben nih. Jadi apa tadi Pak Ben? Manjat-manjat. Tengok kayu. Oh, kayu kering. Kirain apa pula tadi Pak Ben? Kayak ada yang nongol gitu kan? Iya. Wah, ada suara tadi. Aku dengar juga suara tadi. Ngeri sini depan Jo. Ada yang aneh ya. Barang kita ada yang hilang tiba-tiba. Ini bahaya nih Pak Ben. Iya. Ngeri sih Bang Jo. Iya. Mana? Di mana Pak Ben taruh ini Pak Ben? Oh, ini dia ada. Oh itu. Alhamdulillah. Pokoknya ada aja hal-hal yang aneh di sini ya. Lanjut masak dulu.
Jadi suasana di hutan ini sangat luar biasa ya, nyaman ya kan.
Belakang Pak Ben tengok, itu belakang Pak Ben tuh. Tuh dia tuh.
Ada bayangan Mas ya. Ada bayangan tuh, ada bayangan tuh.
Itu Pak Ben, tuh. Apa tuh Pak Ben? Besar, panjang, tinggi.
Iya.
Wis, oh, taruh sini aja Pak Ben.
Memang sia-sia dia masak Manjur ya. Patir Manjur ya.
As the night continues, several odd moments begin to happen. Strange bird calls are heard, a tool briefly disappears and returns, and a tall black shadow passes behind the campsite. Later, distant howling carries through the forest. Each moment is small, but together they gradually increase tension while the group keeps cooking and eating. By the time the fire is rebuilt and coffee is made, the forest no longer feels peaceful.
Nikmat sekali kopi malam ini kan. Cuman kita nggak boleh terlalu apa namanya euforia. Iya. Karena kan tadi kan ada juga pemberitahuan dari warga. Ya pas kita kesini tadi. Pak Ben. Apa ya? Seterbang Pak Ben. Kedua sendiri ini dulu. Artinya banyak aneh-aneh sini juga. Seterbang itu apa ya? Hey! pintu lagi. Banget indah. Sepertinya daerah ini nggak aman, Pak. Apa? Cari selimut, Pak Ben. Pak Ben gempa, Pak Ben. Oh enggak, apa? Astagfirullahaladzim. Allah. Jangan ganggu kami. Allah. Pegang, Pak Ben, pegang, Pak Ben. Astagfirullahaladzim. La haula wala quwata illa billah. Enggak usah terlalu takut kali. Kita banyak berdoa aja, Manjul ya. Iya. Oh, suara apa itu? Kita keluar dulu, Pak. Tidur aja langsung. Kalau keluar Basri. Ya Basri. Ya tidur aja, Pak. Ya. Tidur kita lagi. Yuk. Oke, ini udah nongol itu. Apa dia? Apa buatnya? Ya Allah. Nampak aku Basri. Itu dia, Pak. Tidur lagi Basri. Ayo. Astagfirullahaladzim. Tidur pinjam mata. Ya. Baca doa apa, Pak?
Soon after midnight, the situation becomes more intense. Several objects are tossed upward and pushed away from the campsite, causing instant confusion. In panic, the group runs into the tent, but moments later, the tent starts shaking violently. Filled with fear, they choose to remain inside, praying softly and keeping their eyes closed to get through the night. Not long afterward, one person suddenly screams after seeing what looks like a human-shaped shadow standing outside before everything becomes silent again. In isolated places, repeated disturbances can turn confusion into fear, even when clear answers are missing. In places like this, does fear come from the forest or from the mind trying to understand it? On December 14th, 2025, two urban explorers from the YouTube channel 2Swaghead toured the coast of Sicily, Italy, drawn to a massive abandoned ferry known as the Iololus Canaris. The channel is known for urbex entering forgotten, restricted, and hazardous places. What first looks like a silent ghost ship offshore soon shows activity turning a planned exploration into a tense situation with no clear way out.
We are here on the coast of Sicily. This is going to be a fun video. I'm actually excited for this one. We got all the stuff right here. We got an inflatable raft. And I don't know if you see behind me, there's a humongous abandoned ferry. And we're going to take this little dinghy through all this water and see what's on it. It's supposedly really cool and has a lot of stuff on it. So I guess let's see. Ashton, how are you feeling about this?
I'm a little nervous, but I'm ready. Look at this thing. This doesn't even look like it's supposed to be a boat.
It looks like a backpack.
That's what I'm saying.
And I don't know if you guys see right there next to it, there's a whole bunch of sunken, like, I guess, fishing boats that are super rusty and probably a hazard. So we're going to have to be careful of that. How do we do this?
What the hell?
Let's see. Oh, this is the actual, like, kayak, I think. Oh, my days. Wait, roll it out. Roll it out.
Oh, dude, this thing is huge. This is a big boat, bro.
Yeah, get it.
Okay, drop it in. 3, 2, 1. Alrighty. Well, looks like you are getting in first. You think you can get in?
Yeah, I'm gonna just put my feet down.
Be careful. You're about to rub on that rusty pipe.
I'm getting in 3, 2.
You in?
Yes, sir.
I'm coming in.
Come on in. Holding. Oh, dude, there's a sunken boat right in front of us. We are approaching. Very close.
Oh my gosh. Straight boat graveyards. Dude, holy crap, look at that. It's like a naval ship over there. This is a huge boat. This looks like it carried thousands of passengers. Yeah, we were thinking about trying to get onto some of these boats here, but that honestly seems like a death trap if we were to do that.
We just pop our boat and we'll be free.
Yeah, holy crap, look how long the boat is. My gosh. Uh-oh. I think that's security, dude. Dude, that's a brand new generator. Dude, that's actually security, I think.
Yeah.
I'm so serious.
Why the fuck is there security here? There's security on this boat. Okay, we just have to be sneaky. We'll be fine.
Alright, I'm gonna try to bring us closer. Start grabbing onto something. Alright, don't let it scrape, don't let it scrape, don't let it scrape. That's definitely security, bro. Dude, we could get, like, fucked for this. I pray we don't get fucked for this. Can you scoot forward and get off?
After reaching shore, the group pumps up a small raft and moves toward the ferry. The water's full of debris, and once they push forward, going back is no longer easy. As the ship gets closer, its tilt and flooded condition make the situation feel more uncertain.
We're barricaded in.
They're all workers, they have headgear on and shit.
You can see them. After seeing that this place was crawling with workers, we decided to try and find a way outside onto the upper levels without being seen.
Let's go here.
There's a staircase right here to the top. Let's go up first. Alright. Look at these ships though. They've probably been rotting here for like decades. How long?
Probably like a few years. Do you think there's anything left on them?
Dude, if we get on that thing, it's like collapsing. Instantly sinking as soon as we hop on it.
I don't think a single boat here. Wait, look, that's a boat right there too.
Oh, it's part of this boat. It's completely in the water. This thing is, these boats are absolutely cooked. I don't even know if they're worth any scrap metal because of how rusted they are. Let's go up.
Let's do it. I'll go first. Bags, they've been throwing a bunch of stuff. What? Oh yeah.
It's the captain's wing. Oh wow, there's another boat right next to us. Look at that. Footprints. It's still all in here, no way. Holy shit. Bro, this is so cool. What is this? It's like a little ball. Look at all of the little mechanisms they have. This is crazy. Look at all this. It seems like over the years, birds have gotten in here and pooped on all of this. Wow. It's great. It was a great boat. Look at all that. I'm in the captain's seat, baby. What is that? Let's just stay in here for a bit. You guys don't understand. You're in the safe room right now. This is where we're in the safe room.
Like they've already done most of their work here, so they probably have no reason to be up here. There's a staircase right there that leads down, and then right outside of these doors, there's another staircase that leads down. So they can come up two different ways right here. We really don't have much time here at all. I don't know how much of this we're gonna be able to explore before we risk getting caught. I think we're good, and then we just get the fuck out of here.
So, okay, we're on the 3rd floor right now. The 2nd floor is crawling with workers.
And the
first floor as well.
Yes, because that's when we came up. There was the 1st floor workers. Then we went up again. That's right below us. Right now. So, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to fucking do. Okay, I think we're good.
You gotta leave this room. They're starting to come up. They're starting to come up. Go, 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 go. Look at the ship next to it. It's completely falling in the water. It's honestly really cool. It's crazy how they just left all these here. I'm pretty sure the ferry is the newest one out of all of them. But enough dilly-dallying.
There's a worker right up there. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get the seats and shit.
Wait, can we go down a level right here?
No, the level below is flooded.
Alright. Okay, we gotta think about it from their perspective. They're on a boat. They don't expect any people to be here, right?
But the second they see us, we're done.
Oh, okay, what if they think we're just workers? Like other workers?
None of them are wearing vests.
Near the hull, they notice a running generator and a man moving below deck, proving the ship is not empty. Still, they tie off the raft and climb aboard. Inside, workers are scattered across different levels, taking the vessel apart. It quickly becomes obvious this is an active industrial site, not an abandoned wreck.
Ciao.
Can we not be here?
Hello. How's it going? English? Tourist. Tourist.
Oh, sta questo video! Bongo!
Hello.
Ma come siete entrati?
English?
No English!
What are you doing?
Oh, picture.
Video. Oh, no?
No, okay.
No video!
This is over the boss. Oh, hello. Sorry.
We take pictures. We're tourists. Pictures.
Sorry, sir.
No.
Oh, no? Okay.
How the fuck you got here? From where they came? Where you?
The raft.
How you get here?
With the raft.
With the raft?
We got a raft and we rode all the way out.
But you cannot get on board.
Yeah.
You're not allowed. United States, sir.
Like onto the boat or like?
Yeah.
Have you taken photos?
No.
We have
a few, but like, no.
Please delete them now.
Okay.
They came for filming. So please show me what you have taken as photos.
Okay. He's calling the cops. This is not a good idea. This is not a good idea. We should have just left. Okay, go. Just throw all your shit on. Let's go. Alright, we're sorry. Go. Just cut the fucking rope. We're sorry. We'll leave. We're leaving. A knife?
Yeah.
No, dude. God damn it. We're leaving. Sorry. Take the horse. I'm pushing you out.
Come on, I'm good.
We're not. I'm slow. We should have just left. That was bad. They're really fucking mad. They're calling the police. Okay. You row with that one while I get all situated. Holy shit. Okay. Start rowing. Go. Okay, I'm gonna get on shore. Put it in there. Get all of our shit in the car. I got the come on. Get it back. Go. That was so bad. That was so fucking bad. Okay, close it. Close it. Just fly the boat back in the woods. We don't return. Throw it in the trunk. No. We can just throw it in the trunk. While I'm rolling up, you take those and put them in the trunk and have the trunk open, okay? Yep. Have the trunk open. Go. Go down. Hello. Go down. We didn't make it out yet. Come on.
Yes.
Let's go! Holy shit! Oh my god!
Dude, oh my god. I cannot believe we just actually escaped that. You guys, we were surrounded by like 7 people. Oh my.
When they approach and identify themselves as tourists, several men gather around them and demand that all footage be deleted, threatening police involvement. Under pressure, the group returns to the raft. Struggling to loosen the rope as voices grow louder behind them, they break free and paddle away, ending the encounter in a hurried escape. The urgency to delete the footage, along with the fast escalation, raises questions about what work was allowed on the ship. Were the explorers only trespassing at a restricted site, or did they interrupt operations that were never supposed to be recorded at all? Adam is a content creator who uses his channel to share many of his personal interests. He often uploads videos about bushcraft firearm reviews and sometimes even music. However, the content that draws the most attention comes from his wilderness adventures, where he builds shelters and spends nights camping deep in the wild. In this specific video, though, he faced a situation that carried real danger while he was hiking through the forest.
Today, we're going to explore some part of the wilderness that I've never explored before. Summer, a logging company came in, and they must have got a pretty large wood permit because they cut about a 15-mile logging trail in a part of the woods I've never explored, or I doubt many people have explored. So today, we're gonna go out there to that logging trail, and I got the all-wheel drive vehicle, and then we're gonna go explore the woods.
He eventually arrived at the forest area, parked his vehicle, and started hiking deeper into the wilderness.
Beautiful country here. We're gonna keep hiking, got the map, and we're gonna get the high elevation because there's a lot of swampy areas here, so we're gonna try to hit high elevation and hike through this as high as we can. Been going for about an hour now, getting a little tired, so I think I might take a break, eat a snack, then head back. I've been staying.
After walking for around an hour, he began feeling tired, so he chose to stop for a short rest, eat a snack, and then start heading back. He sat beside a fallen tree and started a small fire while checking the map he had brought with him. What he did not know at that moment was that something in the forest was watching him and gradually moving closer. That was when the situation suddenly became unsettling.
Right now I'm over here somewhere. I'm off the map, so I'm gonna have to get back into my, this is really hard to see in the camera, guys, but I'm gonna have to get back into my topo map area so I can, again, I do have a compass, so if worse comes to worse, I'll just head in the direction of that logging road. Battery died there. So I do have another, okay, I'm gonna get moving here. All right, so I'm gonna get moving, guys. I'll check in with in a little bit, okay?
He tried to work out exactly where he was and how to return safely using the Map Terrain Association and a compass. Instead of following the same route he had taken earlier, he decided to move toward the logging road. While getting ready to leave the area, he suddenly realized that a bear was nearby.
Motherfucker. Jeez. Yeah. Go, get it. So, I'm pretty sure I know where I'm at. I got good sun here, so I'm not going back the way I came. I'm going south, and I'll hit the logging trail, and I'm just gonna fucking walk the logging trail to wherever I parked, which should be fucking, when I'm on the trail, it should be east of where I'm at right now. I'm not even gonna try to go back the way I came. Guys, I've fucking never had that happen before. I mean, I saw him, and then he was gone, and I was good to go, and I was kind of backtracking a little bit, but staying quite a distance from the way I came in. And then I fucking had a little fire, and then I fucking heard some shit, so fucking, you know, kind of packed up there, and then I thought it was just fucking the wind, so I was just taking my time, and then fucking I turn around and he's fucking there. So we fucking a couple warning shots on that motherfucker, and that did it. I mean, you shouldn't fucking do warning shots on a bear because they get desensitized to it, so you're not supposed to do that. Any hike, I mean, they're the fucking first.
The animal appeared without warning, which shocked him. He fired warning shots to drive it away. Fortunately, the bear became scared and turned back, running into the forest. He fired multiple warning shots, which in some cases can actually make a bear more aggressive, but this time the noise worked and frightened the animal off. This is why it is important to always carry some kind of protection when moving through remote wilderness areas. You never know when you may encounter a bear that is not calm, and being able to defend yourself can make a major difference. During the encounter, he slightly hurt his arm, but the injury was not serious. The situation could have been much worse if the bear had managed to reach him. If you were alone in that forest and suddenly realized a bear was watching you, what would you do next? On October 31st, 2025, the YouTube channel Live 2-Day Wonderland posted a video recorded in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, deep within a national forest, where they said nobody else was camping nearby. At first, everything looked calm and peaceful, but small, unusual things had already started.
Are you done acting like a maniac?
He said something had been moving around their tent the previous night. He thought it may have been an animal, but he was not fully certain. The forest felt strangely quiet and empty. Later that evening, after coming back from hiking, the atmosphere started to feel more uncomfortable. While making dinner, she suddenly said she heard someone speaking. There were no houses nearby and no campsites close to them, only empty roads and trees.
I think this is the first time we put the pellet stove in here. It worked out great. It was really hot in here last night. Clear plastic tarp we bought so we can have a view. Inflatable tents overseas all have these windows, that you can see out, and we like that. You want to see the nature.
It's too dark. I think we were talking about maybe doing a couple of areas. I think that would be really nice. And there's nobody else here.
Yeah, free camping because it's off season. In the UP National Forest, late fall leaves. There's still a good amount of color.
I had to put her up when you're cooking. It's just I don't want her to get burnt. She gets too close to the stove.
The water's amazing. There's a little island over here that they claim.
That was what made it feel more disturbing. If no vehicle had entered the area, how could anyone have still reached them? She looked uneasy and kept saying the situation felt strange. Both of them agreed that nobody should have been there.
And of course, happy Halloween. It was a little creepy out here last night, and there was something in our tent when we were animal, I suppose.
A lot of rummaging. I don't know what was going on.
And there's definitely
There's nobody else out here.
Really good.
Then something else occurred. They noticed lights resting across the water. The lights were not moving. They were just there. It was strange because they were supposed to be completely alone. In the darkness, she asked for a flashlight. Suddenly, her tone shifted and she said something had run into something nearby. She sounded serious and he asked if she was sure.
Yeah, but you never heard a car. It's a little too quiet here.
There's not even like campsites over there or even like a place to camp.
No, that's by the boat launch, but you never heard anyone drive up. And now you just hear voices. Ooh, it's getting chilly. Yeah, I heard someone talking. But now you don't hear it.
I don't like being by myself, so.
I'm not. You heard the voice. Some lady talking, but not. We never heard a car drive up. And there's no houses anywhere. Dead woods. What?
Give me the flashlight.
What?
Give me the flashlight.
Why?
It's really dark and there's like little lights up here and I want the light.
Kind of weird. What are you talking about?
I'm dead serious.
Are you serious? Ran into. What are you sure?
I'm dead serious.
Hopefully not a bear.
There were no clear answers, no clear footsteps, and no clear voices captured on camera, only tension left in their voices. The following morning, they tried to joke about it. But the lights were still sitting across the water. They never explained the voice. They never explained the lights. They never explained what moved near their campsite. And that is what makes the story disturbing. Because sometimes in a forest that feels too quiet, the scariest part is not what you see, it is what you hear when no one should be there. If you were camping alone in a place like that and suddenly heard voices where nobody should be, what would you think was really out there? This case happened on April 12, 2020. The YouTube channel The Outdoor Experience posted footage from a camping trip in an open field inside Sugar Creek State Forest. What started as an ordinary camping trip slowly began to feel strange. The field seemed calm at first, wide and silent. He said it looked like an ideal place to camp, but the open area also felt exposed because nothing could hide there, yet anything could still be watching.
I need to get my phone out, look at exactly where I'm at on the map because there might be a possibility to get back up to the Rock Road from here. And it might just be a little bit flatter and easier to get out, maybe about 10 minutes. Got all the stuff there and I think we're going to set up right around this area. It's pretty flat here and it looks out over the field. Nice view.
It did not take long to reach the spot, maybe around 10 minutes. All of the equipment was carried out there and he decided to make camp around that area. The ground was fairly level and looked over the field. The tent was big, almost too big for the empty space.
17 by 13, including the porch. Without the porch, the tent itself, 17 by 8. So this is the porch area, all screened in. Come in, and this is the tent. You got one side here with a window and a divider that you can hook up. Then the other side over here with its own divider that you can hook up.
As night came in, wind moved gently through the grass. The trees along the edge of the field stayed dark and motionless. Then, late at night, a sound started. It sounded like someone singing into a microphone, but there were no lights, no campfire, and no people close by. He could not understand where the sound was coming from. At first, The voice moved slowly across the field, steady and almost echoing. The open space made everything feel worse. There was nowhere to hide if someone came out of the darkness. The next morning in the cold air, he finally noticed something he had missed during the night. A road sat at the far end of the field, and a house was located beyond it.
Like right over there, across the road.
The voice most likely came from there. But during the night before he knew about the house, the field did not feel safe. If you were alone in that field and heard singing in the woods with no lights anywhere at all, would you stay inside your tent or leave the area?
Hey.
What the? On June 21st, 2023 in southern Taiwan, Valerie, the creator of the YouTube channel Valerie, Adventure Travel in Raw Moments, started her first long-form adventure. Her channel records raw solo travel experiences centered on real moments in remote natural settings. Beginning late in the day, she set out alone for Lulu Hot Springs, a lesser-known geothermal site deep in the mountains. The goal was simple hike for hours, camp alone, and sleep on ground warmed from underneath. From the beginning, the landscape felt peaceful but demanding.
Here at the junction where it goes to Lulu Springs this way. So for me it was pretty much 1 hour, and I'm sweating like hell. I regret that I started at 12. Into the jungle. I noticed that there are some marks, like these bands here along the trail, so you know where to go. It's very helpful also. I made it to the highest point. Now it only goes downwards, so it's a bit easier, but also more tiring tomorrow. Should have brought more water also. I only have like 1 liter left, and I still have today and tomorrow. Okay, here it really gets steep. There are some ropes attached. It's so crazy. It really smells like egg here, kind of sulfur. Yeah, the smell, you can tell it's a hot spring coming from deep in the ground.
The hike unfolded in intense heat. Sweat came quickly as Valerie followed faint ribbon markers through steep forest terrain, using ropes where the trail dropped into sharp edges. The sulfur smell grew stronger as the earth warmed under her feet. After almost 4 hours, she reached the river, empty, silent, and alive with geothermal energy.
I made it! No one's here. Wow. So cool. Is that stone? I don't know. Ooh! Wow, it's so hot. It's like coming straight from the boiler. Every few meters there were holes where hot water bubbled out and collected in puddles. This one was probably 70 degrees hot. This riverbank was perfect as a camping ground. The surface was so warm that I was sure I wouldn't need any extra blanket or sleeping bag that night. And then I found a shovel in the river. People use it for there. Okay, I will dig my own hot spring hole now. That's the mission for tonight. I'm collecting some wood and grasses for a bonfire I want to make. These are good for starting a fire. I bought some fried rice in the restaurant before I came here. And that's what I'm gonna have for dinner. It's crazy. Wow. I really don't need more than just my yoga mat. And yeah, this pillow, and that's it.
Boiling water poured from cracks in the rocks, coloring the ground with unnatural shades. With an abandoned shovel, she dug a small hot pool beside the cold water and settled in for the night, sleeping on a yoga mat while the ground released heat beneath her.
I'm now heading to the heart of Lulu Hot Springs, the main steamy area. It's located in a canyon, which makes it a bit dangerous because it's a rockfall area. You can feel how hot it is even without touching the rocks.
Also, my ring changed its color. It was golden before. It's because of the sulfur.
And then I finally reached the big steam, the reason why I made this trip. I saw it from a distance already, but being so close to it hit different.
Few rocks were falling down right there where I was walking before, and they were quite big, so it's quite dangerous here. Should leave soon, I guess.
At dawn, she crossed the river and followed it upstream into a narrow canyon filled with steam. There, at the center of Lulu Hot Springs, tall vents and burning air surrounded her. Moments later, large rocks dropped from the cliff above, crashing onto the route she had just crossed.
I'm really exhausted from yesterday and today as well. I actually packed 2 boxes of fried rice, but since it was still warm when he packed it and I didn't let it cool down, the condensation made it going off pretty quickly, so I can't eat it anymore. And yeah, my lack of water, of course.
After about 3 hours of climbing vertically with close to no break, I made it to the top. Hallelujah.
I made it.
From now on it goes downwards, so it's easier, but be aware it's also very slippery.
My last bit of water. But almost there. I'm so lucky. I was walking down the last few meters and then this car stopped and asked me if I wanted to hop on. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
The way back was harder. With little water and spoiled food, she climbed for hours before reaching the road where locals helped her return to town. This trip was not haunted, but it was dangerous. Heat-falling rocks, exhaustion, and isolation turned natural beauty into quiet risk. When nature gives no warning and no second chances, how close can beauty and danger exist before one becomes the other? This footage was captured on the night of May 22nd, 2023. The man filming is Alex, a long-haul truck driver from the YouTube channel Alex Nino, which documents trucking life overnight deliveries and sleeping on the road. What starts as an ordinary night soon becomes tense, mechanical concerns, tight delivery pressure, and nowhere to relax long. By the end of the night, Alex understands the danger was not mechanical.
Hey boss, do you guys have def? Yeah. Yeah? Oh, perfect, man. My truck was about to turn off on me, so I parked right there. I'll put the def at my pickup, at my delivery right now. But I don't know why, or what went through me, that I forgot to check the def. And the def is pretty much diesel exhaust fluid. If the truck runs out of it, you're done. Your truck will turn off. It's like you pretty much ran out of gas in your car. I was gonna make this delivery and then go put the def before my truck turns off on me. I go to this location right here. Man, after this delivery, I have to cross the Bay Bridge. If this truck turns off on me on the Bay Bridge, I'm screwed. Just stupid cars next to me. All right, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna brake it a bunch like this. That way my trailer goes all the way to that door right there. Go up. See how my trailer door is right there? My trailer's right there. Watch this. Get it super close to that right there. Bada boom, bada boom. Your boy is in the building.
Early on, Alex realizes his truck is out of DEF diesel exhaust fluid. If it runs empty, the truck can shut down completely. With the gauge near red, he stops at a Shell station to buy a gallon, worried about crossing the Bay Bridge afterward. At the delivery location, another issue appears.
Oh man, I'm all messed up right now. I have a pallet that's a single pallet right here. That's literally right at the door with no load lock, not secured, because I didn't have my load lock in the trailer. So what I'm gonna have to do right now is open this really carefully and hope that pallet did not tilt over. Woo! No, the only thing that I'm scared about is backing this thing in, because if I'm reversing, it can go like this. So I'm gonna see if they have a load lock or something, or you know what? I'm gonna leave this closed, get as close as I can to the door, and then Once I get super close, I'll just get out again, open it, and bam, I'm good. I should be good like that. There should be good. Any closer, I won't be able to. I don't want this pallet to come, like as soon as I hit right here or me reversing or anything, for it to go, just because I'm gonna go ask them if they have a load lock. Hi, I had 3 pallets for you. Do you think by any chance I'd be able to use a load lock just so I can put the load lock right here so I can reverse in? You see one? It's locked? You get what I mean? If I hit it hard right here, it could just all come crashing down.
It should be okay. Those are pretty sturdy.
I'll try it.
It should be okay.
Alright, let's go put some Def Boys before my truck turns off. Let's go, little Defy. Ugh.
One pallet is sitting unsecured by the trailer door with no load lock holding it. Unable to locate equipment, Alex backs in, carefully knowing one wrong move could make it collapse. After that, the night finally slows. Inside his truck, his second home, Alex sets up a portable Bluetti power station and rests briefly, thinking the worst is over. Then, while parked in a quiet residential area to sleep, he sees a man outside the truck close enough to try the door. The doors are locked.
There's literally someone right there, bro. Oh my f***ing. Alright guys, screw that. I'm just decided I was actually gonna leave. I seen him take off. There's no way in how I'm staying there. Thankfully, I locked my doors. There's times where I go to bed with the doors not locked. Damn, that was a close one.
Alex starts the engine immediately and leaves. He later admits there were times when he did not lock them at all, and this time, that habit may have saved him. The video never explains who the man was or what he wanted. It could have been a theft attempt. It could have been something else entirely. What makes the moment unsettling is not what happened. It is how close it came to happening. If the doors had not been locked that night, would this have ended as just another trucking story or something far worse? The opening clip is from Exploring with Bear, a YouTube channel centered on urban exploration and outdoor adventures. Known for visiting abandoned places, Bear films a solo camping trip on February 10th, 2024, deep inside a thick forest on a freezing winter night, one that soon becomes an encounter he will not forget.
Welcome back to another camping adventure, fam. This is part 2 of this series, and I'm Jer Bear. This is what we're going to be working with tonight. That's it. Bare bones, baby. Bare bones.
The video starts at sunset as Bear presents his simple camp with fading light, stretching long shadows through the woods.
All right, guys, so it is getting colder out now. I say now's a good time. It's probably around 10 o'clock or so. I'm really curious to see if they'll last all night. When I wake up in the morning, I'd give them a double thumbs up. Anyway, yeah, let's go check those out.
As night falls and the cold grows stronger, he starts a fire and talks about being underprepared while mentioning Bigfoot.
Did some woots. I did a Bigfoot call for the first time. I think it was pretty...
and forest stories. The calm is broken when a loud crash comes from near the tent.
All right, so I'm thinking maybe, now that we got these fired up, check out the offering tree, maybe the lake. So...
followed by another disturbing sound. Curious but careful, Bear leaves the tent with his camera and moves toward a nearby offering tree where something suddenly drops from above.
All right, guys, so I'm going to take you all to the offering tree because I don't think I showed you that yet in this video. So yeah, let's go take a little walk. I could use a better flashlight too. I gotta say, this flashlight is not very impressive. Offering tree, let me try to get this light a little better too. There we go. That's more better. Something seemed off. What the heck was that? That sucker came flying at me. That just fall from up there? Like that was... I don't know what that was. What the... What is that noise coming from the lake? So yeah, in part 1... Did you guys hear that? That was a big frickin' bang by camp. The woods is becoming alive. Keep your eyes open though, guys, because these woods are frickin' scary. I've sworn I've seen things in them.
Even with strange noises farther away, he continues before finally returning to his tent. The forest becomes quiet, and he tries to sleep.
Stop turning my light down. There's more than one. More than one. Crap, wrong way. It's throwing stuff at the tent. I'm armed. I almost feel like it could be people messing with me. I just heard it breathing.
Later, heavy thuds and footsteps move around the tent with repeated hits against the fabric, suggesting objects are thrown and that more than one presence may be close.
I can hear it. No, please, no, please, no, please, no. Please, no. Please leave, please leave. I think it's leaving. So it's been about 5 minutes and I haven't heard anything. My heart's still about to beat out of my chest, and before whatever that was, sounded like there was 2 of them. There's people, creatures. I do not feel safe. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not. Yeah, right now I hear nothing. I'm getting out of here.
Worried for his safety, Bear abandons the camp and leaves right away.
All right, guys. Sorry if this is a weird break in the video, but, you know, it's been about 7 days since the camping trip now, and I've just now mustered the courage to come back.
7 days later, he returns during daylight and finds his tent destroyed, crushed by a cinder block and cut open.
Look at that. Frickin' cinder block. Someone destroyed the frickin' tent. I wonder if they thought I was laying in there when they threw that block on it. Man, it looks like somebody was trying to hurt me.
This situation suggests the danger may not have come from animals, but from other people. After seeing what was found later, the question is simple. Would you still camp alone in the woods, or is avoiding the risk safer? This clip is from Hiking with Jenny, a YouTube channel centered on long-distance hiking, solo backpacking, and immersive trail journeys. On January 10th, 2026, Jenny walks from Whitewater Falls toward Tuxway Campsite on North Carolina's Foothills Trail. The day starts along a gentle section winding through gullies and ditches, but easier ground does not last as long as it appears.
And it's, you know, it's like pretty basic. It's a bun, like a hamburger bun. Between the bun halves, I imagine you're supposed to remove the underwear and it's supposed to just be more like a hint of flavor. That's like, oh, this is like the new fad thing to order. I would call that a weird dream. I didn't get to the point where you actually eat the sandwich. It was just sort of like served. So I was not the only one to order this. All right, now we're talking. That is a honking staircase. Holy cow. This looks like...
The hike starts peacefully, but the trail soon becomes demanding. Jenny reaches a huge staircase cut into the hillside, its steep climb pushing tired legs with little margin for error. Every step takes focus and control, where moving too quickly could cause a slip.
Oh, scary bridge. Oh, God. Why do they have to be bouncy?
Not long after, she comes to a narrow suspension bridge that shifts beneath her weight, the drop below making each movement tense as she carefully steadies herself across. Jenny arrives at camp as light rain begins to fall. Her feet hurt, and she is worn out, but the quiet surroundings help her settle down.
First one was taken, but I was aiming for this one because I've heard it's got a nice view. Picnic table. It looks like some good trees for hanging. This will be home for tonight. Got my tarp up because it is supposed to rain tonight. It's actually already kind of drizzling. Alright, I'm in my hammock for the night. Oh, my feet were so sore. Got my food hung. I have 27 miles left of the trail, so the next couple days shouldn't be as bad mileage-wise. And I've positioned myself right before a particularly challenging part of the trail. I probably am gonna sleep early tonight because I'm just so tired, and there is a big group of people that showed up after I had set up. Hopefully they'll go to sleep and not be up all night laughing. Anyways, this is the end of day 2. Thank you for watching. Happy trails.
What makes this day challenging is not obvious danger, but long climbs and trail features that gradually drain you. If a trail feels calm one moment and dangerous the next, how often do hidden risks appear when fatigue and focus start to fade? The next unsettling video comes from Jamie Does Wild Bikepacking, a UK outdoor adventure channel focused on solo bikepacking, wild camping, and overnight trips. It is March 11th, 2026 in Norfolk, England, United Kingdom. Jamie rides through rural Norfolk searching for a quiet and a loud place to spend the night. His first planned spot near a scenic viewpoint is ruled out because overnight parking is restricted, forcing him to change course and head toward a more secluded area near Peter's Way, surrounded by woodland.
I don't know what the hell's going on tonight. I can hear all sorts of weird singing going on in those woods.
While standing outside the van, something strange breaks the silence. Faint singing or chanting can be heard coming from the nearby trees. At first, Jamie reacts casually, but the sound feels wrong in such an isolated place.
What's going on over there? That's what we talk about tonight. Bugger that.
Curiosity briefly pulls at him as he considers walking into the woods to find the source, but he stops unsure whether it is safe. As he moves away from the van, the isolation and atmosphere quickly change his thinking, causing him to abandon the idea and return to the safety of his vehicle.
Just got out of the van to have a piss. What the f*** is that? There's a light in the bloody woods now. I'll tell you what, fuck this.
What starts as a regular solo camping trip slowly becomes an unsettling camping encounter. In the end, Jamie chooses caution over curiosity, staying inside his van and avoiding more risk. The night ends without answers, but with the strong feeling that the woods were not as empty as they first seemed. Sometimes a camping encounter does not reveal itself directly, it only makes you feel something is there. If you were in that situation, would you stay inside or step into the dark to find out? Carson Schmidt is a young adventurer who enjoys being outdoors. He often goes snowboarding, hiking, and skiing, posting those moments on social media. On February 25th, 2026, he shared a video that felt especially disturbing and showed how important timing can be in the wilderness. He was skiing with a friend, and after riding down a slope, he explained that for no obvious reason they suddenly came to a stop. That was when they saw something unusual.
That's deep. Dude, I just fucking sank. Hey, they good?
Oh shit. Hey. Oh,
hey, stop.
Shit.
We got. Oh. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh. You okay?
Hold on for a second. Oh. Can you get his skis off, dude?
Oh.
You okay?
Holy fuck.
Can you get his skis off, Carson?
Yeah.
They hurried over to help when the only thing visible was the ends of a man's skis sticking up from the snow. Nobody knows how long he'd been buried there, but it was clear he did not have much time left. Apparently, he had simply dropped into a deep pocket of snow, a reminder that an avalanche is not the only way someone can become trapped. The man was extremely fortunate that Carson and his friends stopped when they did. It almost seemed as if something made them pause at the exact moment needed to save him. This case shows how fast outdoor situations can become dangerous without warning. The danger is not always obvious at first, and small choices like stopping or paying attention can separate safety from disaster. If they had not stopped, right there would anyone have found him in time. The night's disturbing camping encounter comes from Travel Light Adventures, a US-based travel and adventure channel featuring immersive van life, off-grid camping, and road trips through scenic places. It is March 17, 2026 in Santa Fe, New Mexico, United States, across the southwestern US. After setting up at the campsite, the area seems peaceful and quiet. However, what happens overnight makes him question whether he would ever stay there again.
Across the southwestern US, and I'm waking up here at my campsite. I just can't get over how beautiful it is. There were some things that happened last night from ever staying here again. Was that it's an unofficial gun range of sorts, but people said the firing usually happens way out there and around the corner. And when I got here, that's exactly what was going on. So I thought, after winding down for the night, I crawled into my tent, and then that's when things begun. At about 2:30 in the morning.
Before arriving, he had read that the location was used as an unofficial gun range, but reports said the shooting usually occurred farther away and out of sight. When he got there, that appeared true, with no gunfire nearby, and everything feeling normal, at least in the beginning. After preparing for the night, he enters his tent, and that is when it starts. In the early morning hours, the situation changes instantly. Around 2 a.m., several gunshots are fired into the ground only feet from his tent. Soon after, a vehicle speeds past the campsite. The sudden sound and close distance wake him immediately.
But about 20 minutes later, they came back and did the same exact thing. So I honked the horn on my car with my key fob, and they got out of here real fast. On the outside chance that the collective goal of those people was to tell me that I'm not welcome to camp here, congratulations. I will never, ever camp in this spot again. We're ready to roll. God, it is a shame that the experience here was so terrible, because this is just beautiful. Minus the power lines. It's just gorgeous.
By morning, everything is packed and ready to leave. After driving away, he moves to a safer area, and later continues his trip exploring Santa Fe and nearby attractions. While free camping offers freedom and beautiful scenery, it also brings unpredictable risks that require constant awareness. Sometimes nothing is confirmed, but the situation still feels wrong, and if those vehicles had stayed longer, would the outcome have been the same?
There's a flashlight that's on one rock. If you barely touch it, it'll turn on.
Probably about 10-15 feet, and then it dead ends.
Let's get it, buddy.
On July 1st, 2021, in Mabua Sehuba, Botswana, on the Botswana side of Kalagadi Transfrontier Park, Robert Hoffmeyer camped with his brother-in-law, Andy. The campsites had no fences, which meant wild animals could pass through at any time. It was their first night. Around 6 a.m., while darkness covered the camp, they stood outside the tent brushing their teeth and getting coffee ready. Suddenly, two bright eyes shone back in the light from a headlamp. A young male lion was standing about 8 meters away. They rushed to safety as fast as possible. From inside the vehicle, Robert grabbed his camera. Then came the moment that made his stomach drop. The lion had already walked straight into the tent. A few moments later, the animal came out with a pillow locked in its mouth.
It was in our tent, and then it came out with sitting under the tree over there.
It settled under a nearby tree and slowly chewed on it while the sound of ripping fabric carried through the silent camp. After a brief pause, the lion turned back once more.
I really hope it is your pillow, Andy.
It was.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure.
Mine's a similar color. Yeah, is that yours? It's covered in slobber now. Yeah, that was a bit scary. Okay, now he's gonna go and get my pillow. Oh my dear. We got snacks.
It went into the tent again and pulled out more gear, dragging a sleeping bag across the dirt like taken prey. The two men stayed frozen inside the car, watching it continue.
Oh my goodness. Could you just drive a bit closer maybe? Just keep an eye out for others.
What troubled Robert most afterward was the timing. If he had not looked up at that exact second, they may have noticed the lion only when it was already standing beside them.
Is that I had just happened to look in the direction the lion was approaching from. If I had not looked up, or if he had approached from behind the car or tent.
And trying to run from a lion would have been dangerous. They moved the vehicle closer to the tent to cover the entrance, but the lion kept circling the camp, calm but curious. When it could not get back inside, it grabbed a camping chair and dragged it into the bushes.
The lion continued to circle around the tent, so we moved the car as close as we could to the entrance to the tent to stop him from going in there again. While a lion in one's tent is rare, because uninformed visitors leave taps running or bowls of water out for them, rather than leaving them to live normal lives in their natural habitat. Most visitors sleep in rooftop tents or caravans, so they are relatively safe. Once the lion realized he was blocked from entering the tent, he went and grabbed my camping chair and ran off into the bushes and chewed that for a while. Eventually the lion got bored of playing with our things and moved off into the darkness.
You messaged it.
We came back a few hours later to assess the damage.
There's Andy's pillow. Got a bit of lion slobber on it. Otherwise, absolutely fine. Your pillow?
I don't think I can use this again.
Why not? 100%. Let's have a look inside the tent. He's ripped my bag open.
What?
Yeah.
Ripped your bag?
Yeah.
He's not.
The lion continued moving around the tent. Although a lion entering a tent is rare, lions are known to move through camps in the Mabua area. Some visitors leave taps running or put bowls of water outside, accidentally teaching animals to return to these open campsites instead of staying within their normal patterns. Travelers often sleep in rooftop tents or caravans, which provide stronger protection. Eventually, after long minutes that felt longer, the lion vanished back into the darkness. Later that morning, they checked the damage. The pillow was soaked with lion saliva. The bag had deep bite marks. The tent fabric had several small holes. That night, they decided not to sleep in the tent. Instead, they remained inside the car. Because once a lion has already entered your tent in the dark, a thin wall of fabric no longer feels protective at all. In places where nature still moves freely, one small moment can change everything. If you had stepped outside that tent and seen those eyes in the darkness, what would you have done next? Metro on the Move is a YouTube channel centered on backpacking and hiking routes across the United States. His videos are normally informative and well-made, but in this specific upload, he captured something that once more could have gone very wrong. He was camping in the White Mountains with several other hikers. It was near morning when something suddenly woke him by hitting the outside of his tent. It did not take much time for him to understand that a bear was outside and it was actively targeting the tent. He quickly started yelling to try to scare it off, and luckily that worked. At least at first the bear moved back, but it did not fully leave the area. That was when he grabbed his camera and started filming.
Oh my god, dude. I just got attacked by a bear out here. Oh my god, dude. It's got a claw mark in it. Holy. Oh my god, dude.
Good morning.
Oh my god, dude. That's on my tent, dude. It attacked my tent. Oh my god.
We hear the pole.
Hey, yo! Hey! Yeah. Bear attacked my tent. Hey guys, wake up, guys.
He's coming to you guys.
Which way? Throw rocks. Hit it. Where is it? Up?
Oh, he's there.
Right where? Hey, Bear! Oh my god.
He's right there, just next to you.
That's me.
Behind you. Behind you. Yes. No running.
No, I'm getting in the light.
Get out here, Bear.
There he is.
Hey! Hey! Out of the way! Go!
Eventually, they were able to make the bear leave, but it is still frightening how suddenly it chose to attack. It is disturbing to imagine what might have happened if the bear had completely ripped through the tent and reached him. Thankfully, he was not by himself. Several other campers were close by, and their presence likely helped frighten the bear and make it retreat. As for the person who became curious, walked into the darkness to check where the bear had gone, and then had to run back, that was extremely unsafe. In the end, nothing serious occurred. Only a few claw marks remained on the tent, and a strong story to remember. Moments like this show how fast a quiet campsite can become tense when wildlife gets too near people. If you woke up and heard claws scratching against your tent in the dark, what would you do first? The next clip comes from Bigfoot R, CAUK-based overland and wilderness exploration channel focused on remote forest camping, wildlife tracking, and cryptid or big cat investigations. It was filmed on April 21st, 2024 in Fernworthy Forest, United Kingdom.
Hi, Trail Drillers. Overland Dave here. It's about 12:15, but just been woken up by a roar and a scream, actually.
Overland Dave and the Trail Traders team make camp deep in the woods about 2 miles from an area known for big cat sightings. The setting is dark and quiet, with only a small fire cutting through the silence. Earlier that day, they had seen a young deer with its mother, a quiet sign that predators might be nearby.
No, there's evidence. We found that young deer dead this morning. You know, they need to hunt once a week for a big deer or whatever.
Without warning, he wakes to a roar followed by a scream. Both sounds are far too close to dismiss. He remains inside the tent, listening, aware that something large is moving somewhere in the darkness.
I think we'll go for a tree knock before we settle down, just see if we hear anything. Wait and see if we got a reply back.
Later that night, Dave tries to draw a response using tree knocks. He examines the ground for tracks, claw marks, and any signs of disturbance. Nothing is clearly seen, but the tension stays with the constant feeling that something could still be close. There is never a clear sighting, but the clues start adding up. A roar in the night, a fresh kill, and signs of strength in the area all point toward the same idea. Something large is moving through the forest unseen, but active, changing the feeling of the night. Some viewers thought it may have been a large predator passing through the area, while others believed it could be something less clear. What do you think was out there? The encounter comes from The Journey, Is the Destination, a paranormal exploration channel centered on real-time ghost investigations in remote and unsettling locations like caves and abandoned places. It is July 7th, 2024 in the United States. The investigator takes his friend Bill into a narrow cave system he had only explored one time before. They move through tight, low-ceiling passages, sometimes crouching just to pass through. The cave opens into small rooms filled with dust, uneven ground, and very little space. As they go farther, the environment becomes more uncomfortable. He explains that extra tunnels continue beyond where they stand, some dropping deeper into the system, but they decide not to continue because of the risk.
Looks like somebody's been doing some, like, seances or rituals in here with all these candles. And they're all the way around here.
While trying to communicate with a flashlight and a K2 meter, a faint noise breaks the silence. It comes from outside the chamber, quiet but clear enough to make them stop. They listen carefully, unsure whether it is natural or something moving inside the cave.
Could have been brought here. The other one, like I said, I think people have died falling in it. I've gotten responses that have suggested that, and then also there was a spot on the wall where I have gotten, like, when they say that there's a portal there.
They try to get an answer, asking questions and waiting, but nothing follows. The cave stays quiet. If anything is there, it does not respond. The investigation gives very little activity, with only brief, unexplained noises cutting through long stretches of silence, leaving more questions than answers. As they start to leave, the situation shifts. A sudden storm arrives, and heavy rain begins flooding the area, making the ground slick and difficult to cross. They retreat to their vehicle, soaked and struggling through worsening conditions. In the end, the experience becomes a reminder that in places like this, the biggest danger is not always inside. Some viewers felt the noises could be natural, while others believed something may have been moving just beyond sight. What do you think they heard down there? The next disturbing video comes from Mandog Wild, a UK-based outdoor adventure and wild camping channel focused on real exploration, survival challenges, and remote wilderness trips with their dogs. It is March 8, 2025, in isolated mountain valleys in the United Kingdom. The team moves cautiously over uneven, tick-filled ground as daylight starts to fade. They stop frequently to check the dogs' drink water and watch their surroundings. The valleys feel closed in beneath a gray sky, and visibility slowly begins falling. As they continue, bones and scattered debris begin showing up across the ground, small signs that start changing the mood. The farther they go, the more unusual the place feels.
I'm in someone's camp. They're fucking idiot. I'm gonna walk this way. Get up. Hello? Anyone there?
As they explore deeper, it becomes clear the disturbance is not limited to one location. The activity stretches beyond the campsite, suggesting the area has been used or disturbed more than it first appeared.
Stopping chatting. Because when Yeti comes up to me, sits down, it's her saying, "Let's go. It's time to leave. It's time to leave."
Then, the situation shifts. One of the dogs, DC, disappears. This is unusual since she normally stays nearby. The timing makes it worse, with darkness coming and the terrain becoming harder to cross.
Yeti would have found them. So, that there's a fire, but surely an abandoned tent.
The team starts losing their sense of direction while moving around the damaged campsite. The same landmarks appear over and over. The torn tent and fire remain fixed points, but everything else feels disorienting. As visibility decreases, they rely on their other dog Yeti, following his instincts to lead them back through the valley. Gradually, they move towards safer ground. This moment is defined by what was left behind, a recently used campsite, abandoned without explanation, adding to the unease. Some viewers thought it may have been a campsite left in a rush, while others felt something stranger had happened there. What do you think took place before they arrived? On October 9, 2021, professional downhill cyclist Loic Bruni lines up with more than 150 racers at Red Bull Campo Madness. Posted on the Loic Bruni YouTube channel, the video is captured entirely on a GoPro, putting viewers inside a mass start downhill run where speed and danger meet. What starts as a violent launch soon becomes unpredictable as tight lines, dust, and rider mistakes control every second of the descent. As the course drops steeper, the race squeezes together more. Riders force past each other at close distance, every move relying on timing instead of room. In one sudden moment, the group is left shocked as something happens that no rider ever wants to witness.
OTB direct. Oh, ça va, excuse. Allez les gars, soudez. Allez, 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 on s'entend bien. Oh le bordel. Oh le Carmen. Allez Pompon. Allez Pompon, allez, allez. Allez. Allez Pompon. Allez. Mec, où tu vas? Allez les gars. Magnifique, magnifique. Laisse-moi aller. Allez, allez, reprends. Merde, pas grave. Baby. Bien mec. Y'a de la casse. Ouais, ça passe. Propre. Je peux pas faire mieux.
On a steep downhill section, the racers enter a sharp right-hand corner from above. One rider in front commits too early and cuts across the line, hitting another rider who has not fully cleared the turn yet. The collision sends the trailing rider down hard into the dust with bikes tangling as dirt bursts across the track. The pack closes up instantly, forcing others to brake or dodge while the race continues forward.
Excuse. Allez, allez mec. Ah, il a cassé la chaîne.
Oh, il a déjà brûlé. Putain, laisse-le passer.
Ça rien, t'inquiète. Ah, je craque. Ah, je suis mort. Sa mère, c'est horrible. T'inquiète, c'est bon. Excuse me. Ouais, j'ai mal. Wow. Magnifique!
En 14e position. Il lui a manqué 14. Énorme performance.
In the final section, exhaustion starts to show. Riders still battle for position until the final moments, charging through the finish as the chaos finally turns into relief and quiet. Viewers mention how aggressive the riding feels, asking how many crashes happen just outside the frame as Bruni keeps pushing without slowing. If this is what the front camera captures, what kind of chaos is happening behind him, completely unseen? On December 29, 2024, the YouTube channel Smithereens, known for visiting remote and disturbing places, heads deep into Utah's rocky backcountry. What starts as a calm search through ancient caves gradually becomes unsettling as the area begins showing signs that feel far from normal.
We're currently on a cave that Ty showed us. It's really insane. We found bones inside, which was really weird. We were taking in this absolutely just gorgeous view here for a few minutes, but now it's time to go to a different cave. It's supposedly got artifacts and all sorts of things in it, so we're gonna take a look at that. Carl's talking about the bones right now that we're finding in there. Something about it's weird, guys. It's really weird. Like, I don't get a good feeling.
It doesn't look like human to me. It's like, I don't know. Damn it, it's like a little kid or something. Is this a skinwalker cave?
Yeah, now we gotta start asking the question, why did Ty take us here?
Yeah, what is our bones doing up in here, man?
Yeah, Ty's the skinwalker. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, you lured us in here for this. Like, that's creepy, man.
That's pretty creepy.
It's specifically put there for sure. Somebody placed those things.
Yeah, it's weird, just the little alcove. We found these bones in here, which is really bizarre. This is an old Native American cave, and Ty said these were not here, or at least he didn't notice them. So I don't know if I should be touching them, but it's really, really weird. It's almost like makes me think of like an offering or something. Huh.
Right?
So I took a pee break. I didn't see anything, but man, I feel like something could be watching me on that ridge line, especially with what we encountered last night. Like, imagine, that's a scary thought. There's bones in the tree. There's a skull, a vertebrae, a pelvis. There's a full skeleton in the tree.
It is all placed in there. The spinal column and the head. Or that's like yeah, that's a deer up top. It's a pelvis. That is the body of a deer.
Why is it in the tree?
6 feet up in a tree.
At the bottom of the cave. And why are the other bones up there?
There's still like kind of meat on it, dude. This is like as skinwalker as it gets, man. You didn't put this here, Ty? No. You didn't set this up for us?
Nope. I wish I thought of it. Yeah, I swear. I wish I thought of it.
Dude, that's creepy, man.
That's really creepy.
Inside a shallow cave, the group starts calling the place a possible skinwalker. Cave, troubled by how unnatural the layout appears, they find scattered bones across the ground. At first, they wonder if some could be human. Nearby, a full animal skeleton is discovered placed high on a tree branch, positioned in a way that feels intentional. At that point, they still think the find is the most disturbing part of the day.
Alright, so we're currently in the soot cave. Fire going on. We're putting together some metate pieces. Pretty crazy. Now, Carl did say that he thought he had heard something scurry past outside of the cave.
I'm pretty sure that I heard something run past the opening of the cave, but it was like 40 yards out.
Look, one thing I've learned, when Carl says something, it's serious. Carl does not just say things.
I kept quiet for a minute. I just wanted to see, but it's probably just a deer, coyote or something.
I mean, yeah, we'll just just ignore the bones and, you know. Yeah.
Did it sound like something moved through the bushes?
Yeah, it sounded big. Right. Dude, I'm telling you, Carl's no joke. Every time I'm with Carl.
There might be something out there.
Yeah, I heard something.
Weird energy up here. Yeah. I usually keep real quiet about when I
didn't want to lead you into it too much, but that would die.
I know. Let's not project any fear either.
Do you see that?
That goes way in there, like 20 feet back in there.
I'll go in.
It sounded like a scuff of dirt in there, though.
It did.
You want to stick your face in that hole, dude? Go ahead. I'll film it.
Here we go. It's always me. Why could I?
Oh, I'm the designated cameraman now. Ty, get ready to grab his ankles.
Hello? Does it just go straight back?
Yeah, probably about 10, 15 feet, and then it dead ends.
Really?
There's nothing in there.
It only got me a little bit.
There's a snake in your boots.
There's a snake in my boots.
Hello?
See, it's when we get talking about it.
Uh-huh.
Like you're chumming for sharks.
Uh-huh. What are you guys?
I'll catch up with you guys in a minute. I'm just gonna sit tight for a minute. All right, so Carl and Ty just branched off. They went somewhere over that direction. There's their light. It kind of looks like eyes behind me. That's bizarre. All right, we're gonna ignore it. I kind of just wanted to stay in this meadow just for a minute by myself. I don't want to say make myself bait, but I don't know. I kind of want to take it in and like just be here alone for a minute, see what happens. So if anything happens, I'll obviously put it in the video. If nothing happens, well, yeah. See if we see anything on the mountainside.
While inside the cave, a sudden noise moves quickly past the entrance. It sounds heavy, fast, and close, like a large body forcing through brush. No movement can be seen. The group later talks about skinwalker lore, including the belief that these beings may follow people who intrude, causing nightmares and strange disturbances long after they leave. Only later do they understand this sound may not have been a warning, but a reaction. Carl decides to remain behind alone in the open meadow while the others move ahead. After he calls out, several pairs of reflective eyes appear on the hillside between them. They do not act like normal wildlife. He watches in silence, realizing the response feels unlike anything they have faced before. Wildlife is still possible, but the timing and reactions create uncomfortable questions. If nothing was there, why did something only appear after being acknowledged?
It's a bit of a mad one. Doff!
Oh shit, that's kind of scary.
On December 13th, 2025, Sophie of Outdoor Girl Sophie began a solo camping trip in a forest near a lake in Denmark close to where she was raised. Her channel centers on quiet solo camping and genuine outdoor experiences. With rain, wind, and early darkness moving in the familiar place, began to feel uncomfortable. As Sophie walks toward the campsite, soaked ground, cold air, and fading light make the forest feel heavier than normal. Even though she knows this area, the silence and early nightfall create a sense of isolation. Nothing has happened yet, but the surroundings seem unwelcoming.
So I'm walking towards the campsite and I see this deer over here. Oh, I thought it was fake, but now it moved. What should I do? Should I go there? Is he gonna be angry? I'm a little bit afraid. Now he's just enjoying himself. I'm gonna try and go a little bit closer. So now it's lying down right behind this table. Maybe this is his spot or hers. So I guess I should find another place. I was planning to stay at this shelter here. It has a nice fire pit. So I'm actually really unsure what to do, because now I'm worried if it's sick. It's just lying so still. I'm wondering if I need to call animal control in Denmark, but maybe it's normal. I don't know. I think I'm gonna try and call someone. I don't want it to be lying there in pain. Ikke når jeg nærmer mig altså tæt på den, eller siger høje lyde. Yes, tak. Lady told me to go close to it and check if I could see any wounds or diarrhea around it. But I was a little bit afraid to go too close and I couldn't see anything. She thinks that it might be because they're in mating season now, but she also asked me to send some pictures and videos, and then she would get back to me about what to do. But I'm also a little bit afraid to go close to it. If it's a male in mating season, they can be a bit dangerous. Now I've sent the pictures and a video to Animal Protection. Let's see what they find out. Luckily I have my tent, and then I'm gonna put it up over here.
At the lakeside shelter, Sophie spots what she first believes is a wooden shape. It is actually a deer standing still. Rather than running away, the animal stays there and later lies down near the picnic table. As time passes and the deer does not move, Sophie grows concerned. Unsure whether it is hurt, she contacts Animal Protection Services. Later, she is told the deer is likely exhausted from mating season, yet it remains nearby as daylight fades.
The lady from Animal Protection just called me back. She says that even though the deer looks okay, it's very unusual that I can go that close. So she is gonna send out a guy who's gonna have a second look and see if there's anything that needs to be done. I'm gonna keep an eye out for him. Now I really think that it's sick. It has laid its head down into the ground. Even though I'm going very close by it, it's just laying completely still. I hope that that man is coming soon and that he's able to find me. So I just called the Animal Protection and they cancelled the guy who was on his way out here. Apparently they think, based on the video I sent, that it's just very tired from the mating season. It's just laying there waiting for a new partner. So now I'm gonna find another place to start a campfire. Now I need to get my fire going. I hope that I can, even with this very wet firewood that I found. So I was standing next to the tent and suddenly I saw the deer approaching me. I ran off, or I walked away, and the deer came all the way up to the tent, starting just smelling it. And now it's eating grass right next to the tent. So I went over to the second shelter and then I saw some eyes light up in the dark behind the shelter. So now I'm a little bit worried that maybe it's a female deer looking to meet up with the deer next to my tent. And yeah, so now I crawled into this shelter. I've always heard that in mating season you should not go near it. It's getting later and later in the evening. I haven't made a fire yet, so I cannot cook any dinner without a fire. Do you see the eyes of the deer? It is just standing right next to my backpack, eating grass. So I have a lighter in my pocket, but my fire starters are in my backpack. And I don't have that much success starting a fire without that support. The food is also in my backpack. Maybe he will go away soon. I don't have any luck with this campfire. I think the wood is too wet. I did manage to get my backpack now. The deer moved a few meters away from the table. So now I have all my stuff except for the tent, where the deer is still standing right next to it. I actually think that I'm gonna go home. Just as I was about to get up and leave, I called my dad and he calmed me down. Probably more afraid of me than I am of it. I have tried for almost an hour to get it going, and yeah, I think the wood is too wet. Now I'm sitting inside my tent. I am really hungry and I have to try and see what I can cook for my dinner.
After setting up her tent in near darkness, the deer comes back moving close to her backpack. Aware of the risks during mating season, Sophie chooses not to cook outside. Wet wood stops her from starting a fire, and she briefly thinks about leaving, calling her father for reassurance. Once the deer moves away, she decides to stay.
Good morning. It has been very windy this night, and I actually see that one of the pegs have come out, so the tent is kind of collapsed. Luckily, I have all my gear inside of the tent where I'm sleeping, so actually nothing happened.
The night remains quiet, but strong wind partly collapses the tent by morning. With rain returning, Sophie packs up leaves no trace and walks back toward the trail, ending the trip safely but uneasy. Some viewers see simple curiosity, while others note that prolonged fearless wildlife behavior can become unpredictable. When nature stops acting as expected, do you trust the explanation or the instinct warning you to stay cautious? On December 9th, 2025, Gavin from the YouTube channel Groovy Gavin examined some of the strangest real animatronics still visible to the public. His channel covers eerie locations and the psychology of fear. Moving through places in the United States and beyond, Gavin tries to learn why certain human-like machines create discomfort even when no actual threat exists.
I'm starting in a little place you've probably never heard of called Billy Bob's Wonderland. As you can see, there's literally no one here. There's one other car that might be the owner. It is open though. Oh my gosh, here they are. There's a ton of animatronics here that all come from an old pizza place called Showbiz Pizza. When I first walked into this little arcade slash pizza place, I ran into one of the only people there, one of the workers. Do people come here usually just for this?
Oh yeah, they'll sit there all day and just push the button.
And all the buttons play a show. Back to the animatronics and how creepy I think they are. A lot of the creepiest videos I see of animatronics, it's all like really bad quality, so I think that kind of adds to the creepiness. Here. So starting off with the left of the stage, the Rolf and Earl Show. These two guys don't sing like the rest of them. They're meant to be a side stage comedy act between an alpha wolf and his ventriloquist dummy.
On the 8th day of Christmas, my true love said to me, I got it.
Moving over to the center of the stage is the Rockafire Explosion Band. We got Duke LaRue on the drums. His eyes are tweaked out. He's definitely the most chill out of all of them. We got Beach Bear, who has some really creepy old videos. And Mitzi Mozzarella. She kept winking at me. Next, we got the monkey. That's Geronimo on the keyboard. But the main mascot and star of the show is Billy Bob himself, who is just over on the right. He actually just looked at me. We got Billy Bob, who I know a lot of people say online is one of the most terrifying animatronics that still exists today. He also has this friend Looney Bird, who I do think is a lot more creepy. And I even found some videos of him being made. They all play different shows. I can't play any of the audio, unfortunately, because it will copyright me, but it changes from time to time, and it definitely makes the whole thing a bit more uncanny. I think the biggest reason they're creepy to me is their eyes. That's the first thing I look at people. It really does feel like they're looking at you. So I'll group all of these together and give them an uncanny rating of 7.5.
Gavin starts at Billy Bob's Wonderland, where animatronics from the Showbiz Pizza age remain preserved. These characters were made for live stage shows, but years and alterations have changed their look. Their faces, especially the eyes, no longer show clear emotion, turning the mood from fun to disturbing as the investigation continues.
We're in San Francisco. We traveled very far here for one thing and one thing only, and this animatronic is called Laughing Sal. People seem to say this is one of the most like creepy or uncanny ones, so Musée Mécanique, here it is. Dude, it's so loud, bro. Why did they make this? If I was a kid, I would 100% have nightmares about this. It's the sound that makes it so bad. Like, it actually sounds scary. The purpose of this was to stand outside of rides or attractions and like just non-stop laugh. It was to get people's attention. It became standard practice for any carnival or fair to have one of these. I think what makes this one so weird is like, the movements are so unnatural. And then the laughing, whoever recorded that, it just sounds terrifying. I'm gonna have to give this one an uncanny rating of 6. I just don't think it was that creepy to me. But what was cool about the place that had Laughing Sal is they had a ton of other animatronics. This one's kind of creepier. I'm not gonna lie, this one's so much more like uncanny to me. Like, look at the eyes, bro.
Bro, imagine all of them laughing at the same time in the middle of the night.
Oh my gosh, that would be awful.
The next location is Laughing Sal at San Francisco's Musée Mécanique. Built to attract attention with loud laughter and constant motion, the animatronic runs on repetition instead of performance. Years of mechanical use have affected its rhythm, making the encounter feel invasive rather than entertaining.
We're here with the animatronics. They are creepy, but it's kind of familiar, man. It's kind of comfy. Like, I feel like a little kid again. But what's crazy about these that I mentioned earlier is all of these were converted from the ones at Showbiz Pizza to these ones now here at Chuck E. Cheese. First, we got Helen Henny. She was the creepiest. Her eyes are terrifying. Then we got Mr. Munch. This is the man on the keyboard. He kept clocking me, like just staring at me. But I believe this is what the gorilla was turned into. Then we got Jasper T. Jowls, probably the same as Beach Bear, I believe. Pascally P. Pieplate. This is the drummer. This is probably what the dog got turned into from Showbiz Pizza. And then finally, we got the main man, Chucky himself, which obviously, like I mentioned earlier, this is what Rolf turned into. Definitely when you get closer to them, they're all a little bit creepier. I don't know if they were glitching out, but when the curtains lowered when they weren't playing music, they like keep moving after. It's kind of creepy.
Keep running, Levi. I love it.
Oh shit, that's kind of scary.
Oh my gosh. We see you. Is he still moving? Yeah. Why is he still moving?
Look down.
And that was the final animatronic that I visited. And I did feel the most uncanny at this one.
At a Chuck E. Cheese location still operating animatronics, Gavin captures an unexpected moment after the show ends. Once the curtains shut, the animatronics keep moving without organized choreography. Although explained as a normal mechanical condition, the unscripted motion after the performance becomes the most unsettling part of the investigation. Even with no danger, unclear eye focus and movement beyond expected moments can create deep psychological unease. When machines are made to copy life, where does harmless design end and discomfort begin? This clip comes from Sask Adrenaline, a YouTube channel focused on hunting outings where wild animals usually stay a safe distance from humans. In most of their videos, wildlife remains far enough away to watch without danger. But this time, the moment changed without warning. What began as a basic observation quickly turned into a tense encounter once the bear understood it was not alone.
What the hell do you do?
Just don't move.
Standing face-to-face with a large bear at close range can become extremely dangerous. Even if the animal appeared curious or playful, the situation still involved real risk. Luckily, the bear turned its attention toward a nearby barrel. That short distraction gave the hunters a narrow chance to back away and reach safety. Sometimes animals simply lose interest and leave, but other times the result depends on timing and luck. If you suddenly realized a bear had spotted you from only a few steps away, what would you do next? Connor Hobbs runs a channel where he shares videos of himself climbing mountains, camping, and surviving in different remote wilderness environments. His content is always carefully produced, and many of his adventures are extremely intense. In this specific video, however, something happened that could have become very dangerous under slightly different circumstances. He had planned a 3-day trip along Canada's northernmost highway, hoping to test the dependability of his 1992 Toyota 4Runner while sleeping in a tent through sub-zero temperatures. At first, everything seemed to be going perfectly fine.
We're just coming into Tombstone Territorial Park here, and it looks way crazier in the snow. Absolutely beautiful. We're gonna have to find some wood for my wood stove that we're gonna camp in tonight. And if that fails, then we're gonna have to cut it down a tree before we run out of trees. I don't know how sparse trees get up in the Arctic, but I guess we're gonna find out.
The first day passed smoothly. He drove along the highway, set up camp inside his heated tent for the night, and the night went by without any problems at all. The next morning, he woke up, packed his equipment, and continued driving down the road. But this time, he soon found himself in a somewhat sketchy situation.
I've been thinking about when I'm gonna turn around or where I'm gonna camp. There's not a single tree around here. So, I'm gonna turn around here. There's no point in going further north. This is the last mountain range until we get like way north, but you have to cross a ferry over the Mackenzie, which the Mackenzie's gonna be frozen soon. So, not really worth the hassle of going up there and possibly getting stuck either after the ferry or before the ferry. We're gonna find a place to camp. Look at how far north we are. Whoa!
While looking for a place to spend the night, he turned off the main road to avoid any possible people nearby. That was the moment when things began to go seriously wrong. On a snowy off-road trail, he saw a section of frozen water ahead and decided to drive across it, believing it would not be deep. Unfortunately, that choice created a serious problem.
We really just fucked up. No. Okay, we need to build a rope system to get out of here. We need to build a rope system. So stupid. There's probably water getting in the fuel tank now. We're gonna have to get out some rope stuff. I got a beefy rope. So dumb! Oh man, I'm so dumb. How am I gonna get myself... This is fucked up. It's like self-tensioned right now. This is fucked up, man. I'm gonna try to get the axe out.
He tried to get the vehicle unstuck by himself, but he had little success. If this had happened in a more populated place, it may not have been such a serious issue. But remember, this occurred in a remote area with temperatures below zero. Luckily, he was not very far from the main road, so he chose to walk there in hopes of finding help.
This guy's stopping, oh boy. I fucked up, man. I'm stuck over there. I broke through some ice. Could you tell somebody in the next town? I need a winch or something, like a come along or something. Yeah, it's sunk into the back. Broke through some ice. All right, thank you. All right, he's gonna call in the squad.
After waiting for a while, one truck finally appeared and luckily it stopped. The driver said he would try to send assistance and then drove off, leaving no other vehicles anywhere else in sight at all. Everything now relied on that truck driver. Connor went back to his vehicle, knowing there was no way to tell when help would actually arrive. He set up his tent and a small stove to keep warm through the night, while the freezing water around the vehicle made it impossible to pull it out. He smoked a few cigarettes to pass the time, and later climbed into the tent to try to get some rest.
Woo! Well guys, it's not exactly how I was planning on my day going. My ship. There's nothing you can do but laugh, I guess. Good night, baby. Hopefully the fuel tank isn't full of water. We got the stove going. We've got a peace offering for any wolves that might come this way. They'll go for the canned food first, so it doesn't flap around, and so air doesn't just waft up into it. And inside, oh, it's nice and warm in here.
The following morning, he finally saw a truck coming toward him. Fortunately, they had come to help.
Hello, Jerry. Oh yeah, just my campsite here. Not a problem. Did you hear about me from Eagle? Yeah, I've like sunk my back tire through the ice over there. So the front end is sticking out, but the back end is like below water. This part's like kind of swampy, but it's pretty frozen solid here. They were pretty stoked on my tent. They said if they get me out, they're keeping my tent. I think they're joking, but. Oh yeah!
Okay, put it in the gear, bud. We're actually fired up right now. Try everything right out.
Yeah, whatever I did with the keys.
Fired it up!
Absolute legends over here. Yanked me out. I thought we might lose her there.
This quickly became the ultimate test of reliability. The car still started, even though almost everything inside was wet. Now imagine if something like this had happened somewhere truly remote, where reaching civilization would require hiking for miles through snow and ice. Or worse, if there had been no nearby settlement at all. That situation could have ended in disaster. But thankfully, it did not happen that way. The truck driver deserves full credit for keeping his word and sending help to Connor. It is also essential to tell someone where you are going, so if you fail to return on time, they will know where to begin searching. If you were alone in that freezing place with your vehicle stuck in the ice, what would you have done next? The next eerie video comes from 401, files a UK-based paranormal encrypted exploration channel focused on immersive real-time investigations in remote woodland. The content is known for first-person footage, light dramatization, and recording subtle, unexplained activity in isolated environments. It is December 1st, 2025, in a rural forest in the United Kingdom. The host starts a walk through dense woods with their dog Lily, moving carefully through silent clearings and over pebble banks. From the start, the atmosphere feels tense, and the host stops often watching the surroundings with the feeling that something may be close.
Going on trips without Lil, so she needs to suck it up. I'm going to get camp set up. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to head off into the forest somewhere, get my tarp and everything set up. What the hell is that? 1 second. Let me get the phone out because this will not zoom. I don't know what that was. Not all planes do, obviously, but yeah, I just thought I'd film that because...
As shadows begin to shift near the edge of sight, the host reacts carefully, noting how the silence between each disturbance feels just as unsettling as the sounds themselves. Every snapping branch adds to the impression that something could be moving just beyond view.
The more I do this, the more confident she's going to get, so I might give her another Swedish meatball in a second. There's something about just being out on the water, not having to worry about anything, other than rapids obviously, but now if that was not a landscape in front of me that shouts cryptids, just looking at that ahead of me there, just, you know, it screams strange sighting.
Passing through small clearings, the pattern continues with unpredictable noises, followed by short silence, then movement again. The isolation seems to sharpen every sense, making even small disturbances feel more intense.
I know that a lot of cryptid guys come over from Bigfoot channels and UFO extraterrestrial channels, building a shelter out in the wild, and they're like, what is this about? Why is he not talking so much about the creepy stuff? Very unique niche, I guess, who find both equally interesting. I watch channels of people getting out into these areas, especially in like the Pacific Northwest and Canada, Alaska, and they're talking about Bigfoot, and I just think, what better place to have that conversation with miles and miles of rugged landscape and deep forested areas. You know, what a perfect blend. And so that's me, right? That's what I do.
In the final stretch, the forest remains active but never shows anything clearly. Subtle movement, distant sounds, and slight changes in the surroundings continue until the host decides to turn back. Nothing is seen, but the feeling remains. The forest never fully settles and never fully reveals itself. Some viewers felt the sounds could be natural, while others believed something may have been moving just out of sight the entire time. What do you think was really out there? The next unsettling video comes from Broken Capital, a UK-based paranormal investigation channel focused on solo high-risk explorations in haunted outdoor locations. The content is known for real-time reactions, minimal dramatization, and using spirit communication devices to record unexplained activity. It is January 7th, 2023 in Old Woodland, near a locally infamous haunted mile in the United Kingdom. The investigator arrives alone as darkness starts to settle over the forest. The area instantly feels wrong, dense, silent, and heavy with atmosphere. Crossing a small stream, he heads deeper into the woods and begins preparing his equipment. Almost right away, loud bangs and rustling sounds echo nearby. The noises are sharp, sudden, and close enough to create concern before the investigation has even fully started.
And you're looking for dead things. Whoa, that was massive. Okay, let's get a go session done.
Later, something changes within the trees. A sudden heavy movement is noticed just beyond sight. His reaction is immediate, tense, and alert, showing how unpredictable the environment has become.
Hanged. There it is, hanged. This is hard for me. I'm not gonna lie, I love you all so much, but I had to. Cursed, hanged, okay. Is there anything you'd like?
He starts using his spirit communication tools, and words and names begin appearing. Each one adds to the weight of the location's history, giving the session a darker feeling.
Marilyn.
Marilyn. That was massive. What in the fucking Christ was that? I was just packing up and something massive has just walked past. What in the fuck? Oh, it's just a loud plane. Yeah, nah. This, I'm getting scared now. That's crazy, what the f***? What's that floating? Weird, it's floating, whatever it is.
The forest does not calm down. Whispers, rustling, and quiet noises continue, creating a steady sense that something is nearby.
I can't see much when the light's on my face. It's a bit of a mad one. The f***? No. See you in a minute. Nah.
Another loud sound erupts, this time much closer. He quickly begins packing up, realizing the situation may be escalating beyond control. Moments later, something large moves through the surrounding bushes. The movement is physical, strong enough to shake the vegetation, confirming that whatever is nearby is not small. As he gets ready to leave, movement rushes through the trees. Whether it is an animal or something else, it is fast and close enough to make him retreat. Even then, it does not stop. Childlike voices can be heard as he moves away. At that point, the decision is final, and he leaves the woodland completely. Some viewers thought it could be a large animal moving through the area, while others believed something else may have been present. What do you think was really out there? The footage comes from Dub Wubs, an Australian paranormal investigation channel centered on real-time ghost hunting inside reportedly haunted locations. The channel is known for respectful investigations, spirit communication, and recording unexplained activity with EMF devices and spirit boxes. It is February 22nd, 2026 at Rockingham Cemetery in Australia.
What is good at you very lovely people, it It is Dub Wubs, and today we are at Rockingham Cemetery. So we are just waiting on paranormal talks, but I'll just wait for the. It's hard to explain, but we're waiting for paranormal talks, and we have Strawberry here. That's it. And paranormal talks is here, so this should be good, guys. So we have good friend paranormal talks here.
Hello.
And oh, we've got the gear. Oh, we got the camera.
It's just bugs in the trees.
I know, but what bug makes that noise?
And they're all like not dying.
You're all across the mountain.
Really? I never knew that, guys.
Spirits of Rockingham Pioneer Cemetery. You may remember me. My name is Caleb. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
My name's Jasmine.
I'm Cameron.
Come through.
It's got like super windy.
Yeah, good hay.
Almost right away, a dark figure is spotted behind a tree. It appears briefly but clearly enough to shift the tone of the investigation.
Come towards them with your friendly.
We have a lot here. Now we're gonna go walk down to this patio. Is it patio?
Pergola.
We got toys, so you can pop down a couple of toys.
Still recording. If you want to put the...
A temperature drop follows. The team feels a presence nearby described as calm but watchful. The air seems heavier, as if something has moved closer without being seen.
What?
I swear I just saw a shadow just like run across there. I don't know if I'm tripping, but I think I just saw a fucking shadow.
Then another visual moment happens. A shadow moves quickly across the cemetery grounds, visible for only a second before vanishing.
Show yourself. We're over here. If you're a peaceful spirit,
Then you are not welcome to touch me or follow me home at all.
Any of us. I can't get what they're saying. Start talking. We get baby hit every time. To the children's spirits here, we have some toys that you can come and play with. If you don't want the children's spirits to come and interact with us, that's okay. No, we're here with peace and positivity.
As the session continues, several voices come through the devices. Some are difficult to understand, while others form direct replies. By the end, the investigation leaves a strong impression, not of something dangerous, but of something aware, watching, listening, and choosing to answer. Some viewers felt it may be environmental effects mixed with device interference, while others believed it showed something responding in real time. What do you think was really there?
Hello?
Vamos! Dele!
This disturbing footage comes from Rick, the creator behind the YouTube channel, Rick in His Van, where he documents life traveling in a self-built camper van. Rick travels across different areas, sharing not only his journeys but also the realities of van life, including the good moments, the difficulties, and the lessons he has learned along the way. On October 26th, 2023, Rick set out expecting another simple overnight trip, but this journey would turn out differently. This time he deliberately chose to camp in a woodland area, locally known for its unsettling reputation. It was a personal challenge to spend an entire night alone in a place many people avoided after dark. What started as a peaceful escape slowly became one of the most disturbing experiences of his life.
This is the Common. Now, I've been here before and shot a few videos here before, and a couple of other things that I've filmed here. It's only up the road from me, so it's a really easy place to come to, and it's lovely, and you can wild camp here, and you are allowed. I'm here, I'm just going to sit in the van, make myself something to eat, let it get a bit, and then I'm going to go off into the woods over there and see what we can find. Right, so this is home for the night. First things first, dinner. What have I got? Particularly exotic or gourmet hot dogs, frankfurters, but they do taste amazing, so I'm going to get those. Oh, I've got some crisps. I am missing a beer. That's the one thing I didn't bring, but I have got coffee, so that's the main thing. Things first, let me just take you outside. I haven't shown you exactly where we are and where the van is. This is it. This will be home for the night. This is it. Right, let's go get dinner on.
Rick parked in a remote clearing deep in the forest, a location he had visited before and felt comfortable returning to. The air felt cool and the woods were completely silent, the kind of stillness only found in total isolation. At that moment, nothing seemed out of place. Feeling relaxed, he prepared a simple meal of hot dogs and buns, planning to eat before nightfall. The atmosphere felt calm and steady, almost comforting. There were no warning signs or immediate sense of danger, just a quiet evening alone in the woods. But the calm did not last long.
So, just going to tuck into these. I don't judge. I have made 4. I am a hungry man, but I am going to double up on the sausage inside the bun. No idea where on earth I'm going. I wish there was a path. Let's just go this way. Let's see where we're going. Right. Oh, hello. What's that? What is that in the woods there? Look, what's that? Oh, I think I found the church. That was easy. Ah, that's not a gate. That is a fence. Ah, there's the church.
Holding a torch, Rick decided to explore the surrounding area. As he walked through the trees, he discovered a church partially hidden within the forest. The building stood silently among the woods, adding to the eerie reputation of the area. While observing the surroundings, something suddenly changed.
Oh, right, let's go and have a look. Just check this out. I haven't come prepped with the best torch in the world. Oh yeah, look at that. What is a little church like that doing in the middle of the woods? What? You've got a little graveyard. And a shovel, random shovel. What is going on in this place? Chairs? In the middle of the woods? What's all that about? Sorry. Standing all over you. I'll come back here in the daytime and have a look. I'll come back here in the morning. Well, that's a good fun now, isn't it? I look like that guy, don't I? Look. Here's Johnny. Speaking of church, I'm going to come back and check this place out in the morning when I can have a good look round. Because I've already tripped over and gone arse over tit. Bye, church. The hell is that? Hello? Hello? Hells. Did you see that? Or was that just me? Swear, me, there was someone standing there. There was someone standing right here. I swear to God, there was someone standing right here by my gimbal. Right, that's freaked me out a little bit, so I'm just gonna go. Shut up. Right, I'm not joking you, that's just slammed itself shut. I can't look it. I'm looking at that. There's my gimbal. I'm getting out of here. I did not like that noise. Right, where am I going? I can't even see where I'm going.
Rick noticed a figure dressed entirely in black, standing motionless in the darkness. The person looked almost mannequin-like, completely still with their back facing him. Instinctively, Rick raised his torch and pointed the light toward the figure. Within seconds, it disappeared. There were no footsteps, no sounds of movement, and no clear direction showing where the person had gone. Whoever had been standing there vanished without a trace. Rick felt panic begin to rise as he tried to process what he had seen. He was certain someone had been there, yet the disappearance seemed impossible to explain. He attempted to rationalize the moment, wondering if it had been a trick of the light or simply his eyes adjusting to the darkness. Then a loud bang echoed through the forest. The sudden noise startled him immediately. Rick checked a nearby metal gate along a fence line, believing it may have caused the sound, but the explanation did little to calm him. An uneasy feeling settled in. Trying to relax, he returned to the van and prepared for the night, repeatedly telling himself it was probably nothing. Eventually, he drifted off to sleep.
Right, there was a knock. There was definitely a knock. Someone was trying the van door handles as well. I'm going to turn the lights out. Someone was trying the van door handles. Okay. I heard a car pull up. There's definitely a car pulled up outside. I'm going to have a look. Well, that was weird. I opened the van doors and then it was all quiet out there now, so I'm just going to try and get myself back to sleep. I don't know who they were, but we're all locked up, so we're safe. They can't get in, hence why they were knocking. So 1:45 now, so try again. Night.
But the night was not over. Around 1 in the morning, Rick suddenly woke to the unmistakable sound of someone testing the handles on his van doors. Before he could fully react, loud knocking followed. The sound was close and deliberate. Someone was outside. Heart racing, Rick gathered the courage to look outside. The moment he opened the door, a car immediately reversed and drove away, disappearing into the darkness of the forest. The timing felt unsettling. It seemed intentional, as though whoever had been there did not want to be seen. Questions flooded his mind. Who would approach a stranger's van in the middle of the night in such an isolated place? Trying to remain calm, Rick considered that it may have been someone lost or simply passing through. He shut the door, locked it, and lay back down, but the disturbance was not finished.
Believe this. Let me turn the lights on. I've heard that car come back. At its spot. 2:45 now. That van's come back. Well, that car's come back. That 4x4 vehicle. I can't hear anyone. I can't hear anyone talking outside. There we go. There we go. Right. Literally haven't slept. This. I am going home. They've driven off again. I didn't even look out. I just peered through my curtains, and it's driven off again. I don't know if this is anywhere I shouldn't be parked, but I'm going. I'm not staying here anymore.
He woke again to sharp knocking on the van door. This time it sounded louder and more controlled. The same car had returned. The knocking was slow, firm, and deliberate, not random or accidental. At that moment, Rick realized something important. This felt intentional. It seemed like whoever was outside was testing him, waiting for some kind of reaction. Rick did not open the door. He did not look outside. He stayed completely still, barely breathing, trusting his instincts. After several long and tense minutes, the vehicle reversed once again and disappeared into the darkness. But the uneasy feeling remained. The repeated returns did not feel accidental. They felt planned. Then, there was the earlier sighting, the figure in black who had vanished without making a sound. Rick could not ignore the possibility that the two incidents might somehow be connected. Nothing about the sequence of events felt random. The disappearance of the figure had already seemed unnatural, and now the repeated knocking during the middle of the night made the situation feel far more serious than he originally believed. A realization slowly formed in his mind. If he had opened that door, the situation might have escalated quickly. The forest was isolated, nobody else was nearby, and there was no immediate help available. The danger felt real. With adrenaline still rushing through him, Rick made his decision. Quietly, he started the engine. The headlights cut through the trees as he drove away from the woodland, leaving the darkness behind. What was supposed to be a peaceful escape into nature had become a chilling and unresolved mystery. Strange experiences can happen in isolated places, and not everything can be explained immediately. If you were alone in that van and heard those knocks in the dark, would you have opened the door or stayed silent and waited for morning? It was June 3rd, 2018, when Luis Roldan was in Guatemala near Volcán de Fuego, one of the most active volcanoes in the world, located around 27 miles from Guatemala City, an area frequently visited by hikers and campers. That day, he was simply walking along the side of the road when a sudden thunderous explosion ripped through the air. At first, he noticed a small cloud of smoke and assumed it was only a minor eruption. He pulled out his camera and started recording, but what initially seemed like an ordinary moment quickly became a dangerous survival situation. Ash from the volcano rapidly grew thicker and heavier, covering everything around him and leaving Luis struggling to stay safe as the chaos intensified.
¡Corran, corran! Eso es ahí,
Ala, miren, ala, sí, bastante. Híjole.
Pero aquí no llega. Hoy sí se pasó del... Sí, se pasó de veras, mira. Ahí viene, ahí viene. Híjole, el humo, sí, híjole. Están temblando los... ¡Vámonos! ¡Vámonos! ¡Tapen, la tapen! ¡Vámonos! ¡Vamos! ¡Dele! ¡A un lado! ¡A un lado! ¡Despacio, Simón! ¡Dele despacio, hombre, que el carro no nos alcanza! ¡No la... ¡La rampa!
He remained there briefly, believing the ash would not reach him, but it spread much faster than anyone expected. Nearby, people were already running, desperate to escape. Then several cars speeding away suddenly stopped and picked him up. They managed to get him out just in time. When he looked back, he saw a massive cloud of choking ash rising behind them. Ash this dense is extremely dangerous to breathe, and being so close to the eruption, it was almost certainly scorching hot as well. Thankfully, the people who helped him refused to leave anyone behind, but even so, nearly 200 people were confirmed dead in the disaster. For hikers or campers nearby, small warning signs can be easy to overlook. If you saw that cloud rising, would you have escaped in time? The YouTube channel Rachel and Tommy returned in October 2021 to Tishomingo Wildlife Management Area, a place where they had camped before and experienced a few unsettling moments during an earlier visit. This time, they planned to spend another night there with their dog Badger to see if anything unusual would happen again. After arriving...
Hey, what's up, everybody? Here at the Tishomingo Wildlife Management Area Refuge. I've actually been here before. And got a little creeped out here last time. But here's the thing. He's running around being Badger, obviously. But he's been very skittish since we got here.
Yeah.
Like, he'll just take off running and not like doing zoomies running like. But he comes down this little ravine down here and
He won't go any further. Like
no, and then he'll like get all skittish and run off. I'm not sure what's going on, but we're going to stay here tonight and find out.
Yay.
Badger immediately started acting nervous and refused to move past a certain area near a ravine. They had been to the same location before and noticed strange moments during their last trip, which made the dog's behavior feel even more unusual this time.
Well, last time we were here, there was a crow walking around in the van. I don't know, maybe a raccoon was like walked under the van and hit the bottom of, like hit the frame hard enough to like kind of move the van. That'll wake you up. You know, if a raccoon runs into your house, you're like, I have no idea that a raccoon ran into my house. You know,
yeah, you would know that.
You're a little more acutely aware of your surroundings. We're definitely going to keep you posted.
Yeah, because he won't go any further. He'll look out there and I don't know. He's just skittish.
We don't know.
I don't know.
Where are you hearing it, honey?
Everywhere. I mean, like in this area. Now he'll come over here, but he won't go over there.
Yeah, over there. He's like, nope. See?
Yeah, he.
Yeah, it's a weird. It's definitely a weird. Noises across the lake. I'll walk down here and see.
Camping in wildlife areas means sharing space with animals and hearing sounds that are not always easy to identify. Dogs often notice things people miss, and their reactions can either mean nothing at all or quietly warn that something nearby deserves attention.
I know there are turkeys out here. We've been out in the woods a lot. We know the sounds. What we're hearing are not regular sounds. And usually you can hear birds, you can hear critters. But when you're hearing other noises and you're not hearing critters, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We're going to stick it out. You know, we have no problem running off, or not running off. We have no problem starting the van and driving out of here and going to find another place to stay. I don't feel like we're going to have to do that. I mean, do you feel like that, honey?
What?
Like we need to go somewhere else? Yeah, like I said, we haven't heard critters. I mean, we heard a duck, but we haven't heard critters. creatures. Yeah, I just heard something again back over that way. Last time we were here, there were turkeys.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to. I don't let myself get freaked out.
Yeah.
Because I know for 99.99 things that you hear, there's an explanation. So, don't know. Yeah. So we're sitting here just enjoying the peace and quiet. We keep hearing weird sounds. No clue what they are. Badger's been skittish again, like we said. Like he'll just look off in the woods and stop and just stare. It's eerily quiet out here.
Now that was a duck.
Like, obviously there are raccoons and possums, whatever else out here. I mean, we're in the woods. A little disconcerted. And then it's starting to sprinkle.
A little bit.
It's supposed to storm later. Again, I'm not worried, but it's a little creepy. A little creepy. It'll be fine. It will. So we've been sitting here in the van, lights off, just playing on our phones. We have the windows down, but we're just sitting in the van. And I keep hearing something out in front of the van. So let me turn the LED lights on real quick and see if there's any. No, it's all good so far, I guess. I mean, it's got to be good. I'm not really worried about it. But so I locked Badger out of the van because we're sitting out here. This boy got up in Rachel's whole lap because he's afraid of, well, he's staring in what specific direction right now.
Living inside a van makes people much more aware of their surroundings than they would normally be inside a house. Some nights raise a simple question about instinct and patience. When the woods suddenly grow quiet and something feels wrong, do you trust that feeling enough to leave or stay and find out what might be waiting out there? On October 11th, 2025, Manas Y traveled through the Appalachian Mountains, a region shaped by folklore and long-forgotten tragedies. His channel mixes humor with cinematic travel, visiting unusual places without depending on theatrics or staged fear. This time, he followed a route through 10 locations said to carry more history than hauntings. The trip was not supposed to be scary.
We're back in West Virginia, not for the Mothman, but for the abandoned and haunted Lake Shawnee Amusement Park. A lot of terrible things have happened here. And so all the bad things started happening specifically in the 1950s when a little girl really tragically died on the swing ride. It was kind of strange. She didn't die directly from the swings. A truck just backed into her as she was in her seat. And then a second death happened. There was a little boy who died in the lake here when his arm got stuck in a drain pipe. This is actually the second and third children's deaths in a row. Yeah, dude.
Yet every stop held a quiet weight that made it feel like the mountains still remember more than they reveal. At Lake Shawnee...
All right, I'll tell you. Come on. I actually want to know. Yeah, I got you. Let's go. So this is the swings where that girl tragically died. It's equally creepy, but also kind of sweet how a lot of people leave these dolls and like toys for her. But pretty much a lot of people report hearing her or seeing her specific swing still swinging as if she's still around here. If we take a walk around here, we'll see hers. It's marked by the red ribbon. So we're not sure, but we think this might be the swing. It's just that the ribbon has lost its color over time. The darkest and most terrifying thing about this place is that they actually built the amusement park on top of a Native American burial site. A tribe called the Shawnee tribe used to live here, and archaeologists that have dug around this area have found over 300 burials. Yeah, here, where we're standing. Bruh. But what's super crazy is that before the amusement park was built, there were a couple English settlers that lived here. They kind of took this place from the natives and stuff. The Shawnee tribe came and killed 2 of their children, kidnapped another one, and burned his 8-year-old son at a stake. So there's multiple levels of death on these grounds.
He entered only after leaving a small offering, a practice connected to the site's long and troubling past. He recalled the stories a young girl killed in an accident on the swings, a boy who drowned nearby, and the discovery of hundreds of Native American graves beneath the property. The place carried its past without theatrics, and the silence felt heavier than expected. It was the kind of quiet that follows you even after you leave.
All right, we're rolling up to the next location, which is called Poinsett Bridge, and it is terrifying. Let me give you some history about this place. Pretty much, it's one of the oldest bridges in the entire country. It was built all the way back in 1820. Poinsett Bridge. When it was being built, all the workers there caught a strange, mysterious disease. Some people think it was malaria, but the fact of the matter is a lot of people died while this thing was being built. Here's the crazy part, okay? Legend has it that one of the workers that died from the mysterious illness, his body was buried within the walls of this bridge itself.
and it's still there to this day. A lot of visitors who come here at night report hearing screams, seeing figures. Some people even fall ill. The thing about this bridge is that a lot of people report strange activity when two things occur. Right after it rains, which you can see from the ground, it's literally still wet, and when it's midnight.
Dude, come on.
That was close. Hold on, give it a second. At midnight, there are reports of people seeing on this bridge a headless man.
Something I forgot to mention is that sometimes people don't just hear or see a presence, but they actually feel a physical touch.
Just with it, dude, these walls are so old. And somewhere buried in here oh!
What's gonna happen?
You did that! Are you kidding me?
No, did what?
Oh, no, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Did
We
what?
gotta go.
I don't want to be.
No, we gotta go. We gotta go. My tripod leg came loose. And usually it's this short. It opened and it came out here and it touched the back of my leg. You were like wrapping your hand around my leg.
No, I thought you were playing a bit because but then like the look in your eyes was actually like.
When we were under the bridge, there's nothing around us that could touch me but you.
Yeah, because if there was like trees or something.
Yeah, if there was like trees, I'd be like, okay.
Later at Poinsett Bridge, he returned to the stories of workers who died during its construction and the rumors of a headless figure appearing after dark. While filming, the tripod suddenly moved and hit his leg, startling him in a moment too quick to explain. He tried to steady the situation with humor, but the incident remained without a clear answer. Some moments do not reveal their meaning until much later, if they reveal anything at all.
It's time to hit the final location, the not just ghostly, but demonic Popelick Bridge. Home. Sightings of a demonic half-goat, half-man entity have been reported since at least the 1960s. There are a few tales about its emergence. The first is that it's the spirit of a circus freak who seeks vengeance after being mistreated.
The most infamous story about this place, though, is that it once used to be a local farmer who sacrifices goats in rituals in return for satanic power.
What's very real are the many, many deaths that have occurred on this bridge. What often happens is people looking for the creature end up getting hit by the train that crosses this very bridge.
On the tracks, it goes out into just an endless abyss. It's really creepy.
I prepared to summon the demon the only way I knew how.
Goat man! I'm here! I am right here, all by myself. Last chance to prove the Appalachians are actually haunted.
Last night, I was lucky to be safe as the train that crosses Popelick Bridge appears from the black of night surprisingly quick. Many people that walk across the bridge don't end up so lucky, and those that come here looking for the goat man do meet their end, but not from finding the demon, but from their very search for him.
At Popelick, he went alone, standing beneath the tall trestle tied to the legend of the goat man. He repeated the stories of people being drawn toward the tracks, though he stayed below, recognizing the real danger of passing trains. When one thundered overhead, the force broke through the stillness, ending the night with a reminder that not every threat is supernatural. He walked away thinking about the beauty, the heaviness, and the strange pull of these mountains. Viewers pointed out how Appalachia's history shapes its atmosphere, suggesting the unease comes less from legends and more from what remains unspoken. If these places feel this heavy in daylight, what might they hold for anyone willing to return after darkness settles in? On May 31st, 2025, the creator behind Dead Appalachia entered Big Ridge State Park, taking the Ghost House Trail, one of the area's most unsettling corridors of history. His channel is known for traveling deep into Appalachian lore, mixing old accounts with the quiet heaviness of forgotten places. But along this trail, the past did not simply feel preserved. It felt awake.
I'm essentially going to be hiking the entirety of the Big Ridge State Park, showing you these locations. The grist mill, the ghost house, and the location of an Indian ambush site. Near the trailhead stands the Norton Grist Mill, constructed in 1825. Now this structure here is the Norton Grist Mill. Now this next part may be speculative rumor, but they say that the man who built this mill, his daughter was suspected of witchcraft, and they say the man hung his own daughter because he thought she was a witch. Here's the outside of the mill. Looks quite decrepit. I imagine this was gorgeous back in its day. There's a nice little creek here. We're going to go check out what remains of the ghost house. We're going to check out a hidden cemetery. This here's where we're going. The next part of our adventure takes place around 0.4 miles into the trail, the Norton Cemetery. Some tales suggest that photographs taken here reveal silhouettes of the departed standing by their graves.
The journey began at the old Norton grist mill, standing where it has remained since 1825. Its story stays alive in local memory, the account of a man who believed his own daughter was a witch and took her life near the mill's path. The creator pointed out the discomfort of walking through a place where belief became tragedy, a reminder that Appalachia's darkness often comes from its people, not its ghosts. And still farther down the trail, something else seemed to wait.
As we continue along the trail, we come across the infamous ghost house. Now, only a root cellar, a cistern, and a well casing remain at this place. But many folks have reported seeing different specters and ghosts. Both park rangers and hikers alike have reported a strange specter of a man in work boots, gray pants, and a red flannel shirt hiking off trail in the woods. And he is said to vanish without a trace if you approach him, which just leaves behind an even bigger aura of mystery for me.
The remains of the ghost house came next, now reduced to a cellar, a cistern, and the ground that swallowed everything else. This was the location connected to reports of a mysterious man, gray pants, red flannel work boots seen by rangers and hikers before disappearing whenever anyone approached. It was another kind of unease, quiet and impossible to explain, lingering in the spaces where the house once stood. But the trail still carried a story cut much deeper than rumor.
I'm about to do about 500 feet of elevation right now, heading up to the top of this mountain where there's Indian ambush site is. See no signs of human activity. We're definitely getting close. These are historical rock walls. Whew. All right. After about an hour of hiking, we're here. November 13th, 1794. Hiding between these two huge boulders, Indians ambushed, killed, and scalped Peter Graves, a pioneer settler from the Sharp Station located 1/2 mile to the north. Erected in 1968 by the descendants of the early settlers of this area. Here in the eastern woodlands, back in the frontier days, was very dangerous. I mean, look at all this dense forest. I mean, we're talking Native Americans, bears, disease, bobcats, mountain lions, all kinds of things that roamed around these woods during that time. Yeah, nice little piece of rocky rock. This was all supposed to be a trail, but no one's come up here in God knows how long.
Past the climb between two huge stones stood the place where Peter Graves was ambushed in 1794, killed and scalped during an attack that reflected the violence of the eastern woodlands frontier era. A memorial placed there years later only makes clear how real the danger once was. Reaching this spot, the creator considered the harshness of the land and the heavy silence that settles over places marked by blood and memory. Standing between the stones, the past felt closer than anything supernatural. Many viewers observed that Appalachia's unease comes not only from legends, but from the land's layered history, loss, conflict, and stories that refuse to disappear. On trails like this, memory often feels stronger than myth. If daylight already felt heavy with old stories, what might the ridge reveal to someone who returned after dark when the forest keeps the trail completely to itself? On September 14, 2024, a Russian man uploaded a video to YouTube that remains unsettling to watch. At the time, he was walking alone through a remote wilderness area in Russia when he encountered something he would probably never forget.
Бросила вас мамка. Да. Что, все, пойдем домой? Пойдем домой. Мамка, мне нужны мы. Бросила. Маманя, тебе дети нужны? О, Господи.
A large black bear can be seen calmly moving around him while two cubs stay close beside it. The animal approaches the man from only a short distance away, even passing directly next to him, yet it shows no signs of aggression or defensive behavior. The man stays surprisingly calm as the mother bear and her cubs continue wandering peacefully around him. The moment feels tense, as though something could go wrong at any second, but somehow it never does. The encounter ends without any sudden movement or attack. The video is unsettling because of how normal the situation appears despite the obvious danger. Watching someone remain that calm with a bear standing only a few feet away feels almost impossible, especially considering how unpredictable these encounters usually are. Some viewers believe the bear may have recognized the man or previously been fed by humans, which could explain its calm behavior. Even so, experts continue to warn that wild bears are unpredictable and should never be approached. Luke is someone who has a strong passion for the outdoors. He spends much of his time camping not only for the scenery, but because he genuinely enjoys being out in nature. On his channel, he frequently talks about his gear, and in a video uploaded on March 20th, 2025, he travels into the wilderness to explore a rugged mountain called Devil's Throne.
This is an episode that a lot of people have been looking forward to, and that includes myself. This is my 4th time to the Devil's Throne over the years, and every single time I've experienced some odd things. Already, I've had 2 experiences just coming up the mountain here. I'm not alone up here. Something is with me. I hear footsteps, I drop my pack, I take off running, I can find nothing. I make it back to my pack, I'm hearing footsteps again.
It was an episode many viewers had been waiting for, especially because of the mountain's reputation. Strange experiences seem to happen there whenever he visits. Before he even reaches the mountain, heavy fog begins rolling in, adding to the uneasy atmosphere. As he hikes higher, he starts hearing unexplained noises. These are not sounds from the wind or rustling leaves, but distinct heavy footsteps coming from somewhere ahead of him. Every time he checks the area, nobody is there. Even so, he sticks to his plan of spending the night unaware of what may be waiting for him. Devil's Throne itself is a huge rock formation made of stacked stone extending over the mountaintop. Because of its size, it creates natural shelter, allowing anyone underneath to stay dry during bad weather.
This large rock structure, everyone, is the Devil's Throne. Basically, it's a series of rocks stacked on top of each other. It is extremely cool because of the size of this. When you're underneath this gigantic rock, it could be storming outside, and underneath here, you will stay dry.
After a long hike, Luke reaches the campsite, unpacks his equipment, makes coffee, and enjoys a short moment of peace. For a while, everything becomes completely silent. That silence eventually breaks. A strange sound suddenly echoes through the area.
I wish I could tell you all what that is. Like, it's like just out of my reach as far as my hearing goes, you know? It's like one of those things where, like, if it was just a little bit louder, but I can't. It sounds weird though, that's for sure. When I was hiking up the mountain, I heard footsteps. I heard that strange noise. I hear it again now. I wanted to come up here, spend the night, see what happens, and I will share with you all my experiences. Already a bit strange, you know what I mean?
And Luke cannot tell where it is coming from or what could be causing it. The feeling of being completely alone slowly disappears, replaced by the sense that something else is nearby. Later, after night falls and he begins preparing food, the noises return.
I am still hearing that sound. It's pretty loud too. Closer. Unfortunately, it's too foggy, the rocks are too wet to go mess around in the dark. Basically, I'm hunkered down for the night. That is so weird. There's that noise again. Every time I hear it, it sounds like it's in a different place. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be coming any closer. Like when we were eating, it was pretty loud, but now it's fairly far off. And that makes it kind of strange, you know what I mean?
Thick fog and slippery rocks keep him from moving around as the sounds continue changing positions but never fully stopping. Combined with the earlier footsteps, the experience becomes difficult to ignore, especially since he is alone on the mountain. The sounds may have a natural explanation, but the timing and movement remain difficult to explain. Do you think this was wildlife or something still unexplained? A creator known for documenting places tied to the unexplained returns to a location that has remained in his mind for years. In a video uploaded on December 11th, 2025 from the channel Tim Morozov, Tim revisits an abandoned estate often called the Vonnegut Castle, a place he says affected him deeply from the very beginning. According to Tim, this was one of the first locations where he experienced what he describes as real mysticism. What stayed with him was not only fear, but a strange sense of connection. During a visit years earlier, he believes he encountered not just paranormal activity, but something far more disturbing. Tim claims his cameras captured what looked like a living creature watching him from a distance. Whatever it was, it never attacked, but the unexplained encounter became one reason he could never forget the estate. After years of avoiding the location, Tim finally decides to return. From the moment he arrives, everything feels different. The estate is more overgrown, more deteriorated, and visibly unstable. Broken walls and thick vegetation surround the structure. What once fascinated him now fills him with dread, and while standing there, he feels a powerful urge to leave, almost as if the building itself is warning him away. Despite the feeling, Tim begins his investigation. He sets up equipment intended to detect and amplify paranormal activity, placing devices near the entrance where the creature was previously filmed while positioning cameras throughout the estate.
Надеюсь, я услышу отсюда прибор, если он сработает. И если меня кто-нибудь слышит, дайте знак или ответьте мне.
As night falls and he moves deeper inside the atmosphere, slowly changes. Tim admits some people may believe the activity is caused by an animal, but he insists the equipment only reacts to paranormal energy. He adjusts the devices convinced something has entered the building.
Кто здесь?
For a brief moment, he considers the possibility that another person may be inside, but the idea quickly disappears. The estate is too isolated with no nearby roads or signs of anyone around.
Писк прибора. Снова что-то отбросило мою камеру.
As the night continues, the situation begins to feel disturbingly familiar. Tim admits he never captures a clear image of the entity, but the feeling remains unmistakable. He expands his setup, placing cameras on several floors, including the basement, along with a thermal camera near the entrance, even as the structure becomes increasingly dangerous to move through. Without realizing it at the time, one of the cameras records something unusual.
Снова на этом месте сигнал. Сейчас он не прекращается.
Hours later, as morning approaches, the activity slowly fades. There is no confrontation or obvious reveal, and by the time Tim leaves, it feels as though whatever was inside has retreated. It is only after returning home that he notices what he missed, a mist-like figure quietly moving through part of the castle. The discovery changes everything. Whatever inhabits the estate never fully revealed itself, but it still left evidence behind. Sometimes the things unnoticed in the moment become the hardest to forget.
Aldo!
You okay? Yo, hey! Hey!
What is that, a head? Is that a person?
I don't want... Bro, I don't want to die. Okay. You gotta go! Dude, he's booking it! Go! Oh, shit, go! Dude, go!
A small group of friends was hiking along a trail they knew well, continuing a routine they had followed for months. Once every month, they met up and picked a different route as a way to reconnect, to unwind, and spend time outdoors. That day seemed no different. The atmosphere was relaxed as they laughed, talked, and occasionally stopped to take pictures and selfies. Everything about the hike felt calm and familiar. That feeling of comfort changed without warning. While stopping for photos, one of them noticed movement coming from the nearby trees. A man slowly emerged from the woods and stepped onto the trail. What caught their attention wasn't only his presence, but how out of place he appeared. He was not dressed for hiking, no backpack, no proper footwear, no equipment, just ordinary clothes that didn't fit the environment. The group later explained that he seemed confused. His movements were uneven, and his behavior was difficult to understand. In that moment, the laughter disappeared, replaced by the quiet feeling that something was wrong. The group immediately adjusted the way they behaved. They stopped casually recording and spoke softly among themselves while judging the situation. Warnings they had heard before and stories they had seen online came back to mind. They reminded each other to stay close, stay aware, and return to their car without drawing attention. As they continued along the trail, the fear was not chaotic or loud, it stayed controlled. They didn't run, and they never approached the man. Even so, the uneasy feeling stayed with them. Several times they felt as though someone could be watching or following them. Instead of stopping to look, they remained together and kept walking, focused only on getting back safely. Eventually, they reached their vehicle and drove away without anything else happening. There was no confrontation and no real explanation for who the man was or why he had been there. Later, the group shared the footage as a reminder that staying alert matters even during peaceful activities like hiking. Nature is not always as empty as it seems, and sometimes the most disturbing moments are the quiet ones, when instinct tells you to leave and you trust it. Do you think this was harmless or something that could have become far worse? Shaylee Wanders, a travel content creator, was camping beside a peaceful lake, enjoying the quiet atmosphere and fresh air around her. Everything changed without warning when she stepped away from the tent during the day to use the restroom.
I'm currently sitting in a field of talus with no shoes, climbed up here and sat. I was in the tent getting ready to come out and go to the bathroom. I heard something that sounded very big outside. About 5 seconds later, I had a bear claw in my tent. Kind of peeked my head out of the tent flap, so deployed my bear spray. That backed him off enough for me to get out of the tent.
She was lucky to leave the shelter at that moment because what happened next showed how fast a normal camping trip could have turned into a deadly situation.
And at that point, I could kind of tell that he was more interested in the tent. They are still in the woods that are, so like tents down there, and they are like in here. Spring holder, sleeping bag, and this is what's left of our tent.
In the end, she made it home unharmed and safe. After an encounter that many people might not have survived, the bear spray seemed to work exactly as intended, giving her enough space to get away. Where do you think the boundary should be between adventure and danger? Connor Does Adventures is a YouTube creator who records trips and explorations with friends. Most of their videos feature harmless outings, whether they are walking through forests, traveling across desert areas, or exploring abandoned places with nothing ever seriously going wrong. But in this particular upload posted on September 8th, 2018, something happens that still has no clear explanation.
Hello everyone, this is Seco Dane. So, tonight, we're gonna do a little desert exploring. Can you see me in the camera?
Yeah, you just need the light.
So, tonight, we're gonna do this thing is so dumb, holy crap. Some desert exploring in our wash. This is Braden's first time. So yeah, it's just me and him tonight. So,
Let's start.
So we were gonna go to the tunnels.
It's a kitty cat.
Freaking heck, dude, I keep running it. Okay, this light likes to start. Okay, so there's a wash over here. Oh my gosh.
Light sucks, bro.
At the start, they are simply walking down a dusty road, heading deeper into the desert toward an abandoned tunnel. Connor and his friends seem relaxed, acting the way many young explorers do, while visiting places they probably should avoid. As the footage continues though, the atmosphere slowly begins to change and the situation becomes increasingly unsettling.
What?
I don't know, I thought I saw something. Can you see that?
Look through the...
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, carry on.
Dude, I'm like shaking.
Last time I was out here and I was like freaking 12. I don't even know how I had the guts.
I know. Something's just gonna grab you.
That's you brushing up against that.
Dude, shine your light right here.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh my gosh, dude. No way. Okay.
Holy... What? Hello?
Dude. Hey.
Hello? Dude.
Okay, we get it.
Wait.
It's funny. Know why you're scaring us.
Dude. I don't even feel comfortable going. Where are we supposed to be?
I bet you it's...
Where are we supposed to be? Oh my gosh, dude.
Okay, it's not funny. It's like right there, dude. Oh my gosh.
Dude, that thing's not human. I'm serious. That thing's huge.
I bet you it was just a kid. Hey, we get it, it's funny.
It's a big kid. Okay, let's just walk.
Alright. Okay, we're just gonna...
Screw you.
Seriously. I hate retards to do that.
They begin hearing unusual sounds coming from the nearby bushes. Quiet noises, but obvious enough to notice. At first they brush it off, assuming someone nearby is trying to scare them. That assumption quickly fades. Once they finally arrive at the tunnel, it becomes obvious that whatever is happening is not a prank.
I'm gonna have to flip and book it if something comes running out.
Dude. Oh.
Okay. You gotta go! Dude, nothing's booking it! Go! Dude, I'm trying! Oh, shoot, go! Dude, go! Gosh! Dude! He's right there!
Out of the darkness, something appears. A small and unusual figure crawls outward, barely looking human, and moving in a way that is hard to explain. The footage has caused some viewers to believe it could be CGI. However, the video was uploaded more than 7 years ago, and considering how young the creators were at the time, creating something that convincing seems unlikely. Earlier in the video, they mentioned being near Area 51, which has fueled speculation. Without making conclusions, some viewers question whether the location itself could somehow relate to what appears on camera. There is still no definite answer. Whatever they captured remains unexplained and far from ordinary. Do you think this was a mistaken identity, an animal, or something that still cannot be explained? The next clip comes from It's Bates, a YouTube channel known for nighttime forest explorations, camping challenges, and paranormal-style fear games. It is September 8th, 2022, in an open field surrounded by nearby woodland and a construction site. Two members of the group prepare to leave the tent and head toward the forest close by. The night is cold and extremely dark, with the open field offering almost no cover, and the tree line ahead appearing nearly pitch black. As they walk, distant alarms and faint noises echo through the area, making it difficult to tell where the sounds are actually coming from.
Don't come back because I heard the sound from there earlier.
What if no one comes back?
Well, I swear I keep, seeing things. Even though it's the scariest thing ever. Wait! This is the construction site, the alarm might go on.
No, but we're not, in a building. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I do. Let's just hide. Crouch! Crouch! Me, same, I'm shivering.
They discuss the rules for their Midnight Demons tag game, trying to stay calm, but the silence around them causes every small sound to feel more intense as they move closer to the woods.
What is that?
Where?
Oh, this is stipends. Is that a stipends? That's a stipends. Oh my god. Yo. Oh my god. Thank god, stipends. What?
Did you see something?
I don't know. We saw like a red thing and then we heard something.
I was in the middle of the field. I was trying to get to you guys. I went to the forest area back there.
Yeah.
Like all the way back there.
Yeah.
And I swear I heard
Wait, you went all the way back there?
Like you see this forest, like big trees.
Yeah.
One member of the group suddenly notices what appears to be a red light, or possibly a figure far in the distance. Everyone reacts immediately, unsure whether it is one of their friends or something else entirely. Later, one person admits they were trying to scare the others, but the earlier noises coming from the forest are never fully explained. The group spends the rest of the night inside the tent talking about what happened during the game. Although some moments are later revealed to be pranks, the darkness of the open field and the constant background noises make the entire experience feel far more intense than expected. In places like that, even small sounds can completely change how people react. If you had been standing there in the dark field, would you have walked toward the woods or stayed inside the tent? The next disturbing video of the night comes from Aaron Evans, a UK-based adventure and exploration vlogger who investigates haunted forest caves and locations tied to local folklore alongside his dog Bailey. The channel focuses on immersive real-time experiences, combining paranormal investigations with outdoor adventure and camping. It is August 2nd, 2025 in the United Kingdom. Aaron and his group begin by visiting a tower connected to the legend of Lady Sally, but they discover the entrance is locked. A local resident directs them toward a nearby cave system believed to be the only accessible part of the area, and the group decides to explore there instead. As they approach the cave entrance, they move carefully, aware that the tunnels ahead may be narrow and unstable. Bailey stays close to the group, confidently leading the way as they prepare to enter the caves.
This is insane. Let's go to the other ones. I don't want, bro, I don't want to die. This is scary. Bro, it opens up even more. Oh my god, it goes further. Okay, let's go.
Inside the cave system, the tunnels quickly become tighter before opening into larger chambers. The low ceilings and uneven terrain force the group to move slowly and carefully. One member admits feeling uneasy inside the confined space, while Bailey continues forward without hesitation. The darkness, echoing footsteps, and narrow tunnels create a tense and claustrophobic atmosphere as they continue deeper inside.
Looks like a witch's tree. We've decided at this spot here is going to be home for the night. Right next to the spooky tree. There's like a branch, basically a tree, leaning up against the oak tree, but it's fallen over and the only thing that's holding up is the oak tree. So we're just going to move over like to this spot here.
After leaving the caves, the group sets up camp near a twisted tree. Locals call the witch's tree. Using a stone fire pit, they cook food and settle in for the night. But as daylight fades, the forest begins to feel increasingly unsettling. Small noises from the surrounding woods and shifting shadows make the area feel far more isolated than expected.
Good morning. Well, I didn't sleep very well last night. I could hear this like weird sort of screeching, barking, and then on top of that as well, Bailey was just like sat up almost like all night long. So I don't know what that was about.
During the night, strange screeching sounds echo through the forest. The noises resemble animals, but seem unusually loud and close nearby. Bailey remains alert, staring toward the tree line and reacting to movements the group cannot clearly see. No figures ever appear, but the atmosphere remains tense enough to keep everyone awake. By morning, the group packs up camp and travels to a nearby churchyard searching for Sally's grave. Many of the gravestones are weathered and difficult to read, preventing them from confirming the exact location. The trip to Sally in the woods ends without answers. Sometimes places connected to old legends feel different once night falls, even when nothing clearly appears on camera. If you had spent the night there and heard those sounds in the forest, would you have stayed until morning or left the campsite early? On October 5th, 2025, Dan Bell, creator of Dan Bell/Film, a channel known for nighttime urban exploration, ended up deep near Seneca Rocks in West Virginia. His videos often uncover forgotten motels, abandoned schools, and eerie backroads, but this night carried a different feeling. As he pushed farther into Appalachia's silent darkness, every shadow seemed to hold its own weight, suggesting the stillness around him might not be completely empty.
Look at this place. Yoakum Vacationland Motel Restaurant. Here's the motel. Look at this place. I guess this was an early car phone. You could just pull up here and make your call right from your driver's seat. This place is so old. It's like a peek back into the past. Damn, it's creepy. Oh my god. Yeah, this must have been like some elementary school or middle school or something like that. Oh my goodness. Seneca Rocks Elementary School, 1955. This place.
Dan started the night by moving through the remains of Yoakum's vacation land, passing its worn signs and the quiet shells of aging motel rooms. Farther along the road, he came across the abandoned Seneca Rocks Elementary School, with its dark windows and old facade frozen since 1955. The silence around these places felt heavy, as if time had moved aside but never fully disappeared. Something in that quiet seemed to prepare him for what waited deeper in the night.
Look at that place. goodness. Oh, the curtains are all torn. Looks like an old haunted house. There cannot possibly be people living in there. That is so creepy. Secretly, I want to go and see if the door's open, but I'm worried that there might still be somebody in there. I don't know if going in is a good idea. I just went to get out of the truck to go check this house out to see if the front door is open, and a car rode by and they slowed down. I had already turned my truck off, so the lights were off. And then I sat here for 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes. And the car had turned around and come back. And then I heard something over here. It sounded like something metal, like someone taking like a shovel and hitting it on concrete. Oh, there's a car coming up behind me. People out here don't mess around. I'm gonna just pull into this Liberty station. Let them go past. They're pulling into the Liberty station as well. There's a light in the woods. You can see it right there. Right there. What is that light? Huh. That's not a star. What the hell is that? It's not a house. Oh God, why am I on this road? This is so creepy. I can't imagine if my engine died or I had a flat tire. I'd have to really be brave. Call AAA. If I even have, I probably don't have cell reception up here. I guess I'd have to walk back to the main road. Oh, that would be horrible. Goddamn Blair Witch House. Jesus, that's creepy looking. There's still seats, chairs sitting on the front porch. A lot of people just die and there's no relatives, there's no next of kin, so they just, their homes are just abandoned. This light, I swear to God, has been following me. I saw it about 10 miles from here, and it was... Anyway, it just seems like it's been following me. I don't know.
Later, when he slowed near a deteriorating roadside house, the unease began to build. A passing car dropped its speed as it went by, then returned a few minutes later. From somewhere close came a metallic hit, a sound he compared to a shovel striking concrete. The tension made him drive away, stopping only when he reached an old Liberty station to break the moment. But even there, the sense that something around him was changing never fully went away. Deeper into the drive, Dan noticed an odd light hanging too low to be in the sky, seeming to follow his route for miles. The road took him past a weathered cabin he half-jokingly called the Blair Witch House, its presence disturbing in the dim light.
It's like a vintage restaurant. The napkins are still on the tables. Look at this place. Look at the child seat. This is wild. Anyone home? Looks like a shape of a human being standing back there. I think it's an alien, actually. It's an extraterrestrial waiting for me to jump the fence so it can take me up. Look at that face. Doesn't it look like an alien face? Okay, it's like moving. I'm getting out of here. Oh, you can see it, but across the street there's a light from that house. It's like a dim light, and it's a field over there. I don't know. Maybe somebody's having I tried to bring the brightness up all the way on the phone, but it's just not good enough.
Later, near a fenced area, he spotted a shape that looked almost human, or something else entirely, before realizing it was only an illusion created by the angle of the light. The discomfort stayed just long enough for him to decide he had experienced enough for one night. Some viewers think the drifting lights and tense moments show how Appalachia can intensify fear, mixing instinct with imagination. If those lights really followed him, what could have been standing just out of reach, watching from the darkness the entire time? On September 27th and 29th, 2023, Mo, Sargi, and Aldo pushed far into the Appalachian Mountains near Bluefield, West Virginia. Their channel, known for survival challenges and encounters with disturbing legends, went there to examine reports of feral people. But the farther they traveled, the more the woods seemed to respond.
We just know to be careful now because we've talked to a lot of locals. No one goes out anymore. It's been abandoned. This trail in particular that we're walking is closed down for some reason. Yo, this looks like some weird ass language, dude. What do you think it says? I don't know, but it could be like communication between like the feral people. Like, I'm just speculating here, but it could be.
It also, I mean, it looks like people put their initials too, just like how people do that for fun.
But here's the thing, for the people that do talk about the feral people, they don't know how they communicate. There's no reception out here.
No, there isn't. I heard that the feral people actually communicate with clicking.
Yeah, clicking, whistling, type of howling, and singing from what I've heard too.
They followed the closed path toward Pinnacle Rock, passing the weathered sign, and spotting strange symbols cut into the trees. Mo brought up the stories connected to those markings, questioning who or what might have left them there. The forest felt strangely aware around them, and that discomfort only intensified as they kept moving.
What's wrong? Dude, what? I think we just discovered their base. Oh, do you see that? There's like a house down there. I don't know if I can catch them. I can't. See? I thought I seen someone. And dude, there's also this weird structure here. Usually this means this is like their headquarters. Oh, I mean, maybe they're living here. Oh, yo, there's another house down there. Do you see anyone walking? There was a weird, like, I thought I seen a weird guy over there.
Dude, you might have just saw a feral person down there.
You'd hear that? A faint whistle. I heard that. Should we go down there? Yeah, we should go down there.
Okay, do you see anyone right now?
No.
I think it's safe.
Whoa, look at this structure. This kind of reminds me of like coal mining stuff. There might have been a mine here at one point. There's rails up there from a coal mine. What the heck is all this? It's closed. This trail was closed for a reason, guys. We actually just stumbled upon a feral camp, so keep your eyes open.
I'm glad you have the baseball bat.
I mean, I don't plan on hurting anyone, as long as they're nice to us, right?
Yeah.
Trail closed. So there's a house there. Oh my God, there's a mine shaft. There's an old abandoned mine shaft in the mountains. I saw a guy going off that way. What? Look at this old mining cart. Oh, they've blocked it off. Well, there's no way he got in here because they blocked us off. I wonder if it goes in deep. Oh, it's a mine shaft, dude. It goes in deep. So there's no way he went in here. I seen somebody in like a camo jacket or a hoodie of some sort. He had what's it called? His face looked different. He was very pale.
Pale?
Yeah, very pale.
Okay, let's keep looking around.
There's a chance that he's in this building right now. Tent. There's a tent. Hey, we mean you no harm.
We just want to be friends. In here?
Oh, it's a homemade toilet.
Why would there be a homemade toilet?
Because they're living around here.
Deep in an abandoned trail.
This might be where they come up to the trails to like rob people.
Near the abandoned mining valley, Mo noticed a pale-faced man dart across his view. Not long after, they discovered a collapsed tent and a rough toilet structure, implying someone had been staying out there. The sense of being observed followed every step, but the situation escalated once they moved completely off trail.
There's a little shack in the middle of the forest near the water.
So I don't know how we're gonna get down because
Really?
it's a mountain drop and there's a fence, so we got to find a way. So we could probably go from here because there's a way out of the fence.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah. Dude, we're literally climbing down a mountain right now, an entire mountain. So we decided we're gonna risk our life to give you guys some more content. By the time we make it down the mountain and down to the river, which we don't know if that's even a guarantee, it's gonna be dark.
It's gonna be quite a while.
Like, I don't mind the darkness, but when it gets dark, the animals come out.
Yeah.
And also the feral people. You know, the worst part is you can tumble down the mountain and this is all barbed wire that you're touching.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm losing my balance. Well, we're almost there. You hold on to trees. Woo. I'm making it look too easy for you guys. Let me show you the angle that this is. This is like an 80-degree angle. Holy shit, this is a 90-degree angle at this point. Careful, careful. Oh my God, he almost died. Please be careful, hold on.
Whoa.
All there is train tracks. And more mountain to scale down. Okay, as you guys can see, we are almost down by the river. Whoa! Whoa! Aldo! Wait, where'd he go? Aldo! Yo, he disappeared. Aldo! Wait, actually? Aldo! Oh, hey! Oh my god, oh my god. Yo! Yo, hey. You okay? Yo, hey! Hey, yo, Aldo, wake up! Yo, hey! Aldo, wake up! Hey, are you okay? What happened? Get up. Did you hit your head? Did you fall? Did you fall? Do you remember what happened? Bro, seriously, are you playing a joke on me or what? Like, are you okay? Why do you keep looking up that way? What happened? Did you slip and fall?
No, something was following us.
Something was following us.
Yeah. I heard something. I heard something. So I turned around. And then everything went black. I saw someone. Yes, I think someone hit me.
Does your head hurt? Does your legs hurt?
My head hurts.
Your head hurts?
Right here. Come feel it. There's like a bump. You feel it? Am I bleeding?
No, you're not bleeding. You're good.
While heading down toward the river to reach a small shack, the slope turned dangerous. Then Mo looked back and realized Aldo had disappeared. He found him moments later on the ground, confused with no memory of what struck him. The forest seemed to close in around them. Climbing back up led them directly into something worse.
I'm just happy that we got up here before it got dark. Yeah. Because we still have 1,000 steps to climb, right? Man, worth it though. Worth it. Go. Run. Go. What's that? That's someone there. There was someone there. There was someone there.
I think they're trying to keep us out of their territory.
There was clicking. There was actual clicking. What if it's following us, dude? Wait, what's that in the window? What's that in the window? There's a face. Dude, look at my screen. Look at my lens. You can't zoom in that far. There's a guy standing right there. Look at his face.
Oh.
What the f*** is that?
Let's go.
What? Dude, I can't run no more. What is that? A head? Is that a person?
Someone watching us?
Dude, there's something orange over there. Look at that. It looks like a face. All right, so we're officially lost somehow. Yeah. No clue where the hell we are, but we're trying to make our way out. We are literally lost in the Appalachian forest. Let me show you guys how dark it is without night vision. Right now you can kind of see the skyline. There was something chasing after us and we went like a different trail and we just kept going and going. And we have no idea where we are now. So I'm hoping we're going to find some safety somewhere.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Oh!
What?
Yo, shelter. Yes. God, yes. We're so exhausted, guys. Bro, this must have been something that was part of the mine shaft.
I think this is literally the best spot. Oh, let's just chill here, relax, refresh, and as soon as the sun comes out, we'll be out of here.
Somebody's walking. Hello? Yeah, somebody was just walking. Oh my god, what is that? What on earth is that? It's completely red. It's moving. Look, it keeps going. Where'd it go? It looks like the moon, but it's not, right?
Yeah, it's really zoomed in. It's definitely not the moon.
I'm so scared to be here right now. Oh, I see it. It's currently 3:13 a.m. Dude, we have to make a decision. I don't know if I want to stay here. Because I keep hearing like howling and stuff. We're hearing howling and some rustling in the bushes. We're going on another trail now. Yeah, I missed it. We heard something frightening. That sounded something terrifying. It was like screaming.
Yeah.
I don't know if the camera is picking up on the noises because it's so loud out here. Let's just keep going, dude. Yo, what was that?
Bro,
what is that?
There's something there.
What did you see?
Bro, there's something down there.
What did you see? Huh?
Bro, there's a feral person.
You caught something on camera?
Yeah. There's something down there, bro.
He got something. Wait, step away. Where is it? Oh, there's someone there. There was a guy there.
Yeah, you see that?
What the hell? Yo, someone's stalking us. There's a dude there. That was that tree that you saw him, right?
Yeah.
I just walked past that tree. Someone just fired a gun.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just turned off the camera too. I can hate myself for that. I think my flashlight is dying out. Or this camera. Oh my god, I hear clicking.
Oh! There's someone down there. Dude, I actually saw
it?
Let's go. Let's get the fuck out. Back to the cave it is. Back to the cave. Oh! We're being shot at. We're being shot at. Oh!
A clicking noise echoed above them. When Mo raised his light toward a small cabin, he stopped. An orange-colored face appeared in the window, staring silently. Fear forced them into a frantic retreat down the mountain, but the night was nowhere near finished. While hiding inside a concrete bunker, footsteps moved around outside. A red light drifted between the trees. Hours later, Mo saw a figure concealed behind a tree, followed by a sudden explosive snap that startled them both. By sunrise, they were exhausted and desperate to leave. Comments mirrored their fears, warnings about whistles, strange lights, and people who disappear into the mountains long before anyone realizes. If this was everything they saw, what stayed just beyond the reach of their lights?
Hello. Oh. Hey.
I can't see anything back here. I'm gonna try and go around back.
Levi? Did you hear
was that?
a voice?
Yeah, yes, I heard that sounded like it was right below our feet.
It sounded like a voice.
On February 25th, 2022, Tara from Tara Treks reflected on her miles across the Appalachian Trail, where shelters designed to feel safe often carried a heavier meaning. Her channel usually highlights through hiking and the steady rhythm of long-distance travel. But that night, she returned to the times when those wooden walls felt uncertain and trusting them became much more difficult.
Today, I'm going to be telling you guys why you should not be sleeping in shelters on the Appalachian Trail. I'm not here to bash anyone for choosing to stay in a shelter, and I do recognize there are a lot of benefits to actually staying in one. A shelter offers a quick setup and breakdown of sleeping materials, so that means more time on trail and less time at camp. A safe haven from the elements that can include lightning, downpours, really intense wind, or falling trees and branches. One of the top benefits, in my opinion, is that you meet people a lot easier. Every structure is built differently in a different area of the trail with different people who maintain it. I do believe the cons of staying in a shelter heavily outweigh the pros. I'm going to separate the reasons into two categories. We're going to have people, and we're going to have animals or other living things. Walking up to a shelter, you never really know who's going to be staying in it or who's going to come up a little later. If you are a thru hiker, you do have a good idea based on who is hiking around you. Weekend warriors, Boy Scout groups, section hikers, or guys who are a little down on their luck. This means you will be sleeping among strangers, and in my opinion, that makes me feel very vulnerable. Before I committed to a shelter, I usually screen those that I didn't know. Obviously, I would do this in a non-weird or conspicuous way, just ask like a couple questions about their life and their plans of their hike or backpacking trip. There was one time though that asking a couple questions helped us determine that we were not going to be staying in a shelter. In 2019, James Jordan killed Ronald S. Sanchez Jr. at a campsite on the Appalachian Trail. Around 2 weeks prior to that incident, we did meet James Jordan at a shelter. After spending 15 minutes of talking with Jordan, we found him to be very mentally unstable. We decided that we would pack up our things and move along down the trail, even though it was hailing and raining. On a lighter note though, you may meet some seemingly nice people who might snore really loud, might have a really noisy sleeping pad, or who might get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. And you have a couple people turning and tossing in their sleep on their sleep. Some backpackers on the Appalachian Trail wake up early, or some come to a shelter a little later, which, again, can wake some people up. You also have to worry about a silent virus that is being passed among hikers that haven't washed themselves in days.
She opened with the night her group encountered James Jordan at a shelter only weeks before he would later kill hiker Ronald Sanchez Jr. They spent 15 uneasy minutes around him, enough time to feel that something was wrong. That quiet warning drove them back into the hailstorm, choosing their tents over sleeping near a man whose behavior seemed unstable. It was the first reminder that a roof does not always mean safety.
During my thru hike, we got caught in a freezing rainstorm in the Smoky Mountains. Luckily, we found a shelter and there was a couple people in there. By the end of the evening, we were pushing the limits of the shelter's capacity. When we left the shelter the next morning, we were fine, but as the following days progressed, one by one in our tramway, we were getting sick from a common hiker virus called norovirus. Norovirus causes inflammation of the intestines and stomach, which results in vomiting and intense diarrhea. Most everyone in our tramway got norovirus except for Smiley, who is a strict tent camper and did not stay in the shelter that night. Lastly, with a shelter and people is you don't get a lot of privacy, but you can kind of expect that when you're in the shared community space. So that's not a huge one.
Another memory came from the Smokies when icy rain pushed hikers into an overcrowded shelter. Dozens waded through the storm together, not knowing what was spreading through the tight space. By morning, nearly everyone who slept inside had been hit by norovirus, except the one hiker who remained outside in a tent. Sometimes the threat stays invisible, only revealing itself after the night is over.
All right, let's move on to the next category, being any other living thing like animals, reptiles, bugs, rodents, or problem bears that live near shelters because they know people will be staying there and there's going to be an amount of food there. We typically try to steer clear of those shelters, but even if you tent camp around the shelter, you're still gonna have those bear issues. So it's not so much a shelter problem. The real problem creatures are not big bears, but instead small mice and rats that live in and around the shelters. Even if you do everything right, like hang your food up in a tree or put it in a bear vault, take every small little crumb out of your pack and put all your smelly things in that bear bag hanging in a tree, they're still gonna bother you. One time during a section hike, a mother mouse and her babies decided my friend's bag, which was hanging, decided that would be a great nesting place for her and her babies. I once heard this horror story. A hiker was about to go to bed, so they put on chapstick, woke up, and a mouse was chewing on her lips. It's so gross. Mice and rats also carry a lot of diseases and their poop can dry up, becoming dust. That's a really easy way for viruses or diseases to spread in the air. Snakes, spiders, and bugs were a minor issue in shelters.
Then came the nights controlled by wildlife. At Old Orchard, a bear circled for hours, even though food had been stored correctly. Mice chewed into packs settled inside hanging bags and seemed to take over the shelters after dark. She remembered hearing about a hiker who used lip balm, only to wake up with mice attracted to it. These moments strengthened her belief shelters offered convenience, but the price often felt too high. Crowded shelters can mix unpredictable strangers, sickness, and wildlife, creating dangers that comfort and convenience cannot always make worth it. When the trail turns silent at night, would you trust a shelter's walls or your own instincts to keep you safe? On September 22, 2025, Dawson Toller stepped into the deserted town of Elkmont, buried deep within the Appalachian Mountains. His YouTube channel follows real paranormal investigations handled with steady focus instead of exaggerated theatrics. Alongside Michael, he returned to the cemetery, the cabins, and the pieces of history left behind after the town had been cleared out decades earlier. Nothing strange had occurred yet, but both men felt the sort of silence that often comes before something they cannot fully prepare for.
So inside of this cemetery is Levi Trentham himself. Levi Trentham was known as a prophet. And in Elkmont itself, one of the buildings was his cabin, which I find that super interesting. So we're coming up to his grave to leave a couple offerings. That way tonight, potentially, he will want to have a conversation with us. So right here is Levi Trentham's grave. We're supposed to leave nails on his grave as a sign of respect to hope that he will communicate with us tonight. So I'll leave it right here. So Levi, if you would be willing, tonight we're coming back up here and we're going to try to communicate with you. We would love to hear your story. We'd love to hear a prophecy that you have. We appreciate your time and you allowing us to be here tonight.
They started at the cemetery where Dawson approached the grave of Levi Trentham, a man once seen as the town's quiet dreamer. He set nails and screws on the headstone, a gesture intended to recognize Levi and invite his presence later that night. Dawson made a simple request, asking him to come back to the cabin they were about to enter. It was a small gesture, almost respectful, but something in the atmosphere suggested the night would not remain peaceful for long.
For this investigation, we're gonna run the Ovilus. We'll set up a REM pod right here on the fireplace, might be a good spot for it. So that right there is calibration. So we got the Ovilus running, we're gonna throw it in dictionary mode. Levi, if you're here in front of your doorway, I have a music box. All you have to do is step in front of it and it'll go off indicating that you're here. Here on top of your fireplace, I have a REM pod. And if you walk up to it, this little black wire, and you touch it, it'll flash blue. Levi, if you're here, could you give us a knock or some sort of indication that you're here? What is that?
I hear that too, like a knocking sound. Yeah, that was very loud. Actually makes me think maybe there's somebody...
Hold on. Guys, we're being quiet right now because we're trying to sniff out if we can see any sort of light, and I don't. Hello? Could you do that again, please?
If that is you, please speak to us. Is that you?
No. Did you hear
Was
a
that?
voice?
Yeah, yes, I heard that sounded like it was right below our feet.
It sounded like a voice, a man's voice.
Okay, I heard it just a loud dun.
Did you hear?
Was that? Yeah, yes, I heard that sounded like it was right below our feet.
Did you hear?
Was that? Yeah, yeah.
Did you hear?
Was that? Yeah, yes, I heard that.
Levi?
Stab.
Good timing.
Kim.
What was the second one?
Kim.
I don't think those noises we heard, if you were speaking to us through that device, and you intentionally...
Place.
Whoa. Said place?
Place.
Did you mean to say stab?
Lot.
Lot. Stabbed a lot.
Maybe.
Drag.
Couch. Traverse. Row.
It's weird that it's starting to say a bunch of stuff now. It didn't say anything for like 5 minutes.
Channeling. Already.
Channeling already? It's an interesting 2 words to come out like right after the way, and are you here with us? It's like, I'm channeling already.
Inside Levi's former cabin, they set up their equipment with practiced ease, REM pod on the fireplace music box near the doorway, and the Ovilus running beside them. The first knock happened only moments after Dawson requested a sign, followed by a noise that sounded like a man's voice coming from under the floor. Then, the Ovilus produced words, stab place. Channeling each one, arriving flatly, yet changing the feeling in the room in a way neither man could dismiss. Their reactions remained calm, but their expressions suggested they understood the night was moving somewhere unexpected.
Let's head into this dollhouse. My name is Dawson.
My name is Michael.
We're just here to communicate. We're not here to scare you. We're not here to interrupt your playtime. Is there anything you would like to play with?
Cards. After.
Possibly cards after?
Soldier.
Soldier. Did you fight in any sort of war?
Casket. Appetite.
Did we encounter any sort of a casket while we were...
Not a casket.
I think we experienced, death masks and stuff.
At the dollhouse, the device changed again, giving another group of phrases, card soldier and Joe. Then suddenly, the mood shifted. Follow casket appetite. Dawson remembered their earlier stop at a crime museum and questioned whether something had followed them from there. The words offered no clear answer, yet both men felt the discomfort sink in more deeply than before. They never said it directly, but neither one seemed to feel alone as the investigation reached its quiet ending. Viewers pointed out how the responses seemed to connect with Elkmont's past, leaving questions about whether those messages were coincidence or traces of people once there. If so many people felt something unsettling in the Appalachians, what else could appear if Dawson ever goes back to that abandoned town? In September 2018, YouTuber Christina Lynn, known for her hiking and outdoor content, went camping in California. While hiking the John Muir Trail toward their campsite, what started as an exhausting trip slowly became an unsettling experience.
So I'm in my parents' garden and I am going to tell the scariest story. To give a little bit of context, called the John Muir Trail. It took us about a month to do, me and my friend. We backpacked the whole thing. The scariest moment happened about 1 week or so into our trip. We had been camping, just the two of us. We had been hiking for like 12 hours that day. We were really tired, so we went to go get a campsite, settle down, and maybe like find our camp a little bit earlier that day. So we kind of camped at a place that was like the side of the trail. We had camped pretty much all on our own, but it was on the side of the trail, so we were a little bit exposed to the other people who were passing.
She was not alone, as a close friend joined her on the hike. Instead of picking a secluded area away from other hikers, they set up their tents directly beside the trail. At the time, it seemed convenient, but it would later prove to be a risky decision.
So we both had separate tents. We would set up our tents right next to each other, but we weren't actually in the same tent. We go to sleep, everything is going just fine. I want to say around 5 o'clock in the morning, I see a light outside my tent and I hear footsteps with the light, and maybe my friend's just going pee outside. So then the footsteps start slowly walking around my tent with the light shining into my tent. And later I was talking to my friend, she said she was doing the exact same thing in her tent, like hoping that it was me walking around and trying not to freak out, but it felt like a half hour. Like it felt so long. I was so frightened. And so I hear the footsteps get closer, and then they stop at the outside of my tent, right at the door. Like, I just can't take it any longer. I'm just sitting in my tent, like getting freaked out. So I unzip my tent. There is a man I do not know standing outside of my tent, staring at me. In the meantime, my friend is sitting in her tent and she thinks that he's unzipping my tent, trying to get in. So I'm like, "Who are you?" And he says, "I'm Jack." He doesn't say anything. So Jack kind of stares at me and he just gives me like the creepiest look, trying to act aggressive still, even though I'm like terrified in the meantime. He kind of just seemed like he was like in a daze. Like he just said, "Oh, I thought this was my friend's tent. On the side of the trail is his friend's tent. And even if he did, why would he try to get into it in the meantime?" So I was like, "Yeah, your friends aren't here." And then I zipped up my tent. So then I heard the footsteps slowly walking away from the tent. And I figured like, okay, I'm gonna be safe.
They went to sleep, and for most of the night, everything seemed normal. The forest stayed quiet and nothing appeared unusual. However, things changed when a man began acting strangely near their campsite. His behavior and explanation left both women unsettled, making them question whether it was an innocent misunderstanding or something more serious. The man eventually walked away, allowing them to rest again. But by morning, the women were disturbed by what they found, confirming that someone had remained uncomfortably close during the night.
So then I wake up the next morning and I talk to my friend and I'm like, "Oh my God," I unzip her tent. I'm like, "Oh my God, like what happened last night?" We look behind our tent and Jack is sleeping on the ground behind our tent. He's just sleeping on the ground behind our tent. So we kind of go up to him thinking like maybe it was all some big misunderstanding this whole time. "Were you looking for your friends?" He goes, "Ha ha ha. Yeah, looking for my friends." And then that day we hiked out off the John Muir Trail and I bought a knife that was bigger than my head to carry on me in my tent after that moment.
Unsure of the man's intentions, Christina and her friend quickly left the forest and ended the trip early. As people often say, the wilderness is not always the greatest danger. Sometimes people are the real threat. Thankfully, both women made it out safely. The man's behavior may have come from confusion or deliberate intent, but no clear answer exists. Do you think this was a misunderstanding or a dangerous situation avoided by luck? On January 1st, 2024, Belgian YouTuber Siaz uploaded a video titled "The Night I'll Never Forget" to his channel. From the opening moments, the video immediately creates a feeling of unease, beginning with a warning about the disturbing footage viewers are about to see. That alone sets the mood for everything that follows.
Ik ga deze video beginnen met een korte disclaimer. Het kunnen zeer schokkende beelden zijn als je deze video wilt uitkijken of niet. Ik heb iets heel heftigs meegemaakt, iets wat ik nog nooit in mijn leven heb meegemaakt. Dit kan alleen in films bestaan. Als ik het nu allemaal ga vertellen, lijkt het allemaal zo ongeloofwaardig. Dus jullie gaan alles gewoon kunnen zien. Zelfs in deze video. Ik ben nu een tijdje stilgevallen met dagelijks vloggen, omdat ik dit gewoon even moest verwerken. Dat krijg ik er niet meer uit. Zo'n 6, 7, 8 jaar lang doe ik al urbex en bezoek ik al verlaten locaties. En ook superveel in de nacht. Maar nooit zoiets heftigs als een paar dagen geleden in de nacht. Ik ga heel snel een beetje vertellen. Ik was met 3 vrienden naar een verlaten camping geweest midden in een bos, waar ik al 2 keer eigenlijk ben geweest. En de laatste keer was legit een jaar geleden. Een paar dagen geleden zijn we teruggegaan naar dat bos in de nacht, want dat is een super nice verlaten camping bungalow die ons absoluut niet in dat bos wou hebben.
Siaz explains that he and 2 friends decided to explore an abandoned bungalow park in Belgium. It was a place they had visited before without any problems, and nothing unusual had ever happened during previous visits. This time, however, the atmosphere felt strange almost as soon as they arrived, giving them the sense that something was wrong.
Privaat, dit is in plaats van gebed. Gelief onze ruimte respecteren. Gebed. En daar staat op, pas op, waak. Mobile homes midden in het bos, allemaal verspreid, super vet. En ineens is hier een waakhond.
Je ook gewoon binnen.
Ja, dat is waar. Want dat is niet afgezet, hè. Als je verder parkeert, dan wandelt hier binnen. Maar dat is hier veranderd tot een gebedding. Want wat staat hierop? Dit is een gebedplaats. Dat is hier gewoon een zigeunerkamp of een hippie-camping of zo geworden.
Hallo?
Hoort je het? Die deur, die wint niet. Ik hoor zo...
Nee, dat is een beest.
Zeker?
Ja.
Dat is een deur, hè?
Hallo?
Kijk, de wind ook gaan, ja.
Schijnen zo.
Oh, ik hoor van alles hier. Dit is f***ing eng. Oh, maat.
Hallo? Mogen wij hier binnenkomen?
Wacht even.
Dit is zo creepy, maat. Ja, hoor. Hoor, daar is. Dat is daar rechts. Muziek, GBL Party Box on the go. Ja, maar maat, het zijn hippies of zo.
Nee, ja,
die paal, dat kop ik in de hubo en ik stik die paal hier in de grond. Daar zie je een hutje. Dit hier, dat is een soort van hutje en daar staat een fiets bij.
As they walked deeper into the area, they came across a barrier with a sign referring to a place of prayer. Already unsettled by the unexpected warning, they decided to keep exploring the site instead of leaving. It was there that they encountered something they would never forget.
What the f***? Dat is toch niet mijn auto of zo, hè? Hier, maat. Hier wordt letterlijk iemand gemarteld. Hier wordt letterlijk iemand gemarteld in dat bos. Daar is geen licht, kijk. Daar is geen licht. Dat is heel fucked. Dus, wat? Kom gewoon verder. Stel je voor, dat is mijn auto. Wat de f*** is dit, kerel? Ja, wat ze komen. Precies. Ja, die komt naar hier. Kom naar hier. Blijf gewoon hier. Lamp aan of niet? Hallo. What the f***? What the f***? Hey! Oh. Wat? Kom.
Without warning, disturbing screams echoed from deeper within the woods. The group immediately turned off their lights, and seconds later, they spotted a figure moving toward them. As the person got closer, they realized it was a woman carrying an axe. Panic instantly took over, and the 3 friends separated, running in different directions through the dark forest. Siaz eventually found a place to hide and managed to call the police.
Ja, wacht. Hallo? Moet nu naar hier komen. Fuck. Ik hoor u niet, sorry. We zitten hier in een bos in de Centerlo. We zijn hier in een bos en ineens komt er een man met een mes of zoiets op ons af. Ik denk dat mijn auto kapot is geslagen. En we zijn vies. Kom alsjeblieft heel snel. Oké, ik heb de politie gebeld. Ik heb de politie gebeld. Dus what the fuck is dit?
Later reports stated that the woman lived near the abandoned area and suffered from severe mental illness. The encounter left Siaz shaken for months afterward. Being chased through a dark forest by someone carrying an axe is the kind of experience that stays with a person forever. Mental illness may explain her behavior, but the danger was still very real. What would you have done in this situation? In 2022, a disturbing video surfaced on YouTube after being uploaded by a user exploring Google Street View. The user was virtually navigating through the city of Pripyat, an abandoned town in Ukraine near the Belarus border. Pripyat was once home to nearly 50,000 residents, many of whom worked at the nearby Chernobyl nuclear plant, before the 1986 disaster forced the entire city to evacuate. Today, the area remains abandoned, frozen in time, and recognized for its eerie landmarks, including the decaying amusement park and its rusted Ferris wheel. However, what the user discovered made the city feel far less empty than expected. In the footage, a woman can be seen standing behind a tree partially hidden by the metal structure of the Ferris wheel. The figure is subtle but clearly visible, almost as if she is deliberately avoiding the camera. What she was doing there, or why she appeared to be hiding, remains completely unknown. The moment feels unsettling, especially since a place like Pripyat is not supposed to have people living there. It raises disturbing questions about what may still exist in places believed to be abandoned. There is no clear explanation for her presence. Do you think some places are never truly empty? The video comes from the Northwest Wind, an outdoor adventure and stealth camping channel focused on solo overnight challenges in unusual locations. The creator documents real-time stealth camping attempts in urban or restricted areas, often showing the real risks involved when plans start going wrong. It is March 28, 2025, in a housing development in the United States.
Can you guys see? I don't know how well you can see. I'm behind a dumpster and more wood and stuff. And we're gonna attempt to sneak into this bad boy. Gonna turn off the light. Okay. Let me turn on the red light, actually. This is too much. Oh, that's too much. Stop. I'm telling the light to stop. Alright, I can't see anything back here. I'm gonna try and go around back.
Sam returns to a residential construction site for what he calls Stealth Camp 39, arriving after dark in hopes of avoiding attention. Almost immediately, a construction worker appears between two unfinished houses using a torch while loading equipment into a work truck. Realizing the site is still active, Sam backs away and parks his vehicle roughly half a mile away, deciding to return on foot instead.
Cops, 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 cops. Cops, cops. I gotta get the out of here. They're parked right there. They're 10 feet away. They're 10 feet away. He stopped right there.
While walking back along the main road, a police car passes twice, increasing his anxiety. He hides behind a construction trailer and a dumpster, waiting for the street to quiet down before slipping into one of the unfinished homes. Once inside, he drops his gear and carefully moves toward the front of the building to see whether the road is clear. Two police vehicles suddenly pull up near the property. From inside the house, Sam realizes officers are only a short distance away and that staying there could result in being caught. He quickly grabs his gear and runs out the back of the property toward the wooded area behind the development, completely abandoning the stealth camping attempt.
They're flashing the light back here now too. Alright, this is I'm trapped. If I go back, the houses are right there. I can't go anywhere else. I can't go anywhere else. I'm trapped. I might get arrested right now. Alright, let's just... Every step I take. Every step I... Oh, there's one of them. Okay, there's one of them. I'm on the ground. One of them is right at the border of the lines of the houses. My camera's flashing red because it's recording.
Trying to put more distance between himself and the construction site, he climbs down a steep ravine and crosses a shallow creek soaking his boots. Thick brush, uneven ground, and the cold conditions make the escape physically exhausting. But he continues moving until he reaches safer ground deeper in the woods. The stealth camping attempt lasts less than an hour and never becomes an overnight stay. Cold, wet, and exhausted, Sam eventually returns to his vehicle parked near a church and reflects on the night's events. The trip ends as a failed attempt, but also as a reminder that stealth camping in active residential areas can carry real consequences. If you were inside that unfinished house and saw those police cars pull up, would you have stayed hidden or run into the woods? The video was uploaded on September 8, 2025. Gaz and his dog Fendi headed into the woods for another overnight trip, returning to a campsite he already knew well. This time, however, a new landowner meant they technically no longer had permission to stay there. Even so, they settled in expecting a quiet and peaceful evening.
Apparently there's a new landowner. I did have permission before to camp and stuff here, but apparently they've sold up shop, so we'll see if he comes down later. I've forgotten how to do it. Forgotten how to do all this YouTube shizzle. And then we'll get some bigger stuff on once that's going. Whew. Smoky Joe's.
As darkness fell, Gaz started a fire, but the woods did not remain calm for long. Rocks shifted, nearby branches scraped through the darkness, and shapes appeared to move between the trees. The uneasy feeling slowly grew as he realized he was not alone out there.
Just heard a rock again in that stream. Do you reckon it's them American crayfish doing some star jumps or something and squats? Full of them in here. Signal crayfish.
Later, a large figure suddenly emerged, immediately sending his pulse racing, though it eventually turned out to be a cow.
Cows, look. Oh, they've got horns. Can you see them? They're there, Fendi. I didn't even hear him. Didn't even hear him come down. Oh, there's more.
Even after that, he continued noticing more shapes nearby. Standing in the middle of the woods, surrounded by a herd in complete darkness, felt far more unsettling than he originally expected.
They're going to be here all night because grass is just well long. We've got a buffet down here and they're just going to be bothering me all night. Oh, there's more here. Fendi, come here. Let me put her up, lead. Is that your mum over there? Oh, there's some more down there. Right, come on, Fendi, let's get out of here. You don't need to play with me, dog. It's alright. Chill, Winston.
Rather than risk another encounter, Gaz packed up his gear and relocated deeper into the forest to spend the rest of the night somewhere else. The wilderness rarely unfolds the way people expect, and sometimes the smartest decision is simply to move and let the night continue elsewhere. Maybe it was only livestock wandering through the area, or maybe it was the unsettling feeling of being surrounded in the dark. If you found yourself out there with no light around, would you stay calm and remain where you were, or quietly leave before something changed again? The disturbing video of the night comes from the How Raj, a UK-based paranormal channel focused on haunted locations and local ghost stories. It is January 11th, 2026 in a wooded area between Huntington and Bampton in the United Kingdom near Nuns Bridge, a place tied to long-standing folklore and unsettling reports.
So I'm actually shitting myself.
Yeah, we had screaming on the way down. Is it a country park?
This is a country park.
It's a country park, so why is there screaming here?
No, I'm going to turn my
at
headlight
11:30
on.
at night? I don't know.
Can you see ahead of me?
Yeah. I
Right.
think the glare on the camera's a bit... I can't see much, but... Hopefully you guys can see. I can't feel my fingers.
I'm getting absolutely nothing on this.
Oh my gosh, you literally got a light on your head.
I'm getting absolutely nothing on this right now, which is kind of disappointing because I was hoping... Now, this is scary as shit, by the way. If I just look down there and I see a figure, I'm running, you're on your own.
I'm gone. There's also like a little marshland down there as well.
Just look at that. That's something out of a horror film, that is.
Tell you now, if I see something, I'm running.
Yeah, me too. Right.
Right, nothing yet.
There's absolutely...
Need to summon her in a minute.
Yeah. We'll ask her some questions.
Yeah.
My hands feel like they're going to fall off.
Yeah, so my thumb's actually frozen.
Morgan and his girlfriend enter the forest beside Nuns Bridge. The ground is frozen, the air feels cold, and marshland surrounds the narrow pathways. The EMF meter shows no unusual spikes at first. Despite that, unsettling noises continue echoing through the forest. Although the sounds could easily be animals, the darkness and isolation make them feel far more disturbing than they normally would.
Are you trapped here? do you wish to communicate? Give us a sign if you wish to communicate.
Nothing on here yet. We'd like to communicate. Can you make yourself present?
That sounded like help me, actually.
Did it?
Morgan attempts communication using the spirit box. Several phrases come through that seem like possible responses, though he openly admits radio interference could also explain them. The uncertainty lingers in the air, creating a brief but tense moment as he listens carefully for anything clearer.
One here, any ghosts here, any spirits that wish to communicate with me. I smell dog poo. I genuinely smell dog poo. That's probably the scariest thing I've caught tonight.
While standing alone, Morgan suddenly notices a strong smell similar to dog food with no obvious source anywhere in the cold, empty forest. The unexplained odor adds another unsettling element to the investigation. Sharp, unidentified noises suddenly cut through the night, followed once again by distant screams. The source remains unknown, reinforcing the eerie atmosphere surrounding the bridge and nearby woodland. As the investigation comes to an end, no visual apparition or definitive paranormal evidence is ever captured. Sometimes, nights like this leave behind an uneasy feeling even when nothing clearly appears on camera. Quiet places connected to old stories can make every sound feel heavier than it really is. If you had been standing near that bridge, hearing those sounds in the dark forest, would you have continued investigating or turned back?
This is what I see. All black. See if they light another candle.
Yo estoy buscando a mi marido, no lo encuentro, está muerto, pero no está. Yo quisiera que tú me ayudes a buscarlo.
For Franco, disturbing encounters in isolated places have always been central to his content, but one terrifying night forced him to reconsider everything. Many viewers already recognize him from his YouTube channel Franco TV, where he explores eerie and unsettling locations most people would never willingly visit. Known for his fearless attitude and fascination with the supernatural, Frank investigates haunted places, hoping to uncover mysteries that seem to blur the line between the living and the dead. According to local stories, restless spirits are believed to still wander the cemetery grounds, unable to move on. Over the years, visitors have reported hearing human-like voices echoing through the darkness, while others claim to see shadowy figures moving silently between gravestones. The cemetery has also been linked to strange nighttime ceremonies and possible dark rituals. Because of these unsettling stories, many locals avoid the area after sunset. But for Frank, that danger only made the mystery more compelling. Determined to uncover the truth, he returned to investigate what might still be hiding there. On September 1, 2024, Frank arrived shortly after nightfall. Darkness had already covered the cemetery, with only distant streetlights casting long shadows across the graves.
Because apparently this has been like a hot spot. It's a very famous witch that pretty much passed away, and people come to serve this area. And I want to see if they're even doing a ceremony now. Or tonight. I'm not going directly to it just yet because that looks like it was just lit. At least I think it is. I got more candles in here. Alright, before I go inside, I want to go around this place.
During an earlier visit, he encountered people performing what appeared to be a ritual. So this time, he carefully scanned the area to make sure nobody else was nearby. While candles inside a cemetery are not unusual, several appeared freshly lit, immediately making the atmosphere feel uneasy.
Because I have a feeling I got somebody yelling. Alright. I just got the sound of somebody yelling over here. I'm gonna come from this side over here. See, that's what I'm afraid of, man. I mean, I'm not expecting this place to be empty at any means. It will do good. I got something in the back there. I just saw what looked like a light, slightly. Right there. I knew it. This is where I heard the scream coming from. I can't stick myself out. I'm gonna stick the camera out. What the hell are you doing? I'm gonna switch it to color. This is what I see. All black. See if they light another candle. That's one. The last time I was here, I saw like 7 people.
As he moved deeper into the graveyard, the tension steadily increased. In the distance, he noticed what appeared to be a lone figure, though he could not clearly identify it. The environment felt heavy and strangely watchful. Unsure what the figure might be doing, he changed direction to avoid confrontation. But the farther he walked, the more unsettling the situation became.
I'm gonna see if I can start staying a little bit more inside the tomb area, just so that way I'm not so obvious. So I am definitely hearing something. I'm still trying to see if I can see any lights or candles or anything for where I seen that person walking through here. And look right over there. I just saw something dark, and then they went right into the tomb. Look at the tomb. Look, you see it? There is something or someone inside that tomb right now. They're just watching me, I think. I don't want to approach it because, one, I don't know what they're up to, and two, I don't know how many people are in there. And that is a head. I'm hoping it comes out a little bit more. So I am now approaching the area where I seen that kid. What's the creepiest part is that this whole area in the back is known for deceased children, the children that passed away. So to see a kid running through there like nothing at that specific area to this graveyard kind of freaked me out.
Then, without warning, a faint sound broke the silence, a child laughing somewhere in the darkness.
I hear what sounds like a kid laughing. I want to see if you guys can hear it. Hold on. What is that? You see? Hear it? Look. Oh, that is so creepy.
The sound was distant, yet clear enough to immediately send a chill through him. Frank stopped and listened carefully, but moments later, the cemetery became silent again. With only the faint hum of the nearby city in the background, he continued forward, unaware that the most disturbing moment was still ahead.
I really feel like I'm being watched right now. Down this area. I'm gonna keep making my way forward. I hate this area. This area is by far the creepiest for me. Oh, what the? There's someone just leaning up right there against the wall. I was not fucking expecting that. That scared the shit out of me. I'm probably not gonna go up that way. All black. Was wearing all black. That looked like a shadow.
Soon afterward, he noticed a woman sitting completely motionless against a wall of tombstones. She did not react or move at all, and her presence felt unnatural. The stillness alone made the moment deeply unsettling. Despite his discomfort, Frank kept moving, hoping to reach another section of the cemetery. Instead, the decision seemed to pull him deeper into the unknown.
It's definitely coming from this area. Oh my God.
¿Qué haces acá?
Yo estoy mirando para fantasmas grabando.
Pero acá nadie puede entrar de noche.
Yo tiene permiso para una muchacha.
Sí, es peligroso, acá roba.
Sí, pero ¿qué tú estás haciendo aquí?
Yo estoy buscando a mi marido, no lo encuentro, está muerto, pero no está. Yo quisiera que tú me ayudes a buscarlo.
¿Tu esposo?
Ajá.
¿Dónde?
No lo encuentro.
¿Él está caminando por aquí o está...?
Está muerto, pero no está. Yo vivo acá.
Ya.
Vivo acá. Nadie puede entrar acá de noche. Es muy peligroso. Tienes que irte porque no acá pasa una maldición para ti.
No, sí, no quiero problemas, nada así.
Vete, antes que te hagan algo.
Ya, no te preocupes. Ya está, gracias. She's just staring at me. Ya, no, solamente soy confundido. Sí, ya, gracias. I am so confused for what the hell just happened right now. She just came out of nowhere and told me to get out. And that sounded like the same lady that I seen the last time where she was like, Niño. I don't know, she said something last time, but she said she was looking for her husband. I'm looking for my husband, but now he's not there. Did he just wander off? No, he's dead. And I'm like, so how are you looking for your husband? And it looked like she kind of got irritated or upset at me. Oh my God. I'm just trying to investigate in this area. And she scared the shit out of me.
Eventually, the tension became overwhelming. Frank decided to leave shaken by everything he had experienced. The laughter, the silent figure, and the eerie presence of others all suggested that something felt deeply wrong about the cemetery. If you were in that situation, would you stay to uncover the truth or leave before it became too late? Casey Anderson is the explorer behind the YouTube channel Endless Venture. He is recognized for traveling through remote locations and documenting real outdoor adventures. In March 2026, one of his expeditions took an unexpected turn during a camping encounter in Botswana's Okavango Delta, an area well known for its dense and dangerous wildlife.
Surround the fresh tracks of buffalo. And Kane says they're going to a place he calls Mupani Pan. Turns out that's where he planned on us staying the night tonight. They've earned the nickname Black Death. But turns out it's mostly the lone bulls, something that they call Dugga Boys, that are the most dangerous. But even the large herds can be dangerous in the right situation. We've got to remain cool and calm.
An important part of this trip was that he was not alone. Alongside him were a cameraman, a local guide, and a close friend. After arriving at their campsite, the group set up their tent and gathered near the fire. They talked about the risks posed by nearby wildlife, unaware they were already much closer to real danger than they realized.
Elephants are in camp, but we need to sleep next to a pan, which is the only water hole in the area. I think we can expect some visitors tonight.
During the night, strange noises briefly woke them. Fortunately, nothing happened at that moment. By morning, they continued deeper into the region, but what they came across next could have easily become fatal.
Pride of lions. In the distance, we're trying to close the gap on them. Here, just on the other side of this bush. We got lions coming our way. There are 9 lions out there. Mostly lionesses, with a couple of young males. They've all spotted us in the bush and are slowly, deliberately stalking in closer. As this young male creeps in, you can see the rest of the pride lining up behind him. And while we're locked in on the male in front of us, another one quietly slipped in from behind. If you look over my shoulder in the shot, you can see all 9 lions. We are completely surrounded by a pride of African lions.
Being surrounded by a pride of lions is something few people would ever want to experience. If the lions had decided to attack, there would have been almost no chance of escape. Thankfully, the animals stayed calm and nobody was injured. It became one of the most intense wildlife encounters the group had ever experienced, and likely one they would never forget. Sometimes a situation can appear completely under control before suddenly changing. Things may feel calm in one moment only for small changes to shift everything. If you were standing that close, would you stay and keep watching or leave before the situation became far more dangerous? On October 24th, 2025, the YouTube channel Campion, known for quiet solo camping and wilderness survival, recorded a night in a remote forest during heavy rain. Alone among soaked ground and tall trees, Campion tried to create a comfortable space, carrying gear through mud and setting up a large canvas tent to wait out the storm. Outside, the rain kept falling. Inside, everything seemed under control. The setup was slow and careful. The white canvas tent went up piece by piece, changing a rough clearing into shelter. Inside, the atmosphere shifted. Rugs were placed down, furniture was arranged, and a wood-burning stove added warmth. Rain became background noise. The space felt safe. Then, the calm shattered. Without warning, a sudden blast erupted near the stove. The tent collapsed almost immediately as flames rushed upward, burning through fabric and gear despite the heavy rain outside. When it was over, only smoke and silence were left. The tent was destroyed. Equipment lay charred across the forest floor. What stood out most wasn't the storm, but how fast one moment erased everything that had felt secure. Viewers focused on how one overlooked choice, not the storm, nearly turned comfort into something deadly. If survival can depend on timing alone, how often does danger go unnoticed until it is already too late? On September 6, 2025, the YouTube channel Madison Clydesdale documented a solo trip into the mountains of British Columbia. Traveling through remote wilderness with her dog Madison followed a route she was familiar with. Knowing experience means little in terrain like this.
I've already stepped in some mud. I'm starting my navigation on my watch, so it'll let me know if I go off track from my pre-planned route, and it'll just keep me honest with how many kilometers I'm doing, what my elevation gain is, and if I get lost, I can retrace my steps. In a survival situation, you could survive off this fresh water. I would boil it first because you could get giardia, or filter it somewhere. And with all these berries, I could go a few days on just these berries alone. I've got my bear spray accessible, ready to be pulled out. These purple flowers are fireweed, and the flowers are edible. They're really nice in tea. We're a little bit late in the season, nearing the end of August, so their leaves kind of look like a maple leaf with some extra ridges. They look like thorns on the stems, but they're not sharp. There's been lots of streams, and I'm carrying about 2 liters for Kiro and 2 liters for myself, so I think I might dump his water. He has no problem drinking out of these streams. This feels wrong. If I were a bear, this is where I'd hang out. Hey bear! Got huckleberries to my left and to my right. Bit of an open field. Keeping an eye out for bear scat, but I haven't found any yet, which is good. Silent here. Hey bear! Always, always bring an extra pair of socks. It's basically a marshy bog. I could have gone around it, but then I'd be bushwhacking through some pretty dense bushes, so better off to just bring an extra pair of socks. I'll sleep in them tonight and I'll hike out in them tomorrow. I always wear wool socks as well because those are quick drying. Well, that's slightly inconvenient, isn't it? Hey bear!
As the hike continued, she stayed alert. A sudden noise from dense brush interrupted the silence. In grizzly country, even movement you cannot see feels serious. Madison stopped, kept her dog nearby, and continued making noise to avoid accidentally surprising something much larger nearby.
I made it to the top. This lake is so much more beautiful, which I didn't know was possible. Now we just gotta get down there. Look at those mountainscapes. Wow. We have a runaway dog. I repeat, a runaway dog. Okay, I guess I'll meet him down there. I made it to the lake. I think I see a spot over there that I can set up camp. I just have to get over this boulder field. There's a creek coming down the mountain and it's probably good fishing there. I can see fish jumping. I found camp. We're on a little peninsula. Oh my gosh, I'm so dead. Kiro has cut himself. I need to get my first aid out right now. I think his dew claw got stuck on a rock. I had a look and it seems to just have broken a nail and his dew claw didn't actually rip off, thank goodness. There's not much we can do about it right now besides clean it out in the lake and rest. I think hiking out and getting it all dirty would make it worse, plus it'd be after hours. Like, I don't think he needs to go to the vet for it. And at this point we wouldn't get back till dark, so I'm pausing my activity. 13,500 steps, over 2,000 calories burned, and over 2,000 meters elevation.
After reaching camp beside the lake, the situation briefly settled until she discovered her dog's paw bleeding likely hurt during the rocky ascent. With nobody else around, she cleaned the injury and slowed the pace.
You hear a bird out there? We are cozy in bed. It's about to get really dark out here. I feel like some people wonder why I do this alone or why you would want to. One, when I moved here, I just didn't know anyone. My mom introduced me to backpacking, and when she wasn't available, I was like, I'll go by myself, because that's what she did when no one was available. Also, there's just something that pushes you out of your comfort zone being by yourself. Although I am going to be looking into this forest all night. Another night, we didn't become a bear burrito. Successful mission. How would you sleep? Oh. You hungry? Okay, good. Oh no, you shouldn't be running. Wow, beautiful morning. Go. Bear bag's in great shape. It actually does look like it has some bite marks. Can you see those? Those are definitely bite marks from rodents or something, but they couldn't get into it. My energy levels are a little low. I need to eat something.
As darkness arrived, food was hung away from the campsite. The next morning, bite marks and torn fabric revealed that an animal had reached the bag overnight. Something had come near the camp without ever being seen.
Fish on! Woohoo! beautiful rainbow trout. Okay, we gotta get him back. Bugs are getting bad again. Don't forget to resume your activity. Make sure we didn't leave anything behind. When I don't backpack for a while, I get bruises on my hips. I'm gonna have the backpack put on properly, but does anyone else get that? Can you get over that stick? Why is your toenail bleeding like that? It was healed. What happened? My gosh. Stay. Can you stand up? This is Luco tape, and I'm gonna put this over the gauze to try and get it to stay. Okay, Kiro, can you come? We just gotta get through these rocks and then it'll be smooth sailing. A lot of dog owners get their dew claws removed. I was 18 when I got Kiro, which is no excuse, and we went 10 full years without any injuries, but yeah, I guess that's a lesson learned. Mistakes happen out here, accidents happen out here. The important thing is you know how to react. Wilderness first aid, or at least watching YouTube videos on first aid, is very important before you go out here, because no one thinks they're gonna get hurt until they do. I think what happened was the pad on his paw got cut. Good job, buddy. We did it.
What disturbed many viewers most wasn't what appeared on camera, but what stayed hidden. In places like this, how do you judge danger when nothing ever fully reveals itself? In their latest disturbing investigation, YouTuber Jared Barrett, known online as Bear, and his wife Tiff returned to a road feared by many locals. Often referred to as Murder Road, the area carries a reputation connected to violent crime, illegal activity, and stories of bodies hidden in the surrounding woods. Some believe multiple victims were never found. Their goal was to reach the lakeside location where the first reported victims, 2 people allegedly shot by a hidden gunman, were said to have been discovered.
It looks creepy, doesn't it?
Who wants to go into that?
We're about to go into that.
I thought coming during the day wouldn't be so scary, but now it's just a big black hole.
Well, you didn't make it this far last time. You didn't get to see the big black hole last time.
This is less scary with a little bit of light.
No, it is for sure. I like getting places with daylight now.
I don't think I get you the big black hole.
We're going in it.
What?
We're going right in. Did you just hear a voice? That sounded like a girl voice.
Oh my gosh.
That was...
It's coming from the big black hole.
That was a scream.
Yes, it was.
Scream. Big black hole. Murder Road.
The trip began shortly before sunset as they approached what Jared called the Black Hole, a completely dark stretch of road leading deep into the forest. Not long after entering the woods, they started hearing distant sounds, faint voices, and what Tiff believed was a scream coming from the darkness. Although uneasy, they continued forward while flashlights cut through the trees. Jared also remembered a previous visit where he had seen a man silently walking through the forest without any light, a memory that increased the tension. As darkness deepened, a sudden yell echoed through the woods, followed minutes later by a distant gunshot. Tiff became visibly uncomfortable and wanted to leave, but Jared encouraged continuing in hopes of locating reflective markers.
Man, I do keep hearing voices though. I just heard it again. Did you hear that? Yeah. I mean, it sounds like it's off in the distance. So, voices and a
Jerry.
There was a scream right after that.
Nope, I'm done. A gunshot?
Yeah, but we got one too. And that was far off as well.
I mean, bullets go fast, though.
Well, that's true, but I mean, that sounded like... I'm not too worried about that yet. If it starts getting closer, like we see the flash from the muzzle, then it's really time to get scared.
No, I mean...
Huh? Okay, no, we'll get scared before that. You're right. It's probably better to get scared before that.
That investigators were rumored to have attached to trees near suspected body dump sites. Soon, another gunshot sounded, this time much closer. The couple briefly argued about whether they were heading toward danger. Jared believed the shots were unrelated to them, while Tiff pointed out that the original victims had reportedly been killed by a sniper hidden in the hills. The tension worsened when they noticed what appeared to be a faint light deep in the forest. Jared attempted to record it, but the glow vanished almost immediately. With no nearby vehicles and no clear reason for anyone else to be there, the sight deeply unsettled them.
Look, 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 look. Give me the camera, give me the camera. Take my light.
I will take what?
Take my light. To put the lights down. Where'd they go? You see that back there, babe?
There's a light.
There is.
What the hell?
There's a light back there. There's no cars here, babe.
People here.
I know.
With guns. Jerry.
Hold on, hold on. We're okay. I want to get that light on camera better. Where'd it go? Do you see it? The light went out. I don't see it no more.
Jerry, no.
What do you mean?
I'm done. You're getting closer to the gunshot.
That was a lot closer. But I mean, it's not like aimed towards us, you know?
How do you know that?
Because they'd be closer.
Oh my gosh, you don't have to be close to...
No, the first two people were killed by a sniper.
Oh my gosh, I'm done.
What?
Nope, done.
As the search continued, Jared explained that investigators once used reflectors to mark possible dump sites for easier identification later. He scanned the woods while threatening sounds filled the area, distant voices, shifting wind, and occasional gunfire. Tiff admitted she no longer felt safe, and even Jared started questioning whether continuing was a good idea.
We haven't even made it out the forest yet. We gotta look for reflectors where the bodies were found. What's that behind me? Is that a reflector back there? Shine your light back here real quick, babe. Look, right back here. You see a reflector?
What's a reflector?
So like the FBI and the detectives and stuff, they marked some of the body areas with reflectors, so when they come back, they could find it easy in the forest. So that's another thing we're going to be doing while we're walking, is we're going to shine like out in the woods, babe, and try to find these reflectors where the bodies were actually at.
There are people screaming and yelling and gunfire.
Yeah. I think we're okay, though.
No, I'm not okay.
I'm not too worried about it yet.
Oh my gosh, Jerry.
Well, okay. Can we go a little further? To look for the... I haven't been combing for the things yet.
See, this is what I mean.
What?
They never confirmed finding any reflectors, but they did capture an overwhelming sense of dread and the feeling that something remained hidden just beyond sight. Eventually, they decided to leave, ending the investigation with both relief and lingering fear. The voices, gunshots, and strange lights may have had reasonable explanations. Distant hunters' echoes carried through the terrain, or reflections mistaken for lights. At the same time, the road's violent history and the couple's fear likely influenced how they interpreted everything around them. The possibility of encountering dangerous people in the area also could not be ignored, given the location's reputation. So what do you think was truly happening that night on Murder Road? Ordinary sounds and coincidences, or something much darker? And if you had been there, would you have continued deeper into the woods or turned back after the first gunshot? Uploaded to the channel Pandemonium, this video describes a disturbing experience during a road trip across Oregon. The creator had left a peaceful campsite and continued toward another destination, enjoying quiet highways and scenic views along the drive. But as dark storm clouds rolled in and lightning appeared in the distance, the mood began to change.
Welcome to historic Baker City, established in 1874. Exits 306 and 304. Yeah, looks like we're getting ready to come into some rain up here. I see a houseboat in front of Terry and Scott. Looks weird. I thought it was an RV at first. Don't litter. Max fine $6,250. Wow, that's a steep fine. The roads look pretty clean, so I guess it works. Here comes the rain. Rain, rain, rain. Up a steep hill we go in the rain. It seems we're turning away from the storm, hopefully. I don't know, the storm's kind of everywhere.
After hearing reports from friends about golf ball-sized hail hitting a nearby campground, the creator chose to avoid the danger and spend the night parked in a Walmart lot instead. At first, the stop felt completely normal. While relaxing inside the RV with the door open, the creator suddenly heard a man repeatedly calling out the names David and Shay. The voice started faintly from a distance, but slowly moved closer.
I think a big storm is headed this way. I just heard lightning and it's getting really dark over there. Terry and Scott are at the campground and they just dealt with, like, this size hail. So I don't think I'm going to be going to that camp spot. I don't know if I want to stay here at this Walmart. Here. And not to mention, I just had something happen to me. So I heard this guy calling a name. He said David and Shay. David and Shay. And he did it multiple times. And I noticed the sound getting closer to my rig. And I was like, well, that's odd. My door was wide open. And I was laying in bed fiddling on my phone. So I got out of my bed and I stayed quiet. And I noticed the voice got really close to my door and yelled out, David, Shay. And so I started walking quietly to the front, and then they said it one more time, and they were standing right at my door, and I was like, can I help you? And he was like, oh, I'm sorry, I was looking for my friends, this rig looks like theirs. And I'm thinking to myself, this rig looks like theirs, but I didn't say anything at the time. But I haven't seen any rig that looks like Panda. I'm sorry. I don't know how you could mistake this rig for one of your friends. So I call bullcrap on that.
Until it was directly outside the RV. Moments later, the man appeared at the doorway. He quickly explained that he believed the RV belonged to friends, though the explanation immediately seemed suspicious. The creator pointed out that her RV looked very different from the others nearby, making the excuse difficult to believe. Adding to the discomfort, the man carried a backpack, and his appearance suggested he may have been transient or possibly searching for valuables. Although he eventually walked away without causing problems, the encounter left the creator feeling exposed and uneasy. She later admitted that she briefly considered staying silent to see what the stranger would do, but ultimately chose to respond a choice that may have stopped the situation from becoming more serious. At the same time, the storm outside continued growing stronger.
Anyways, he said, well, I'm sorry, and he walked away immediately. He was wearing a backpack, and I don't know if he was homeless or not. There are some, you can tell there are some